Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 341 to 360. 341. Revolutionary Army Cadres. Discuss Chris in detail. Everyone was shocked. Baldic, meeting room of the Revolutionary Army. Asked curiously, the guy who can make King Shichibukai go to sea again. Who is it that has such a huge ability? Could it be Martial Marine, Sengoku the Buddha? With the power of one person, the King Shichibukai and the others have returned to the sea. I am afraid there are really not many candidates. Must be a person who is very important in today's world and is related to the vital interests of the King Shichibukai. Naturally thought of Marine Grand Marshal, Sengoku the Buddha. However, everyone saw that Bartholomew Kuma shook his head decisively. Haku and others, immediately frowned. Bartholomew Kuma crossed Erlang's legs and said lightly, "This person is also one of the objects we are going to discuss today. New King Shichibukai, Captain Chris of the Chris Pirates." Hearing this, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army suddenly felt a little surprised, but they seemed to be reasonable. Of the contents of today's internal meeting of the Revolutionary Army is about Chris. Recently, Chris has appeared in front of the world many times. And his power is still expanding, which has attracted great attention of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey Long whispered, and said in a hoarse voice, "Is this Chris again? Since he was born, the sea seems to have undergone tremendous changes. It's just a young man, but I didn't expect it to affect the situation of the whole world." The Revolutionary Army Base Intelligence Control Officer Tai Richierdio is also the keynote speaker at today's meeting. He pointed to the picture of Chris on the big screen, and said lightly, "You must have seen the picture of this young man more than once. The latest one should be the news about him uniting with the world government and attacking the kingdom of Kudora." All the officers nodded. Chris made a lot of big moves one after another, and it was hard not to attract everyone's attention. Amazuna took a sip of red wine and said with a smile, "Chris is just a newcomer in the Shichibukai under the king, and his qualifications are relatively low. The other kings, Shichibukai, why did they choose to go to sea again because of him?" His eyes full of suspicion were placed on Bartholomew Kuma. This was something he couldn't understand. Amazuna didn't know what kind of magic power Chris had. Can actually stir the whole universe by himself. Bartholomew Kuma still has no expression on his face, and said coldly, "The specific reason is not very clear to me. I just heard from Marine that Chris led the formation of a Shichibukai alliance. I think Boa Hancock and others are going to sea again, and they have nothing to do with this so-called Shichibukai alliance." Ashiro smiled Isho and asked softly, "Sir Bear, what is this Shichibukai alliance? Is there any connection with the Shichibukai system of the king?" Bartholomew Kuma shook his head lightly and said coldly, "I don't know much about the Shichibukai alliance. I just heard that the world government is very jealous of Chris because of this." Hearing this, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were all surprised by Vivi. They looked at each other and felt a little surprised. There must be a lot of involvement in things that can make the world government fearful. Banako Vivi frowned and asked curiously, "Master Bear, since it's the Shichibukai alliance, the members must include all of the King Shichibukai, why are you not among them?" "Impossible, your true identity has been exposed." Everyone in the conference room suddenly turned their heads and glanced at Bonicio. Then all eyes on Bartholomew Kuma. The latter sneered and said indifferently, "My identity cannot be revealed. If it were exposed, I would have been pursued and killed by the world government. After all, I know too many things about them." Bartholomew Kuma Vivi paused and continued, "According to the information I have received, Hakai Mahak has not joined the Shichibukai alliance either. So I thought, it's just not the time. If Chris could see me, he would naturally invite me to join the Shichibukai alliance." Koala pursed his lips and said, "This Chris doesn't seem to have a moment of leisure. While attacking the kingdom of Kudora, and at the same time forming the Shichibukai alliance, I really don't know what he's going to do." The dragon crossed his hands and murmured, this matter needs to be investigated in the future. Be sure to find out what the Shichibukai Alliance is. And, what is the purpose of Chris forming the Shichibukai Alliance? Intelligence Officer Tairichio immediately nodded and wrote down the task. Long continued. Nowadays, the situation on the sea is turbulent, and all forces are eager to move. Especially the 4 Emperor pirates. His contact seems to be more and more frequent. While we don't know what will happen in the future, we are also prepared for all possible changes. Axelu nodded and said solemnly, the sea, which has been relatively stable for a long time, finally shows signs of major changes again. And all these changes are inseparable from this Chris. The cadres shook their heads one after another, with helpless smiles on their faces. In today's meeting, it seems that Chris cannot be avoided. It seems that somehow, he has become the eye of the storm in today's world. Long raised his eyebrows at will, and said indifferently, in that case, let Tairichio explain it to everyone carefully, this Chris. We also need to discuss the attitude of the Revolutionary Army towards Chris and the Chris pirates. Having said that, Tairichio took over the right to speak. He took control of the whole situation in an instant and said, I won't say much about Chris' brief introduction. Everyone can see these things in the newspapers. What I'm talking about today is mainly about the sphere of influence of the Chris pirates. Tairichio pointed to the big screen and said indifferently, according to our intelligence, the Chris pirates are developing rapidly. In just 1 year, they already have the support of 444 countries behind them. They are Alabasta Kingdom, Vinsmoke Family, Elbaf and Fishman Island. These 444 countries must be familiar to everyone. Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo lightly pressed his hat and said with a smile, except Alabasta Kingdom, they are all first-class powers. Among them, the Vinsmoke family and Elbaf can be regarded as the countries with the most powerful military divisions. Tairichio narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. He glanced at Sabo and said, the Kingdom of Alabasta is no longer the country under Crocodile's rule. Since the Chris pirates took over, the country's overall strength has also rapidly started to improve. I believe that it will not be long before I will step into the ranks of powerful countries. Amazuna curled her lips and said, in less than a year of going to sea, I have actually won the support of 444 countries. No wonder the outside world is rumored that Chris has the opportunity to become the 5th Sea Emperor. In a few years, his power will probably be even more terrifying. Koala exclaimed, Elbaf actually joined the Chris pirates camp, which is really unexpected. That is the most powerful country in the world. The 4 Emperor pirates have tried to win over them, but they have not been successful. I didn't expect that Chris would be pulled into his camp so easily. Axelu nodded and said solemnly, just these 444 countries are worth more than a dozen other countries. When have you ever met a newcomer in the sea to achieve such an achievement? Haku shook his head slightly, and Vivi sighed. Maybe, we can't put Chris in the ranks of the newcomers. All the things he has shown are not at all what a newcomer should do. Sometimes I wonder, which old monster is this guy pretending to be? Tairichio couldn't help laughing, and said softly, if only to listen to his achievements. I really would have thought that he was at least a middle-aged man in his early 40s. But the truth is, Chris is nothing more than a 19-year-old. Long unconsciously glanced at Sabo and said with a smile, I originally thought that among the younger generation, Sabo was already good enough. I didn't expect that a monster like Chris would appear. Sabo also shrugged helplessly, spread his hands and said, the appearance of this guy Chris really hit my self-confidence. If I have a chance, I must ask Chris for some advice. Look at the difference between the two of us. In Sabo's eyes, there is a faint look of unwillingness to admit defeat. In the eyes of the Revolutionary Army cadres, Sabo is worthy of being a leader among the younger generation. In his early 20s, he had already become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. This position was entirely achieved by his own hard work. Young age, his strength is already close to Marine Admiral. Suddenly a Chris appeared, completely suppressing his limelight, and the young man would inevitably have some complaints. Tai Richie Erdioji said, in addition to the 444 countries, there are actually 2 countries. Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Tai Richie Erdio waved his hand, signaling everyone to be calm. He continued, these 2 countries are different from the 444 countries mentioned earlier. One of them is the 9 Snake Island country controlled by the Empress Boa Hancock. According to the information, the Queen Boa Hancock seems to have a different affection for Chris and is likely to fall in love with Chris. So, the 9 Snake Island country is probably already Chris's private country. Hearing this, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army all looked at each other in dismay. They could see each other, the shock in their eyes. Bonicio frowned and said, you just said. The Empress Boa Hancock seems to be in love with Chris. How is it possible? Ashilo was also surprised and murmured, that's the Empress Boa Hancock. She actually had a day when she fell in love with a man. If this matter is true, I am afraid it will shock the whole world. Bartholomew Kuma said coldly, as far as I know, Empress Boa Hancock seems to be the first to join the Shichibukai alliance. The relationship between her and Chris should be unusual. Tai Richie Erdio nodded and added, it's more than ordinary, according to the information I know, she must be in love with Chris. A few days ago, our people saw the 9 snake pirates going towards the sea area where Pudora Kingdom is located. I don't think this is a so-called coincidence. I have reason to believe that the Queen, Boa Hancock, went to support Chris. Sabo clicked his tongue twice, shook his head and said, I didn't expect that the dignified Empress, Boa Hancock, was actually conquered by Chris. This is really surprising, I am more and more interested in this Chris. Amazuna shook the red wine glass in her hand, and then asked, you said just now, the other 2 countries. Apart from 9 Snake Island, where is the other country? Tai Richie Erdiogu smiled and said, you should be even more surprised by another country. Hearing this, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but feel a little curious. There are so many countries in the world that can surprise them, there are really not many. Long waved his hand casually, and chuckled, okay, you don't have to be a fool. Tell everyone directly, where is the last country? Tai Richie Erdio nodded and said slowly, this last country is, Dressrosa. Words came out, all the Revolutionary Army cadres showed expressions of shock on their faces. Sabo Vivi frowned and said incredulously, Dressrosa. Isn't that the country that Doflamingo controls? It is also the largest underground trading market in the world. We have been watching it for a long time. Bartholomew Kuma's expression changed over the years, and Vivi was also moved at this moment. He narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Doflamingo has been in control of Dressrosa all the year round, and he will definitely not give it up. And he is mercenary and arrogant, and he will not be inferior to others. Doflamingo will never join Chris's camp. If it's just the Shichibukai alliance, Dressrosa might not be the force behind Chris. Tai Richie Erdio raised his eyebrows and sneered, Doflamingo is one of our focus. Of course he won't be a vassal of Chris. But the Shichibukai alliance is about to end. 342. Chris talks to the bear. Bonnie persuades the bear to let him join the Shichibukai alliance. Tai Richie Dio paused a little, deliberately lengthening his voice. Urged anxiously, Kildeo, when will you be able to get rid of your cheating problem? Every time I deliberately hang our appetite like this, I really don't know why I asked you to be this intelligence officer in the first place. Sabo also curled his lips aside and said with a smile, well, this guy, it's a good way to collect information. It's not suitable for making a report, so we people are good-natured. With other people, I guess he has already been beaten into a pig's head. The conference room, everyone burst into laughter. Tai Richie Erdio spread his hands needlessly, and then continued, okay, don't make fun of you. Although now Dressrosa is in the hands of the Don Quixote family of Doflamingo. But we all know that the royal family of Dressrosa is still here. They still have considerable influence among the people. And Chris is very close to Dressrosa's royal family. Tirchirdio swept the crowd and said lightly, once Doflamingo falls, Dressrosa will immediately join Chris's camp. There is no doubt about it. Amazuna took a sip of red wine and said disapprovingly, the premise of this situation is that Doflamingo falls. But you and I both know that behind him are the world's major underground forces headed by the 4 Emperor Kaido. It's almost a hard thing to want Doflamingo down. As a core member of the world's underground trading market, Doflamingo's existence is crucial. If he falls, in a short period of time, the entire world's underground trading market will be paralyzed. Therefore, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army are very clear that the relationship behind Doflamingo is very complicated. This is also the reason why they have never shot against Doflamingo. If you make a rash move, the entire world's underground forces will stand on the opposite side of the Revolutionary Army. This is not the result they expected. Banako nodded and reminded. Also, Doflamingo has already joined the Shichibukai Alliance. This Shichibukai Alliance was formed by Chris, so he definitely won't give up Doflamingo for a Dressrosa. This is also an idea that everyone else has. Fall of Doflamingo should be a serious loss for the Shichibukai League. Tirchirdio said coldly, everyone, what you think of the Shichibukai Alliance is a little too idealistic. To put it bluntly, this is just a combination of interests. With people like Doflamingo, it is difficult to truly build the Shichibukai Alliance into a community of shared destiny. So, Chris will never let Doflamingo's rat shit continue to exist. Bartholomew Kuma nodded indifferently and said, Doflamingo is really not suitable for being an ally. He can do anything for his own benefit. This Shichibukai Alliance, if he says sell it, he sells it. Long crossed his hands in front of him, and said with a flat face, if Chris is a qualified leader, he should consider it. And it's just a matter of time to solve this problem. Koala put her cheek in one hand and asked suspiciously, Chris, can you really kill Doflamingo? Apart from Doflamingo, the other members of the Don Quixote family are also troublesome fellows. Tirchirdio smiled and waved his hand. About this issue, it's not something we should worry about. Our intelligence shows that Chris and Doflamingo have fought. And in the end, Doflamingo was defeated. Hearing this, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were a little surprised. Sabo pouted, shook his head and said, Chris's strength is really hidden. The outside world is just rumored that his strength is close to the Marine Headquarters Admiral. But if you want to defeat Doflamingo, at least you need the strength of Admiral from the Marine Headquarters. Even higher. Ashilo also folded her hair and exclaimed, I didn't expect that between Doflamingo and Chris. There was actually such a thing in the past. I was defeated by Chris, but still joined the Shichibukai Alliance. That's not Doflamingo's usual style. Bartholomew Kuma said ruthlessly, there is only one explanation for such a result. Chris's strength is far above Doflamingo. The latter is worried that if he doesn't join the Shichibukai Alliance, he will be directly killed by Chris. Undoubtedly, Bartholomew's point of view is very bold. After all, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army here are well aware of Doflamingo's strength. Not even Bartholomew Kuma is fully sure of beating Doflamingo. If Chris's strength is enough to crush Doflamingo, then his strength, how strong people can't imagine. The dragon's finger tapped the table lightly, and said solemnly, if that's the case, I'm afraid Chris really has the strength of the 4 emperors. Although this is just one of our guesses, it is not impossible. Sabo and others also nodded in agreement. About Chris today are based on reasonable logic. Therefore, the possibility that these speculations are factual is also very high. For a time, everyone in the conference room fell into a brief silence and shock. They never imagined that Chris might have the strength of the 4 emperors. Fishman Haku groaned and said, "Everyone, if our speculations above are true. This Chris and the Chris Pirates have become a powerful force in this world that cannot be ignored. And his attitude toward us, and our attitude toward him, matters." Haku's remarks directly woke up the Revolutionary Army cadres present. With Chris's not handled properly, it is likely to cause a lot of trouble. Dragon Vivi focused, fingers crossed together unconsciously. He said solemnly, "Before, we only regarded Chris as a powerhouse who suddenly rose up, that's all. So for him, I originally planned to wait and see what happened. But now it seems unrealistic to wait and see." Bartholomew Kuma also nodded slightly and said lightly, "Right now, we don't know what Chris is like. So it's hard to grasp the direction of his thoughts. We don't know the real purpose of his Shichibukai alliance. And will he become the enemy of our Revolutionary Army?" A series of problems were immediately put in front of the Revolutionary Army. Sabo shrugged, let out a long breath, and said, "It's not a good idea for us to talk about soldiers like this. The most urgent task is to rely on Tairichi Urdio and the others, learn more about Chris. If Chris is willing to side with us, it will be a good thing. We don't have to worry too much if he is only superficially obedient to the world government." Sabo paused for a moment and continued, "And if Chris is going to stand on the side of the world government and help the tyrants, we just need to be more careful. Now he is already a figure like the four emperors." Koala nodded in agreement. "I agree with what Sabo said, let's understand Chris first. Know yourself and the enemy, so you can make the right decision." Bumble, 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 bumble. At this moment, the sound of a phone bug rang out in the conference room. Everyone followed the sound and finally locked their eyes on Bartholomew Kuma. Bartholomew Kuma calmly took out his phone bug from his arms. This phone bug is pale pink with red lips and looks very girly. Tairichi Urdio said, "It looks like this is a phone bug specially prepared to talk to Bonnie. Bonnie, this little girl, I don't know what's going on recently." Faint smile appeared on Sabo's face. "A few months ago, I seem to have seen the news of Bonnie in the newspaper. At that time, she had already entered the New World. Right now, it is estimated that we are looking for the headquarters of our Revolutionary Army everywhere." Ashilo couldn't help but pouted, frowned and said, "Sir Shang is also true, why don't you just take Bonnie over? Now that she has grown up, she has become a pirate on her own. With her ability, she is completely able to make a breakthrough in the Revolutionary Army. Let her search like a fly in the new world like this, when will she find it?" Bonichio also smiled and said, "If the headquarters of our Revolutionary Army is so easy to find, the world government will not have such a headache. They can't find such a powerful intelligence agency, let alone this little guy Bonnie. Nowadays the new world is turbulent, and the forces of all parties are eager to move. If something happens to Bonnie outside, it will be too late to regret it." Amazuna held the wine glass lightly and smiled faintly. "Let Bonnie have a good time in the new world, but there is no harm. More knowledge and knowledge of the outside world can make her grow up faster. Besides, our Revolutionary Army is all over the world and can find her at any time, so don't worry too much." Long glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and smiled softly. "I heard what everyone said, it's not just me. Wait a minute and you also discuss with Bonnie to see if she is willing to come to our Revolutionary Army to work." Bartholomew Kuma remained expressionless and nodded slightly. He didn't say much, just got up and walked out of the conference room and answered the phone. Just after the call, Bonnie's voice came from the phone. "Father, it's me. Is the environment around where you are now safe?" Knowing that Bartholomew Kuma was an undercover revolutionary, Bonnie also developed a habit of being very vigilant. She can't let Bartholomew Kuma in any danger of exposure. Bartholomew Kuma showed a rare smile and said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army now. There is no danger. Bonnie, you haven't called me for a long time, how are you doing?" Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Bartholomew Kuma was at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Glanced at Chris and Hancock and said, "Don't worry, Dad, I'm all right. Actually, I entered the New World a few months ago. You must have seen it in the newspaper." Bartholomew Kuma nodded. "Well, I see. The New World is mixed with dragons and snakes, and I'm still worried that you won't be able to stay. Now it seems that you have adapted to the environment here. Bonnie, where are you now?" Bonnie replied quickly, "Father, you must never have imagined where I am now. I'm near Pudora Kingdom." Bartholomew frowned immediately. He asked suspiciously, "What are you doing in that place? Don't you know that a war is about to break out there? Marine is now gathered near Pudora Kingdom, you should get out of there quickly." Bartholomew Kuma, who has always been frosty, also showed the tenderness of a father to his daughter at this moment. He is very worried now that his daughter will be affected by this war between the Chris pirates and the Kingdom of Pudora. However, what he didn't expect was that Bonnie said happily, "Father, I'm here for my reasons. Actually, I've already joined Hancock's 9 snakes. So Marine won't do anything to me." Bartholomew Kuma was a little surprised to hear that Bonnie had joined Hancock's 9 snakes. But he didn't object to anything. King Shichibukai, his impression of Hancock is not bad. And listening to Bonnie's happy voice, she should have had a good time on the boat. Bonnie continued, "Father, we are now in the Kingdom of Pudora to take part in the war that is about to break out. We are in the same camp as Chris, so naturally we have to help the Chris pirates." Bartholomew Kuma raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "I know, you have a Shichibukai alliance, right? Hancock is a member of the Shichibukai alliance. I can understand you doing it. Then are you staying with Chris now?" Bonnie smiled and said, "Yes, we've reunited with Chris and the others. And now, he's by my side." 343. The Shichibukai alliance finally comes to an end. Chris, in the training room. Bonnie said excitedly, "Father, in fact, I suddenly called you today because there is something I want to tell you. But even if I don't say it, I think you should know what I'm going to say." Bartholomew Kuma said with a ruthless face, "This call should be made by Chris and the others. Your purpose is to hope that I can join the Shichibukai alliance." 10 minutes ago, they were still discussing why Bartholomew Kuma was not invited by Chris. Now, Chris' invitation has arrived as scheduled. Bartholomew Kuma continued, "What's in it for me to join the Shichibukai alliance? In my opinion, there is no essential difference between the so-called Shichibukai alliance and the Shichibukai organization under the king." In fact, Bartholomew Kuma had heard about the Shichibukai alliance very early on. He has always been skeptical about the Shichibukai alliance, and is not very optimistic. After all, without a strong constraint, it can only be a mess of sand in the end. Bonnie smiled lightly and explained, "Father, it seems that you don't know much about the Shichibukai alliance. Those things you know are just hearsay. I think, you may only know about the existence of the Shichibukai alliance, and a few of its members, that's all." In Bonnie's eyes, a glimmer of pride flashed. As Bartholomew Kuma's daughter, even though they haven't been together for a long time, she still knows her father like the back of her hand. Bartholomew Kuma didn't deny it, and said nonchalantly, "If that's the case, then explain to me what the real Shichibukai alliance is. If you want me to join, it's up to you to persuade me." Bonnie glanced casually at Chris and Hancock and saw that both of them nodded. She continued, "Father, what I can tell you is that except for you, all the King Shichibukai have joined the Shichibukai alliance. You're the last one, and that's why Chris is so anxious for me to find you. He hopes to successfully form the Shichibukai alliance before taking the Pudora Kingdom." Hearing this news, Bartholomew Kuma Vivi was startled and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Chris's movements were so fast. Such a short period of time, all the other 5 have been drawn into the Shichibukai alliance. Bartholomew Kuma murmured, I didn't expect that Mahawk would join the Shichibukai alliance so easily. He had to admit that his intelligence had a certain lag. Before that, he didn't know that Hawkeye Mahawk had joined the Shichibukai alliance. Not only in the eyes of the world, but among the members of the entire Shichibukai, Hawkeye Mahawk can be called a big brother. So his every move seemed more weighty. Bartholomew Kuma said coldly, "When did Hawkeye Mahawk join the Shichibukai alliance?" How did Chris convince him? Can be seen that Bartholomew Kuma still cares about Mahawk's every move very much. Bonnie heard the words and said with a smile, "Well, the process is actually very simple." Also, it was Mahawk who came to the door himself. During the conversation with Nami and others just now, Bonnie also learned about the whole story. She was also very shocked at the time. Bonnie continued, "Chris' outstanding performance caught the eye of Mahawk. So Hawkeye Mahawk traveled thousands of miles to the New World to find traces of Chris. Afterwards, the two of them sparred with each other, but the result was that they were evenly divided. After this battle, Hawkeye Mahawk completely recognized Chris, so naturally, he joined the Shichibukai alliance." In the process of narrating this incident, Bonnie's face was bright and he looked very proud. She could already predict her father's expression on the other side of the phone. Sure enough, after hearing this history, Bartholomew Kuma's eyes were full of shock. Was also a bit of astonishment on his unchanging expression. Bartholomew Kuma murmured, "To be able to tie the Hawkeye Mahawk, it seems that we did not overestimate Chris' strength before. This guy does have the power of the 4 emperors." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wince. The phone, Bonnie also smiled and continued, "About the Shichibukai alliance, it's actually very simple. That is, to unite the 7 pirates in the Shichibukai under the king and form a new alliance. Unlike the Shichibukai conscription system under the king, in the Shichibukai alliance, the 7 forces need to work closely together. Each of them will share their own resources with others to achieve the goal of common growth." Bonnie didn't expect was a sound from Bartholomew. He said indifferently, "Bonnie, what you said, is not much different from Wang Hai's system. To put it bluntly, it's just a knot of interests. Once the decision is not made, the so-called Shichibukai alliance will be in vain." Bonnie frowned and retorted, "Compared to the Shichibukai system under the king, at least. In the Shichibukai alliance, your relationship will be closer. As long as your 7 factions join forces, it must be an important alliance on this sea. At that time, what you want to get will be as easy as the palm of your hand." Bartholomew Kuma still shook his head and sighed, "Bonnie, you are still too young. Things between pirates are very complicated. The things you said are all things in an idealized state, but reality and ideal cannot be equated." As an experienced pirate, Bartholomew Kuma has seen too many things. He's experienced brutal competition that Bonnie hasn't. He also understands more about the entanglement of interests in the world of pirates. Hearing this, Chris stepped forward and chuckled, "The establishment of anything starts with idealization. I have also considered all your worries. What I want to say is that with me, Chris, I can guarantee that all the forces in the Shichibukai alliance will be able to gain huge benefits from it." This is the time when Bartholomew Kuma heard Chris's voice, and he couldn't help showing a hint of curiosity. "You must be the young man who made his name, Chris, right? Since the Shichibukai alliance was formed by you, you should be more familiar with its plans and prospects. You don't know that people like Doflamingo can destroy the entire league at any time. Doflamingo is a typical mercenary. For so many years, Bartholomew Kuma is also very clear that Doflamingo is best at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Once the Shichibukai alliance may threaten his interests or safety, he will definitely betray others without hesitation. As for the other King Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma also has doubts." Chris heard the words and immediately. What Bartholomew Kuma is worried about? He shook his head with a smile, and said lightly, "You can rest assured. Regarding Doflamingo, I have other arrangements of my own. As for the rest, I have absolute certainty that they will never do anything that threatens the alliance. I think the Revolutionary Army should have investigated me, and now you should know very well that I have this strength. In Chris's tone, there is a bit of firmness and confidence. This allowed Bartholomew Kuma to learn a little bit about Chris. Young man who is under 20 years old and 20 years old, facing himself with the title of tyrant, yet behaves so neither humble nor arrogant. This has been enough to prove that Chris has absolute hard power and a mature mentality that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Bartholomew Kuma is also very clear, and the rest of the Shichibukai alliance now seems to be no match for Chris. Regardless of his personal strength or the forces behind him, Chris has undoubtedly become the top existence among King Shichibukai. Christopher paused and continued. The reason why I said that the Shichibukai alliance will allow everyone to get the benefits they want. It's not empty words. He chuckled and said, you should know that I am about to attack the kingdom of Kudora, and this place will definitely become my possession. The resources of the kingdom of Kudola, you should know very well in the newspapers. With this place as a stronghold, I can get more resources in the new world. Our 7 forces have joined forces. Except the 4 emperors, no one can stop us. So our prospects are quite impressive. Bartholomew Kuma Vivi asked, since you have a strong force as a support, it is indeed very useful to restrain others. I only have one question now, which is, you said there were other arrangements for Doflamingo. I want to know, what is this other arrangement? Beginning to end, what Bartholomew Kuma worries and fears most is Doflamingo. The treacherous and impermanent nature of this man often makes people feel uneasy. Particular, Doflamingo is of Tenryubito origin and has a close relationship with the world government. Once they join the Shichibukai alliance, their ties will inevitably be much closer. In this way, the possibility of one's identity being exposed will be greater. Chris looked indifferent. He said coldly, I can't reveal this to you for the time being. My arrangement for him, you will all know one day, don't be in a hurry at this moment. Anyway, I can assure you that Doflamingo will never dare to play tricks under my nose. Even if he is a first-time bomb, I won't let him blow up the Shichibukai alliance. After dealing with Doflamingo several times before, Chris is now very sure that Doflamingo dare not make any small moves. In front of him, Doflamingo didn't dare to be presumptuous. Vivi breathed a sigh of relief when Bartholomew Kuma heard that Chris was so sure. At the same time, he became more and more interested in Chris. People in this world who dare to say that they will suppress Doflamingo. There are very few that can actually be done. Although not masked, Bartholomew Kuma believes that Chris is not talking big. Bonnie said with a smile, Father, do you believe it now? The Shichibukai alliance is really different from the Shichibukai of the king. And with Chris in charge, the 7 of you will never dare to make any small moves with each other. Bartholomew Kuma shrugged helplessly and said, I really don't know, whose daughter are you? But after hearing what Chris said, I'm really interested in the Shichibukai alliance. Seeing Bartholomew Kuma let go, Chris continued, of course, if you want. I can also cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. It is not impossible for us to help each other. Suddenly, Bartholomew frowned tightly. He didn't expect that Chris already knew about the fact that he was in the Revolutionary Army. Bartholomew Kuma sighed softly and said, Has Bonnie even told you about this? Bonnie shook his head quickly, and said hastily, No. That's not what I said. It's Captain Chris. He seems to have known about this a long time ago. And, even the relationship between us, he has known for a long time. Saying that, Bonnie glanced at Chris with a little aggrieved. She couldn't help shaking her head. She still couldn't understand how Chris knew so much. Chris also said lightly, It's really not what Bonnie told me. I can tell you, I know many secrets in this world. So, if you cooperate with me, you can always get some unexpected benefits. A hint of surprise in Bartholomew Kuma, eyes. It's almost impossible to reveal your identity. Otherwise, the world government will surely discover its identity. Really strange that Chris can know his own secret. You really always bring some surprises to people. Chris smiled casually and continued, if you cooperate with me, it means that the Revolutionary Army cooperates with me. I know that the Revolutionary Army also needs a lot of resources. The Shichibukai Alliance will definitely provide the Revolutionary Army with better resources. Bartholomew Kuma groaned and said lightly, I'm afraid I can't be the master of this matter by myself. After all, behind me, there is a huge force like the Revolutionary Army. I need to discuss it with them. 344. Bear and Dragon talk, and finally join the Shichibukai Alliance. Curtains are everywhere. Bartholomew Kuma knows his identity is very sensitive. Since he entered the world government undercover, what he represents is no longer just himself. His every move will have a huge impact on the Revolutionary Army. So whether to join the Shichibukai Alliance or not is not something he can decide alone. Chris is well aware of this. From the beginning, his goal was not just Bartholomew Kuma. Being able to board the big ship of the Revolutionary Army is his ultimate goal. After all, if you want to overthrow Tenryubito's rule, it is impossible to bypass the Revolutionary Army. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, I understand this, you can go and discuss it. I look forward to your final results. Bartholomew turned and entered the conference room. At this time, in the meeting room of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey Dragon is deploying the next marching plan. Seeing Bartholomew Kuma's new seat, Long Tanran Isho said, How is it, where is Bonnie now? Have you mentioned to her about joining the Revolutionary Army? Sabo also had a smile on his face, and said, We discussed it just now, and it happens that the Western Army is short of manpower. With Bonnie's ability, it should be more than enough to be a staff officer in the Western Army. Bartholomew Kuma looked at the Eye Dragon and Sabo and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid, it is impossible for Bonnie to serve in the Revolutionary Army. She is now near the kingdom of Puduola. Hearing this, everyone in the conference room was all frowning, showing great confusion. Sabo curled his lips and asked, What is Bonnie doing there? Doesn't she know that a great war is about to break out in the kingdom of Pudora? It's destined to be the center of the eye of the world storm for some time to come. Amazuna gently shook the red wine glass in her hand and pondered, Sir Shang, Bonnie will not appear in that place for no reason. If I'm not wrong, has she joined the Chris Pirates? Tairichi Erdio heard that. He immediately shook his head decisively and said, Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Since the Chris Pirates entered the New World, our people have been watching them closely. Although we can't track it all the time, we can basically get information about who is newly added to the Chris Pirates. If Bonnie joins the Chris Pirates, I won't get any news. Koala pursed his lips and said lightly, There are certain mistakes and lag in intelligence work, which is normal. It's entirely possible that our people just didn't gather information about Bonnie. Otherwise, how do you explain that Bonnie appeared near the kingdom of Puduola? Tairichi Erdio smacked his lips, not knowing how to refute for a while. He also admitted that intelligence work is not something that can be completely mastered. What's more, the opponent is the Chris Pirates. It is not easy to obtain information about a pirate group of this level. Long crossed his hands on the table and said indifferently, There, what happened? Is Bonnie in trouble near Pudora Kingdom? Do you need our help? Bartholomew Kuma waved his hand, sighed softly, and said, Bonnie isn't in any trouble. She appeared near Pudora Kingdom because she joined Hancock's 9 Snakes. Hearing this news, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army also suddenly realized. As a loyal ally of Chris, it is not surprising that Hancock led the pirates to appear in that place. Ashilo's delicate face showed a slight smile. I didn't expect that Bonnie would actually join Hancock's 9 Snake Pirates. It's safe enough to follow Hancock. There are very few people in this world who dare to take action against Hancock now. As long as you want to make a shot, you have to consider whether you are the opponent of Chris and Maureen. Bonnie also laughed softly and said, "That's fine. Bonnie can always learn a lot by following Hancock's side. Moreover, Hancock and Chris are very close now, and their future development prospects are still very bright." In the conference room also nodded. Although Bonnie cannot join the Revolutionary Army, it is indeed a pity. It is also a good choice for her to have such a home as she is now. Sabo stared at the conference table, and Vivi frowned. "Sir Shang, have you hung up on your phone?" Hearing this, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army also looked at the phone bugs one after another. Sure enough, the phone bug was still keeping its eyes open and talking. You must know that in the internal meeting of the Revolutionary Army, it is a taboo to use telephone bugs to communicate with the outside world. In this case, it is very likely that some secrets of the Revolutionary Army will be leaked. Cadres looked at Bartholomew Kuma's eyes without doubt. After all, the predecessor of Bartholomew Kuma's revolution, he should never make such a low-level mistake. Even if the other party is his daughter Bonnie, Bartholomew Kuma's constant movement, immediately attracted people's attention. Long casually glanced at Bartholomew Kuma and asked, "Bear, this time Bonnie called, shouldn't he just talk to you?" I think there should be Chris and Hancock on the other side of the phone. Long is also worthy of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and quickly understood everything. In this regard, Bartholomew also nodded and said lightly, "Yes, this phone call was made under the instruction of Chris. Chris's purpose is to hope that I can join the Shichibukai alliance. In addition, he also hopes to reach a cooperation with the Revolutionary Army." Tairichi Urdio said solemnly, "How could Bonnie reveal such an important matter to Chris and the others? This is about your safety. As an intelligence officer, this may be Tairichi's occupational disease. He has always been very sensitive about the leaks of this kind of information. He knew very well that once the secret that Bartholomew Kuma was a Revolutionary Army was leaked, the world government would not let it go." Bartholomew Kuma shrugged and shook his head. "Actually, this news was not leaked by Bonnie. Chris he seems to have known my identity a long time ago. While this sounds incredible, it's actually true." Knowing that the news was not leaked by Bonnie, but Chris was informed in advance, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were all at a loss. They couldn't figure out how to. At this moment, a cold voice came from the phone bug. "Hello everyone, I'm the captain of the Chris Pirates, Chris. You don't need to guess anything, I know many secrets in this world. And how do I know? This is my secret, so you don't need to think too much." Hearing Chris' voice, Sabo glanced at the dragon and asked curiously, "Captain Chris, it's the truth. Half an hour ago, we just talked about you and the Chris Pirates. We are very interested in the Shichibukai alliance you proposed. I wonder if you can give me a detailed introduction." Chris said lightly, "I have already introduced it to Bartholomew Kuma just now, let him tell you about it." After saying that, Chris continued to wave the blood red in his hand. In the meeting room of Barudigo, Bartholomew Kuma took on the task of introducing. He said without emotion, "About the Shichibukai alliance, the information we have learned before is almost the same. Chris really intends to establish a community of interests to help the seven forces, all of which can benefit from it, so as to strengthen himself." Tairichi Urdio asked, "Benefits, although they can draw a very powerful force. But at the same time, it is also the most unreliable, and the disintegration of interests is often very easy. Since the Shichibukai alliance is a community of interests, it is easy to face various situations. How can Chris ensure that the interests of members will not be compromised?" Bartholomew Kuma replied ruthlessly, "I have the same problem. The answer Chris gave me is power suppression." Haku murmured suspiciously, "Power suppression. What Chris means is to use strength to suppress the unstable elements within the Shichibukai alliance. Bartholomew Kuma nodded and said, "That's understandable." According to Chris's wishes, he will use his powerful strength to suppress the members of the Shichibukai alliance. Once someone becomes a destabilizing factor, he will not hesitate to intervene. Ashiro expressed doubts about this. Can Chris' strength really suppress Shichibukai, the other king? Eagle-eyed Mahawk and Doflamingo are not good things. Although from various sources, it has been known that Chris is powerful. However, none of the members of the King Shichibukai are vegetarians. Their strength cannot be underestimated. If you want to suppress all people with the power of one person, it sounds a bit whimsical. Bonicio also echoed, "Yeah, especially Mahawk. His strength is said to be on the same level as the four emperors. Whether Chris can suppress him is still unknown." However, Bartholomew curled his lips and spread his hands. "About this, I think we don't need to worry about anything. Everyone doesn't know that except for me, everyone else has joined the Shichibukai alliance. Among them, the Hawkeye Mahawk." He paused and continued, "Bonnie told me just now that there was a fight between Chris and Mahawk. And the end result is, on par." After speaking, Bartholomew looked at everyone in the conference room with a strange look. At this time, everyone's eyes were full of shock. Amazuna murmured, "Actually, it's a draw with Mahawk, the Hawkeye. That's the world's greatest swordsman. A man recognized by the outside world as having the strength to rival the four emperors." Also swallowed a spit involuntarily, exclaiming, "It's okay to be able to defeat Doflamingo. I really didn't expect that Chris's strength would be as high as Mahawk's. In that case, the so-called Marine Headquarters Admiral is definitely not Chris's opponent." Ashlu shook her head and said in disbelief, "I finally understand why the world government attaches so much importance to Chris. When they brought Chris into the Shichibukai, it was definitely a very correct choice." Back in the day, the news that Chris became Shichibukai, the king, spread all over the world. Suddenly, various voices came out. Although Chris' record against Crocodile is really dazzling, Chris only had such a successful record. Therefore, the quality of this King Shichibukai has also been subject to a lot of controversy. An unknown newcomer suddenly appeared. Then in a very short period of time, he became King Shichibukai, which inevitably caused a lot of controversy. And Chris has grown to this stage, but it has proved the vision of the world government at that time. Now, he has grown into the most outstanding existence among the King Shichibukai. Sabo Vivi sighed and smiled bitterly. "Half an hour ago, I was thinking of asking Chris for advice. Now, I'm still not going to ask for trouble. I want to reach the strength of the Hawkeye Mahawk, and there is still a long way to go." Sabo has a very clear understanding of himself. He understands that the gap between himself and Chris is not a star. Long and different issue, praised, it really is a hero. "I didn't expect Chris to have reached such a height at such a young age, and I'm ashamed of myself." The phone bug sighed. Chris said indifferently, "Strength doesn't mean everything. If I'm alone, there are many things I can't do. That's why I propose to form the Shichibukai Alliance and find my first allies. Only by cooperation can we gain more voice and resources for further growth in this world. I can guarantee that if Bartholomew Kuma joins the Shichibukai Alliance, he, or the Revolutionary Army, will be rewarded with abundant resources. I am still very confident about it." Bartholomew Kuma also nodded and said, "I think joining the Shichibukai Alliance is probably the trend of the times. If I don't join, I will go against the trend." 345. Dragons team up with Chris to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. The dragon tapped the table with his fingers and said lightly, "It seems that joining the Shichibukai Alliance seems to be beneficial and harmless. Everyone else, do you have any other questions or comments? If not, I think this Shichibukai Alliance can join." Sabo and the others looked at each other, but no one commented. After previous understanding, The cadres of the Revolutionary Army also felt that the Shichibukai alliance was indeed very good. With Chris in charge, the future development prospects of this alliance will definitely be very bright. At this moment, Teriel Dio suddenly said, I have one last question. Although on the surface, Lord Bear is Shichibukai, the king of the world government. But at the end of the day, he was always a member of our Revolutionary Army. The 7 forces of the Shichibukai alliance are entangled with each other, and it is difficult to guarantee that the identity of Lord Shang will not be leaked. Especially, in the Shichibukai alliance, there is still this guy Doflamingo. Sabo also nodded in agreement, thinking thoughtfully, Doflamingo is indeed the most uncontrollable factor. He and the world government have always been very close. If he finds out the true identity of Mr. Shang, it would be really troublesome. Clar bit his lip and said softly, then the problem now is how to ensure that the identity of Mr. Shang is not leaked. Once the world government learns that he is a member of the Revolutionary Army, the world government will definitely take some measures against him. Clar glanced at the phone bug and asked, Captain Chris, do you have any solution to our concerns? Hearing this, Chris, who was wielding his knife, shook his head casually and said, I think you've thought a bit too much about this matter. As long as your internal secrecy work is done well, the identity of the Bartholomew Kuma Revolutionary Army will not be easily revealed. At the very least, it will never leak from me or my pirate group. Christopher paused and continued, I understand your concerns very well. After all, it is about the safety of Bartholomew Kuma. So in the future, I will hand over all the affairs of Bartholomew Kuma to the person I trust the most. The resources you exchange with others will also pass through my hands and be handed over to the Revolutionary Army. In this way, no one else will find out who Bartholomew Kuma really is. Long groaned and said, we can be relieved with Captain Chris's words. After a turning point in the middle, the possibility of exposure is greatly reduced. Bonicio frowned and said worriedly, I think this matter shouldn't be so simple. Now that the Shichibukai alliance has been established, the connection between the 7 forces will become intricate. There's no guarantee we'll be able to completely hide this guy from Doflamingo. Obviously, in the eyes of the Revolutionary Army, Doflamingo has become a very dangerous guy in this world. Everything about him is untrustworthy. Chris said indifferently, I told Bartholomew Kuma that I have other arrangements for Doflamingo. His Don Quixote family will not be too entangled in our business. I'm also not very worried about him. So, let him join the Shichibukai alliance, just temporarily. Chris clicked and didn't say anything more. But he believed that the cadres of the Revolutionary Army could hear their own voices. Long crossed his hands on his chest and said solemnly, since this is the case, we don't have too many concerns here. I think the Bears can join the Shichibukai alliance. In this regard, Bartholomew also nodded, noncommittal. He said indifferently, I have no opinion, as long as I can help the Revolutionary Army get more resources. Chris, if there is anything I need to do in the future, I have to trouble you to notify me in time. Bonnie said with a smile, Father, believe me, joining the Shichibukai alliance is definitely a sure thing. I bet that Chris will be able to become the king of this sea in the future. Hancock also smiled Isho next to him, and said happily, in this case, our Shichibukai alliance is officially completed. I believe that our Shichibukai alliance will become a major factor in changing the world. Chris continued to wave his blood red and said with a blank face, after I capture the Pudora Kingdom, our Shichibukai alliance will be officially operational. At that time, I also hope that you, Bartholomew Kuma, can expand your power as soon as possible for the exchange of resources. Bartholomew Kuma said coldly, you don't need to worry about this. The resources in the hands of the Revolutionary Army are far more abundant than you think. What we need now is more weapons and equipment. In the hands of the Revolutionary Army, there are sufficient resources in exchange for weapons and equipment. Hancock chuckled lightly and said lightly, that's very good, I happen to have a batch of weapons and equipment in my hand. We can start working together when things are over on the Pudola Kingdom side." Hearing this news, all the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were foreigners. They have fought in the quartet year after year, and they need the weapons and equipment. Many times, due to the lack of these things, the plan made in advance has been delayed again and again. Sufficient weapons and equipment can help the Revolutionary Army to achieve its goals faster. At this time, Chris suddenly said, "The matter of the Shichibukai alliance has been completed. Next, I think we can talk about a more in-depth cooperation." This sentence was obviously intended for Long. Long Vivi squinted his eyes and said in a slightly vicissitudes voice, "Oh, more in-depth cooperation. Isn't the cooperation of the Shichibukai alliance not deep enough?" Chris directly denied, saying, "The cooperation of the Shichibukai alliance, as you think, is purely an alliance of interests. Sharing resources and communicating with each other can indeed help each other grow their forces faster. But this kind of cooperation is only superficial after all." It was clear to Chris from the start that the Shichibukai alliance was only the most superficial step. In his plan, the relationship between them can go further. For example, this relationship between the Chris pirates and the Hydra pirates. Now, they are almost indistinguishable from you and me. Sabo asked with interest. "I don't know how Captain Chris plans to cooperate deeply. In the end, our Revolutionary Army is on the opposite side of the world government. And you are a member of the world government. Besides interests, there seems to be no other possibility of cooperation between us." Amazuna and the others also nodded. Reason why they would agree to Bartholomew Kuma joining the Shichibukai alliance is purely because it is profitable. The Revolutionary Army takes a fancy to Chris's future and follows him, and they will definitely not go wrong. So, it is also an investment. And besides that, it's a kind of protection for Bartholomew Kuma. Of the Shichibukai alliance is already a general trend, and there is no need to buck the trend. If Bartholomew Kuma does not join in, it will cause suspicion from all parties in the world. Ashalo's delicate face showed a slight smile. "Captain Chris, you probably still don't know much about our Revolutionary Army. Our purpose is to overthrow the world government. So it seems that there is no need for other cooperation between us." In this regard, Chris sneered and said disdainfully, "Hee, how do you know, I and you are not the same people? You want to overthrow the world government eventually, and why not?" As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room of the Revolutionary Army fell into silence. Cadres are very clear that what they are hearing now is a shocking secret. Today, Chris is already an important figure in the sea. His every move will have a huge impact on the entire world. And now, he actually said. Taiichi Erdio murmured. "Captain Chris, you mean, you also hope to overthrow the world government? Do you also want to re-establish a new world order?" Sabo also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said incredulously, "Captain Chris is joking with us. You are Shichibukai under the king, and now, the world government is helping you establish a firm foothold in the new world. As long as the world government doesn't do anything to you, then you have no reason to overthrow the world government." Chris waved his blood red and said, "Hee, you don't know that the world government is doing this now. On the one hand, I want to stabilize me, on the other hand, I just hope that the kingdom of Pudora and I will consume each other. The so-called joining the King Shichibukai is just what I need to realize my plan. Aren't you the same? In order to steal intelligence, let Bartholomew Kuma take risks and go deep behind enemy lines." Of the Revolutionary Army had nothing else to say about this. Chris continued, "Since I want to cooperate with you further, I might as well tell you. The reason why I choose to go to sea is not to do One Piece, King of Pirates. There is only one purpose for me to go to sea, that is to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. My goal, and your Revolutionary Army, can be considered like-minded." When Chris revealed his thoughts and details, Sabo and others were all shocked. Previously, they only regarded Chris as a powerful pirate. But they never thought that Chris had such a grand ideal. At this moment, they couldn't help feeling a little ashamed for their narrowness before. Sure enough, looking at a person, you can't just look at his identity and role. Long whispered Isho, shook his head and said, Chris, you really brought us one surprise after another. I never thought before that your purpose of going to sea is to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. I believe that if you don't say it, no one can think of this. The world government is probably still in the dark right now. Dragon didn't have the slightest doubt about Chris's words. Because his intuition told himself that everything Chris said was true. And with Chris's current strength and status, there is absolutely no reason to deceive himself and others. If he wants to fight against the Revolutionary Army, it will definitely give the Revolutionary Army a headache. Hancock smiled sweetly and said, when I first heard about this, I was as shocked as you are now. At first, I only thought that overthrowing Tenryubito's rule was simply fantastic. But when I saw Chris' ability, I couldn't help but believe that Chris has this ability. Although I don't know why I have so much confidence in him. Chris said directly, it is not that easy to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. It is still very difficult to do this by myself and the Chris pirates. So, I need to cooperate with your revolutionary army to accomplish this together. Sabo said a little excitedly, if I can really cooperate with you, it is indeed a good thing. With the current energy of Captain Chris, if you stomp your feet, the whole world will tremble 3 times. Banako also echoed with a smile. Yes, the Chris pirates today are comparable to the 4 Emperor's pirates. If the 2 of you and I cooperate, it will not be so easy for the world government to deal with us. They need to use all their strength to be able to resist us. Amazuna took a sip of the red wine and said, if the 2 of us cooperate, we will definitely be able to shock the whole world immediately. I am afraid that the world government will also immediately. In panic. Obviously, everyone is very optimistic about Chris and the Chris pirates. However, Bartholomew Kuma shook his head and said solemnly, the world government is not as simple as you think. Their power, and their influence around the world, is unimaginable. Otherwise, our revolutionary army has worked hard for so many years, and the world government should have become precarious. But the reality is, we can't really threaten the rule of the world government just yet. Solemn expression on his face, Long said lightly, the overthrow of the world government cannot be done overnight. With the current strength of R2, it is far from enough. We still need to continue to develop and grow our own power. As the head of the Revolutionary Army, Long knew very well how much he would have to pay to overthrow the world government. Even with Chris' help, now is not the time. Chris said casually, so, we need more in-depth cooperation. Gentlemen, the recent college entrance examination, the author is busy, so the update is not good. Starting tomorrow, work hard to code words, speed up the progress, and attack the kingdom of Puduola as soon as possible. 346. Dragon's Shock. Chris appeared at the Revolutionary Army headquarters and picked up Clar. Chris waved his blood red and said lightly, I can provide sufficient resources and enough money. And, I also have a wealth of top-level instant combat power. I don't mean to exaggerate myself. It is no exaggeration to say that in about half a year, time. The squad leaders under my hands will all have the strength to surpass Marine's top Vice Admiral. I think, you should know very well what kind of abilities Marine's top Vice Admiral possesses. Cadres of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but glance at each other and exchange their eyes. Dealing with Marine for so many years, they naturally know how terrifying the most top-level existence in Marine Vice Admiral is. Skim. Garp the fist this particular existence. The top Marine Vice Admiral also has the strength to be infinitely close to the Marine Headquarters Admiral. They appeared on the battlefield, and they were undoubtedly a group of characters who decided the direction of the war. Tai Richie Erdio nodded and said, Captain Chris did not exaggerate. The squad leaders of the Chris Pirates, any one, or all characters who can stand alone in the new world. Including Pensfried, Trafalgar Law, and Caribou. The guys who have long been famous. In general, their existing strengths, as well as their respective potentials, are definitely genius-level existences. The Revolutionary Army's investigation of the Chris Pirates is not particularly exhaustive. But the basic situation has already been touched for a long time. They also understand the strength of the squad leaders. Chris continued, and your Revolutionary Army has a mature military system that I don't have. You have been exercising for so many years. Naturally, I can't match the resources and relationships in this area. This is also an important reason why I hope to reach a cooperation with you. Working with you, I can greatly advance the time to achieve my goals. All of this has long been in Chris's plan. He knew very well that to overthrow Tenryubido's rule, he had to start at the root. The forces of the world government are spread all over the world, and victory is not something that happens overnight. For Chris alone, if he wants to lay out a network all over the world, it will take too much time and energy. With the Revolutionary Army is undoubtedly the best choice. Long rubbed his chin lightly, and said lightly, it seems that Captain Chris has already planned all this. This matter, you must not be tempted. According to what you said, the two of us can be considered to each get what they need. He paused, then looked up at everyone, and asked, what do you think? Do you think we should cooperate with Captain Chris? Sabo said softly on the side, if the two of us can really reach a cooperation, it will undoubtedly be the best result. The problem we are facing now is the shortage of war resources. And this problem, Captain Chris can just help us solve it. In this way, our overall plan will also be able to progress faster. Bartholomew Kuma said with a ruthless face, I agree very much with this cooperation. Over the years, the suppression of our Revolutionary Army by the world government has become more and more frequent. Our development has also been greatly restricted, especially the shortage of various resources, which makes it difficult for some of us to cook without rice. Since there is such an opportunity, why don't we do it? Koala bit her lip and chuckled, I don't think it's a problem either. Since we have agreed with Mr. Shang to join the Shichibukai Alliance, we have already cooperated with Captain Chris. Then it's no big deal for us to cooperate to a greater extent. Axelou's beautiful eyes swirled around Vivi, and she echoed with a smile, yes, our Revolutionary Army today is huge. Just relying on the resources obtained by the Shichibukai Alliance may not be enough. If we can carry out more in-depth cooperation with Captain Chris, the resources we can obtain will also become enough. Besides, since Captain Chris aims to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito, he is not necessarily less prepared than us. Bonicio shrugged and spread his hands. I don't have any opinion either. Since they are like-minded friends, there is no reason not to cooperate. Amazuna shook the red wine glass, took a sip, and said with a smile, I am also very interested in this cooperation. If nothing else, an Elbaf alone is worth our cooperation. Not to mention, there are more countries and other forces behind Captain Chris. In the eyes of the Revolutionary Army cadres, Elbaf is indeed a heavyweight bargaining chip. This is the world's largest power, whether it is combat power or influence, it is a pivotal existence. And being able to reach a cooperation with Elbaf is what Long and others have always hoped to see. Now, as long as we can reach a cooperation with Carrie, all this will be realized naturally. Haku smiled helplessly and said, since everyone has any opinions, then I agree to cooperate. Anyway, it sounds like, before the collaboration. Still pretty good. Chris remarks, albeit brief. But it is clear that he has completely subdued the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Looking forward to the cooperation between the two forces. Seeing this scene, Long also chuckled and said, Captain Chris, you heard it too. All of us are in favor of this cooperation. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. Long is also a straightforward person. He doesn't know the benefits of working with Chris, so at this time, there is no need to hesitate. Hearing the voice from the phone bug, Chris was expressionless, but Vivi nodded. As if he had already expected this result. Very good. Then from today, the Chris Pirates and the Revolutionary Army will officially reach a cooperation. Our goal, to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. Hancock couldn't help but shook his head with a smile, with a look of admiration on his face, and said, "This man has always been so attractive. Even the Revolutionary Army can't refuse him." Bonnie smiled Isho, and said with a sweet smile, "I have to say, Chris has taken this step very successfully. With the support of the Revolutionary Army, he has taken a considerable step on the road to achieve his goals." The meeting room of the Revolutionary Army, everyone was also very excited about this cooperation. They are very much looking forward to the changes brought to each other after the cooperation between the two companies. Tairichi Erdiotu said, "Since the two sides want to cooperate, there should be a liaison between each other. You can't just rely on phone bugs to get in touch. If you do, you will inevitably have trouble." Ashila waved her hand and laughed softly. "What liaison are you looking for?" "Bonnie is the best liaison between the two of us. With her here, we will be more at ease with each other." However, Bartholomew shook his head and said, "This is not right. Although Bonnie is my daughter, she is not a member of the Revolutionary Army after all, and cannot represent the Revolutionary Army." Sabo pondered, nodded and said, "Sir Shang said there is some truth to it. Bonnie has never been in the Revolutionary Army. She doesn't know anything about the Revolutionary Army. Since a liaison officer is to be selected, this person must have a very clear understanding of our situation. In this way, a lot of trouble will be avoided. A lot of things, even if Chris doesn't call us, he can find out through the liaison." After listening, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army nodded one after another. They very much agreed with Sabo's point of view that the existence of a liaison officer requires efficiency. Long crossed his hands on the table, looked around, and asked, "The task of this liaison officer is also very important. I don't know if any of you here are willing to take the initiative to ask Ying to go to the Chris and serve as the liaison between the two parties." Hearing this, the cadres looked at each other. Smile on Koala's face, he said, "Why don't you let me go? All of you here are in important positions and are in charge of one party. No matter who leaves their original positions, it is difficult to find someone to take over. I've always stayed at the headquarters and was in charge of all kinds of confidential matters. I'm still very confident about the precious grasp of the Revolutionary Army. And after I leave, Haku can take over my job without disturbing the original balance. Koala can be considered a spontaneous recommendation. After all, there seems to be no more suitable candidate besides her in the entire conference room. In addition to these considerations, she naturally has a little selfishness of her own. Stayed in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army all the year round, and she rarely had the opportunity to go out to perform tasks. And being with Chris, you can undoubtedly see more things and broaden your horizons. She also hopes to be closer to Chris." Ashilo gathered her hair and said generously, "If Koala goes, it's very suitable. Her understanding of the Revolutionary Army, I am afraid that none of you here, including Mr. Long, can match her. With her by Chris's side, it will be much easier for both parties to handle things." Haku also did not hesitate, and said with a smile, "I have followed Koala for so many years, and I can't get enough of her work ability. I'm sure she'll be up to the job of this liaison. Moreover, I can also take over her work perfectly without delaying anything. Besides, our original work content is the same." Sabo squeezed his hat and said with a bright smile, "It is indeed more convenient for girls to go over. Compared to men and women, it is easier to integrate into the group of the Chris Pirates." Long tapped the table with his fingers, and said lightly, "If that's the case, then Koala will be the liaison for both parties." After a while, when things over in Kudora Kingdom are over, you will set off to find Chris and the others. Koala Vivi nodded. However, at this time, there was another voice from the phone bug. Chris said indifferently, "It doesn't need to be so troublesome. I'll just go to the Revolutionary Army headquarters and bring Koala here. The long journey to the kingdom of Kudola is too long a waste of time." Tyrichi Erdio frowned slightly and said embarrassedly, "Captain Chris, there is something you probably don't know. The location of the Revolutionary Army headquarters is one of the top secrets of the Revolutionary Army. Those who know the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, apart from the garrison troops here, are all core members of us without exception. We generally don't disclose this location to outsiders." Sabo also echoed and said, "Yes, Captain Chris, this is also for the safety of the Revolutionary Army. I hope you can understand us. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is an important existence. They are equivalent to the brains of the entire Revolutionary Army. Not allowed to be exposed to anyone, this is the iron and blood rule within the Revolutionary Army. So even now they have reached a cooperative relationship with Chris. But I still can't reveal where this place is." Ashalo's red lips are slightly raised, and Vivi smiles, "And Captain Chris, our position is far from the kingdom of Kudola. The war is imminent now, and after the war is over, there are still many things that need to be dealt with. So don't bother you to send someone to pick up Koala, our Revolutionary Army will personally deliver her safely." Chris sneered disdainfully and said casually, "I know that the location of your Revolutionary Army headquarters is a secret. But to me, it's never been a mysterious place." Strange look suddenly appeared on Chris' face, and he said lightly, "I already knew the location of the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. It's on the island of White Soil, Baldic." I was right. Before Chris finished speaking, the entire conference room of the Revolutionary Army had become silent. They looked at each other in disbelief, with unspeakable surprise on their faces. The location of the Revolutionary Army headquarters, top secret, was so plainly revealed by Chris. Long couldn't be calm at the moment, he frowned tightly. Bartholomew Kuma couldn't help shaking his head and murmured, "Chris, is this guy really a normal person? I seriously doubt now that he is a god who came into the world. How could he know so much?" Long also sighed and asked in surprise, "Chris, how do you know that the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is in Baldidge?" "The phone," Chris replied indifferently. "I said, I know many secrets in this world." Gentlemen. 347. Chris arrives at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, ready to pick up Clar. "The phone," Chris's flat voice came. "There are many secrets in this world that do not exist with me. Whether it is the base of the Revolutionary Army or the secrets within the world government, I know all of them." Chris's tone was very flat, and it sounded like it was all ordinary things for him. But in the eyes of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, this is not the case. With the in-depth communication with Chris, they gradually suspected that Chris was not an ordinary person. It's the legendary, the gods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so many secrets. The shock in the dragon's eyes slowly faded. He let out a long sigh and said, "I originally thought that you were about to go to war with the kingdom of Kudora. I may not have the energy to pick up Koala in the future. But since Captain Chris already knows the location of our headquarters, I won't say anything more. If you insist on coming here to pick up Koala, I have no problem." Chris waved his blood red and said casually, "It's okay, it's just picking up people, it doesn't take much effort. Just let Koala wait for me at Baldic." After that, Chris hung up the phone directly. After ending the call, Chris continued to wave blood red. Hancock stepped forward with a glass of wine and smiled sweetly, "Congratulations, Chris. Not only has the formation of the Shichibukai Alliance been successfully completed, but also cooperation with the Revolutionary Army has been reached. In this case, the realization of our ultimate goal is getting closer and closer." Bonnie also folded his hair and said with a smile, "I really admire you more and more, Captain Chris. It's just a phone call to seal such an important cooperation. The cooperation between the Chris pirates and the Revolutionary Army is definitely an operation that shocked the world. I'm afraid it can't be done on the phone with any one person. The cooperation this time is so easy on the surface. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize later that this is the cooperation between the two great forces. Such cooperation, but only through a phone call. This can't help but make people sigh incredible. However, Chris didn't think it was a big deal, and his face was very dull. He said lightly, "We both have the same goal, and we can each get what they need. So the cooperation between us is destined to hit it off and it will come naturally." Actually, I didn't do anything either, did I? In response to Chris's rhetorical question, Hancock and Hancock could only spread their hands. Hancock took a sip of red wine, his red lips slightly opened. "Because Chris, your strength is strong enough, and your power is shocking enough. So even if you don't do anything, there will be a lot of people who want to win you over. Strength, sometimes more effective than any words." Bonnie nodded approvingly, agreeing, "That's true." When the cadres of the Revolutionary Army learned that Chris and Mahawk were tied, their attitude was immediate. Become different. So after that, no matter what Chris said, they believed it very much. The conference call just now made Bonnie understand more. In this world, strength determines everything. Hancock's beautiful eyes turned to Vivi, and he said softly, "Chris, now you have reached a cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. What's your next plan?" Chris said lightly, "These. All things in the future. What we have to do now is successfully take the kingdom of Pudora and officially establish my base in the New World. With this base, there are follow-up plans." Chris is not in a hurry now. He knew very well in his heart that it would not be that simple to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. Bonnie raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Since that's the case, we should also start preparing. This war is about to start." Said, Bonnie was about to go to the training room. Hancock also smiled and said softly, "When this war is over, we will be able to pick up Koala. At that time, our cooperation with the Revolutionary Army will officially begin." However, at this time, Chris suddenly stopped his cultivation. He put his hands in his pockets and said casually, "I don't need to wait until the war is over, I can pick up Koala now. You guys go down and take a rest, wait a while, and you'll be able to see our new partner." Before Chris finished speaking, the man had disappeared from the training room. Seeing this scene, Bonnie exclaimed, "Where has Chris gone? Could it be that he really went to pick up Koala? The island of white soil, Baldidge, is far away from where we are now. It's about to start a war with Pudora Kingdom. Can Chris come back in time?" Bonnie is very incomprehensible to Chris's actions. Battle is imminent, how can the main general disappear at will? To this, Hancock smiled and shook his head, and said, "Don't worry, Reese will be back soon. You don't know yet, Chris has already developed the ability to travel through time and space from the fruit of his rejection. He can achieve the purpose of traveling through space by rejecting space." Hancock took a sip of red wine and continued, "In other words, Chris' speed has completely ignored the existence of space. So his speed, in this world, exceeds the speed of light. Now, Chris, I am afraid he has appeared in the meeting room of Baldigo, the Revolutionary Army." Bonnie's pupils dilated, and his eyes were full of shock. In this world, there is actually an existence that exceeds the speed of light. Chris' ability to develop fruit is a little too perverted. In that case, doesn't he go wherever he wants to go? Hancock shrugged with a smile, and said lightly, "That's true. That's why Chris volunteered to pick up Koala from Baldic. If I waited for Koala to come over, I'm afraid that Chris at that time had already left the kingdom of Pudola and continued his other plans." Bonnie couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, having strength is just so capricious. When Chris comes back, I must ask him for advice on how to develop my abilities. Island of White Earth, Bal Diego. Revolutionary Army Conference Room. Chris just hung up right after. Bartholomew Kuma glanced at everyone casually, and said lightly, "This Chris is really as powerful as the legend, and it makes people afraid." Obviously he's still a young man in his 20s and 20s. Sabo also curled his lips and said helplessly, "Yeah, he is obviously younger than me, but his strength makes me unmatched. Just by talking to him, I can feel a faint sense of oppression. If I really meet him face to face, I'm afraid I won't have the calmness I had just now." Amazuna shook the red wine glass in her hand and laughed softly. "Fortunately, we did not become enemies with him. If you fight against such a person, the end will be very miserable. I can probably already predict the final outcome of Kutuola Kingdom." Ashilo stroked the hair in front of her forehead and smiled. "Isho, I think it is the right decision to cooperate with the Chris pirates. And in retrospect, today's decision will probably be the biggest turning point in the development of our revolutionary army. I believe that after working with Chris, our revolutionary cause will surely win the final victory." Tairichi Urdio nodded slightly and sighed softly. "I am still very curious, how does Chris know so many secrets? Obviously, he's not a god. Then how did he get this information? I really want to ask him for advice." When everyone heard this, they all shook their heads helplessly and smiled. They didn't expect that Tairichi's focus was actually on this matter. Haku smiled and waved his hand, and said, "Since Chris doesn't say anything, it means he doesn't want others to know anything. Everyone has their own secrets, especially strong ones like Chris. I advise you, don't spy on Chris's secrets, otherwise, I'm afraid no one will protect you." Hearing this, Terialdeo couldn't help Vivi shivering. Thinking of just now, Chris's indifferent tone over the phone. "It's not impossible to deal with yourself at will." Koala's big eyes as clear as water. Vivi trembled. "I don't know, when will I be able to go to the Chris pirates? Their life should be interesting." Koala has begun to look forward to the scene where he lives with Chris and the others. Adventure in the sea freely, this is the life she has longed for a long time. The dragon crossed his hands on his chest and smiled faintly. "Koala, it looks like you are looking forward to it. But I'm afraid it will take some time before you can pass." Although Chris is powerful, he also has many elite soldiers under his command. But the kingdom of Kudora is definitely not vulnerable. Of the revolutionary army is not vegetarian. They still have some understanding of the inside story of Kudora Kingdom. Long paused and continued, "There are many masters in the Kutuola Kingdom. Some of them, their strength is not inferior to everyone here. Furthermore, it is said that there are mysterious figures comparable to the 4 emperors in the kingdom of Kutuola. Although I don't know his true identity, all the rumors will definitely not be groundless. So it will take a long time for Chris to conquer the kingdom of Kudora." Long glanced at Koala and said with a smile, "Be patient here and wait. If it goes well, I think in 2 months at most, you will be able to meet the Chris pirates." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came out. "It doesn't take that long, I can take her away now." The sudden voice made the revolutionary army cadres very vigilant. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the corner of the conference room. Bonicio clapped the table and stood up and said sternly, "Who? How dare you to appear in front of us?" The figure sneered and said lightly, "Hee, we just talked. So soon, don't you remember me?" Chris stepped lightly, walked out of the corner, and came to the front of the crowd. He was dressed in black clothes and black trousers, with his hands in his pockets, and his sharp eyes swept over the crowd. Tairichi Urdio pointed at him in surprise and murmured, "You are Chris. How could you be here?" At this moment, everyone also recognized Chris. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army have seen his photos in the newspapers too many times. And this kind of cold and indifferent tone, there will be no second person except Chris. Sabo is also full of shock. and he is dumbfounded. Captain Chris, you shouldn't it be near Pudora Kingdom? How could you, suddenly, appear at our Revolutionary Army headquarters? Even Marine Admiral Borsellino, who has the speed of light, will take a while to come here. Others were also full of shock and confusion. After all, the two sides just hung up the phone, and it was only a minute or two before and after. There was a trace of surprise in Long's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. No matter what, no matter what. How incredible. Once put on Chris, the dragon doesn't feel so strange anymore. It is not impossible for a strong man like Chris to have an extremely fast speed. His face was flat, and Vivi smiled. Captain Chris, I really didn't expect you to appear in front of us like this. No wonder you don't need us to send koala to each other. It turns out that we are too slow. Chris walked straight over and sat directly next to the dragon. He said casually, when I do things, I always like to pursue speed. I don't see any procrastination, so I hope you don't take offense. I came here this time to take koala away. For Chris's directness, everyone is not too surprised. This point, they have already experienced in the conversation just now. Axelou's beautiful eyes flowed, and she looked up and down at Chris, and smiled sweetly. Finally see the real person. Sure enough, the real Captain Chris is more handsome than the newspapers. And this hockey who gave up on me is something that photos can't show. The cadres looked at Chris one after another, and everyone was a little excited. Sabo smiled lightly. Since Captain Chris is here, don't leave in a hurry. The last Shichibukai is here, so I wrote it in more detail. The following chapters, there is no Shichibukai alliance, so I wrote more, and the next chapter will end this content. 348. Chris and Sabo's dialogue, start to discuss cooperation. With a bit of curiosity in Sabo's eyes, he said, it's hard to see each other once, why don't you talk to us more? There are a lot of things just now. We didn't say it very clearly during the phone call. Actually, about the Shichibukai alliance, about our cooperation, we still have a lot of questions to ask. The legendary great pirate Chris is here. How could Sabo and others pass up this opportunity? Everyone is curious about Chris. So at this moment, Sabo just made up a reason at random to keep Chris. The chance to get along with Chris at such a close distance, apart from the members of the Chris Pirates, there is not much chance for others. Chris is also casual, anyway. Go and go, but in the blink of an eye. Even if you stay here until it gets dark, you won't be able to delay anything. So Chris simply spread his hands and sat on the seat generously. He said casually, all right, it's really not very clear on the phone. The cooperation between you and me should also sit down and have a good chat. Seeing Chris sit still, Sabo directly asked with a smile, Captain Chris, in fact, I still have a lot of questions about the Shichibukai alliance. With your strength, what kind of resources you want to get, I think it's easy. Why bother to form a Shichibukai alliance under the eyes of the world government? With other people involved, the risk is naturally much greater. Chris raised his eyebrows and replied indifferently, in my opinion, the other 6 Shichibukai under the king are the greatest resources. And my initial goal was actually just them. Saying that, a strange smile appeared on Chris' face. Bartholomew Kuma murmured and chuckled. Captain Chris's eyes really see farther. You've seen the greater value of the Shichibukai alliance while we're still struggling with so-called resources. The resources in Shichibukai's hands are limited. But the influence they bring is unmatched by many people. Bartholomew Kuma looked at Chris's eyes with a hint of admiration. The so-called King Shichibukai, to put it bluntly, is just 7 spokespersons chosen by the world government. Their own strength and the resources they master are actually not the top existences in the pirate world. But it is precisely because the King Shichibukai is standing behind the world government. Their reputation has been famous all over the world a long time ago. Anything related to King Shichibukai can be spread all over the world at the fastest speed. Tairichi Urdio nodded and said softly, with the support of the world government, the Shichibukai of kings continue to develop their power. Nowadays, there are a lot of people behind them. I think that's what Captain Chris is looking for. Chris was unconvinced about this. He nodded and said, the influence of Shichibukai, the king, is comparable to that of the 4 emperors in this world. And behind each of them, more or less, a certain country or some forces are involved. Bringing these people together has been very helpful in achieving my goals. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army did not refute what Chris said. Although Shichibukai's overall strength is much weaker than that of the 4 emperors' pirates. But their influence all over the world, especially in some areas, is more than the influence of the 4 emperors. All of this stems from the invisible support behind the world government. And once the King Shichibukai stands on the opposite side of the world government, this is undoubtedly the best blow to the world government. Therefore, Chris's eyes have never been limited to the so-called resources. The dragon tapped the table with his finger, and said in a low voice, it seems that Captain Chris also worked very hard to overthrow Tenryubido's rule. It's impossible for ordinary people to do so many things. Especially, you have completed the establishment of the Shichibukai alliance in less than a year. It has to be amazing. Ashel smiled like a flower, and sweetly praised, after meeting Captain Chris, I only understood what it means to be truly young and promising. Some people, despite their entire lives, are not necessarily able to accomplish one thing. Bonicio also echoed and said with a smile, Captain Chris's success didn't come for nothing. Just his scheming plan and careful thinking are already beyond the reach of people. In the face of the praise of the Revolutionary Army cadres, Chris looked calm and could not see any waves. This also made the cadres of the Revolutionary Army admire Chris even more. Amazuna asked suddenly, according to Captain Chris's intention, what is the real purpose of your formation of the Shichibukai alliance? Actually, it's still in preparation for the overthrow of Tenryubido's rule. However, how can you guarantee that the members of the alliance will be able to keep the same mind as you? Chris smiled inadvertently and said, my king, Shichibukai, will judge them in the process of contacting them. For example, Bartholomew Kuma in front of us, as a revolutionary army, our goals are absolutely the same. So for him, I am 100% assured. Christopher paused and continued, but for Doflamingo, that's not the case. This person is cunning, insidious and cunning, and is a difficult person to master. So, he is absolutely impossible to rise up with me. And my way of dealing with people like that is kick them out early. As soon as these words came out, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were full of doubts. They still don't quite understand how Chris handled it. Haku murmured, Captain Chris took great pains to get them together. And yet to kick them out, why? Everyone nodded and looked at Chris in confusion. Chris shrugged and said, although they can't stay until the end, they still have a certain value in the beginning. After all, they also have a lot of resources. And the Shichibukai alliance, only when all the kings Shichibukai join, can it be truly established, and it will truly have a certain deterrent effect. In Chris's plan, anyone who can't be used by him will eventually be kicked out. Fortunately, after the contact, the only person to deal with was Doflamingo. Chris continued, since the two of us have cooperated, it is natural to be frank with each other. I might as well tell you that among the Shichibukai, except Doflamingo, everyone else is willing to stand on the same side as me. For my ideas, they are also fully supportive. Whether it is the female Emperor Boa Hancock, or the seaman Jinbei and the eagle-eyed Mahawk. These people are Chris' most loyal allies. And Gecko Moria, though Chris hasn't mentioned to him the overthrow of Tenryubido. But Chris has absolute confidence that he can completely conquer Gecko Moria. Koala held her delicate face and said with a smile, this also shows that Captain Chris, your charm and appeal are strong. Of course, all of this is also based on your great strength. Bartholomew Kumavivi muttered, if I guess right, you have another arrangement for Doflamingo. Actually, just let him disappear from this world, right? In Bartholomew Kuma's words, there is some certainty. And this question also surprised others. Because Bartholomew Kuma's guess is a bit too bold. In the eyes of Revolutionary Army cadres, Doflamingo has always been a troublesome guy. His personal strength is quite strong, and there are also many elite soldiers under his hands. More terrifying is that behind him, there are people like Kaido who support him. It's not that easy to kill him. To their surprise, Chris nodded solemnly and admitted the guess. Chris said casually, yes, I have already had this plan. His existence will cause certain obstacles to our career. So, I have to make him disappear completely. And only in this way, the country of Dressrosa can restore its original stability and prosperity. Sabo patted the table excitedly, and said excitedly, as expected of Captain Chris, he has courage. To be honest, I've been wanting to get rid of the Doflamingo scourge. He couldn't help but blame Dressrosa, and use that country to send arms and other materials to the underworld forces everywhere. There are so many ordinary people in this world who are oppressed, and he can't get rid of it. Bonicio was also indignant and said, people like Doflamingo should have been eliminated long ago. It's just that he is powerful and involves a lot. Even we can't easily attack him. Now with Captain Chris, someone can finally punish him. Appears that Chris' idea of getting rid of Doflamingo has broad support from the Revolutionary Army. Chris curled his lips and said expressionlessly, although Doflamingo, I will get rid of it sooner or later. But now is not the best time. The Shichibukai alliance has just been formally established, and will inevitably be targeted by the world government. And Doflamingo is close to the world government, so with him, our initial stage will be very comfortable. All of this is completely in Chris's plan. He wants to drain Doflamingo's value completely. Long nodded continuously and sighed. I have to say, Chris, you are more suitable to be a leader. You can not only break people's hearts, but also know how to control people. You are a natural leader. Ashiro smiled Isho, and said generously, after talking like this, my understanding of the Shichibukai alliance has deepened. Captain Chris, you really are a reassuring partner. To work with you, we just need to follow your request. Anyway, we know you, definitely make the right choice. Also, you will never do anything that will harm our interests. In the eyes of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, Chris is that kind of unattainable partner. Working with such people is always very reassuring. Koala blinked a pair of big eyes and said sweetly, it seems that I will definitely have a good time on the Chris. By the way, when are we going back to the Chris? The war between the Chris pirates and the Pudola Kingdom should begin soon. Chris waved his hand casually and said, don't worry, if you want to go back, it will only take a blink of an eye. I'm here, and there are still some things that need to be discussed with you. Long raised his eyebrows and said directly, what Captain Chris wants to say should be about the cooperation between the two of us. I'm also interested in this issue, let's discuss it together. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, to be honest, being able to reach a cooperation with the Revolutionary Army is the most important step in my plan. Only with your support can I continue with more peace of mind. You can rest assured that when the matter in the Pudola Kingdom is over, I will deliver the weapons and resources in my hand to the Revolutionary Army as soon as possible. And the various resources that follow will be continuously supplied. Hearing Chris' assurance, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army all burst into laughter. The logistical support can make them more confident in their battles outside. Long also smiled faintly and said, then I will thank Captain Chris first. With this batch of materials, our plan in the 4 Seas can be continued to be implemented. I don't know what Captain Chris needs us to do. Since it is cooperation, it is natural to each get what they need. Have reached a negotiating table, there is no need to hide from each other. Chris also said generously, what I need the Revolutionary Army to do is actually very simple. That is, continue with your plan to continuously expand the forces of the Revolutionary Army around the world. Sabo Vivi frowned and asked with a little doubt, just these. You don't need us, do something else. Chris smiled lightly, and said casually, when I need you, I will naturally look for you. But, not yet. When the time is right, it is time for your Revolutionary Army to really play its role. 349. Dragon, Sabo and others, comments on Chris. Claire's shock. Chris's expression was very casual. But under this casual face, a strange smile flashed in his eyes. He had already thought about the arrangement of the Revolutionary Army from the moment he went to sea. But to accomplish that, the current military strength of the Revolutionary Army is far from enough. So this is why Chris is willing to spend a lot of resources to finance the development and growth of the Revolutionary Army. Only if the Revolutionary Army is strong enough, can Chris's plan be realized. And then, the whole world, it should be time for a complete change. Long nodded thoughtfully, and said with a soft laugh, if that's the case, then our Revolutionary Army will be waiting for you at any time, Chris. News. Whenever you need us, we'll be there. Long is not a dull person, how could he not know what calculus is in Chris's heart? Dragon knew very well that Chris was just waiting. He is waiting for the time to come. For the Revolutionary Army to play its role must be at the moment when the final decisive battle begins. Sabo, hey Isho, said generously, Captain Chris, do you need our help in this battle with the Kingdom of Pudora? We happen to have a group of troops on that sea area. If necessary, I can send them over immediately. You don't have to worry about revealing anything, our people are pretty good at disguising too. The Marines, you won't find anything at all. Saying that, a confident smile appeared on Sabo's face. He is also confident about the camouflage technology of the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Revolutionary Army is the key target of the world government, so they are often surrounded and blocked. In order to avoid paying too much price and time on these matters, the Revolutionary Army slowly began to disguise itself. Today, the army of the world government, it is very difficult to find anything. Bonicio also let out a hearty laugh and said, that's right, and those of us, with a little camouflage, can also mix into your camp. Although we're not a top expert, we can definitely help. It's still possible to help you share some of the stress. Axelu folded her hair, her eyebrows curved. Yes, since we have reached a cooperation. If we don't do something for you, I always feel that it's unreasonable. Capturing the Kingdom of Pudora will be of great benefit not only to the Chris pirates, but also to the Revolutionary Army. Cadres of the Revolutionary Army opened their mouths one after another, expressing their willingness to follow Chris to attack the Kingdom of Pudora. Can be seen that each of them is very sincere and wants to contribute. However, Chris waved his hand, shook his head and said, the attack is just a Pudora kingdom, I don't need so many helpers yet. Having Mahawk and Boa Hancock by my side is enough. With the strength of our Chris pirates, it is not difficult to win the Kingdom of Pudora. Hearing this, Koala couldn't help but exclaimed, Captain Chris, it seems that he has always been so confident. Sure enough, as long as you are strong enough, you don't have to worry about anything. Amazuna took a sip of red wine and smiled, the strength of Captain Chris and the Chris pirates is obvious to all. It is not difficult for them to take the Pudora kingdom. In the face of absolute strength like Captain Chris, what kind of storms can those people from Pudora kingdom make? Haku shrugged and sighed softly, when will I be able to become as strong as Captain Chris? I'm afraid, it's not possible in this life. The other cadres also shook their heads and smiled. With Chris is really harder than reaching the sky. It can only be, just think about it. Chris looked around and continued, I appreciate your kindness. Kingdom of Kudora, just let us handle it ourselves. What you have to do now is to formulate and implement it as soon as possible. The next step is to strengthen the Revolutionary Army. Don't wait until I need your strength and you can't help. Sabo pressed his hat and smiled confidently. Captain Chris, don't worry. In this matter, we should all be more concerned. According to the current development trend, with sufficient resource support, I believe it will not be long. The world government is about to start having a headache. Dio put on a strange smile. At that time, they will probably deal with us with great fanfare. A full-scale war between the Revolutionary Army and the world government, I believe, will not be too far away. Chris Beatty squinted his eyes and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will buy you more development time. It will never be so easy for the world government to curb the development of the Revolutionary Army. With me escorting you, if they want to face war, it depends on whether I agree or not." Chris's tone gradually became sonorous, and the words faintly revealed the hockey who can be forever. He didn't say these words casually. With his current ability, if he wants to stumble the world government, it is still an easy thing to do. After all, in addition to the power on the surface, he also has his own people in the Marine headquarters. Ashilo smiled Isho and sighed. With the words of Captain Chris, we can let it go. We also all believe that Captain Chris has that ability. Benijo also smiled and said, with Captain Chris escorting us, first believe Marine has nothing to do. We will all seize the opportunity to rapidly expand our sphere of influence. When the decisive moment comes, the Revolutionary Army will not disappoint. Long crossed his hands on his chest and looked at everyone with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, after working with Chris, everyone's spirit is different. Chris, don't worry. Looking at everyone's mental state, there will be no problems with our next battle plan. Bartholomew Kuma Vivi nodded and said expressionlessly, I will also keep an eye on Marine's movements. If there is any problem, I will inform you in time. Marine will not cause us too much trouble. After saying that, Chris nodded casually. He said lightly, okay, it's almost been explained. It's time for me, too, to go back to the Chris. You will soon be able to hear from us. After speaking, he turned to look at Koala. Let's go. I'll take you back to the Chris. Saying that, Chris grabbed Koala's arm directly. Then the two of them disappeared out of thin air under the watchful eyes of the public. Seeing such a scene, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were shocked. Although I know that Chris has the ability to penetrate the sky, I can't help but be surprised by such a close observation. Bonicio said in amazement. Captain Chris is so amazing, he has absolutely no idea how he did all this. Isn't it beyond the scope of a normal person? On Ashilo's delicate face, a slight smile appeared, and she said, Captain Chris, he shouldn't be a normal person. Which normal person have you seen? When he was 19 years old, he already possessed such terrifying strength and achievements. Rao is the four emperors today. When they were 18 or 19, they were just trainees on other people's ships. Bartholomew Kuma said coldly, this should be Chris' devil fruit ability. He is a fruit-rejecting person, and he should have achieved the effect of space transfer through some means. In other words, the current Chris has ignored the existence of space. As a flesh and fruit ability, Bartholomew Kuma's ability can also touch the edge of space. So he could see at a glance, the principle of Chris's teleportation. Sabo couldn't help but exclaim, the ability to exclude space sounds very simple. But if you want to develop it, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. Captain Chris's ability to develop fruit is truly astounding. Was a smile on Long's face, and he said softly, he was able to get to where he is today, thanks to his ability to develop fruits against the sky. I'm afraid you don't know very well. The previous owners who rejected the fruit were all unknown people. The most famous one is just a little pirate with a bounty of less than 80 million Baileys. Later, I don't know where he died. Long looked at everyone's increasingly surprised expressions, and Vivi paused. Then, he continued, "So, the moment I learned that he was the one who rejected the fruit ability, I knew that this guy is definitely not easy. To be able to emerge in the sea with such a one that is generally regarded as a repulsive fruit of the fruit of waste. If it wasn't for extraordinary abilities, it would be absolutely impossible. When I saw you today, in addition to having quite a powerful attacking method, Chris also possesses the ability to develop fruits beyond the reach of ordinary people." Dragon's evaluation of Chris is still quite high. Before this, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army had never heard Long hold other people so highly. Because of this, everyone admires Chris even more. Tirachir let out a long sigh and said, "Captain Chris, he is really a monster-like existence. I can't help developing my devil fruit to the extreme, and my fighting technique is completely beyond that of characters like Onagumo Vice Admiral. And although I haven't gotten the information from the people below, but if my guess is good, what he competed with Hawkeye Mahawk should be swordsmanship. That is, Captain Chris in swordplay. In this regard, it has reached the level of the Hawkeye Mahawk." As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room was in an uproar. Although this is only a guess by Terrier Deo, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army are not fools. They knew very well that Mahawk, the eagle-eyed man, lived a free and uninhibited life. With his character, it is impossible to easily join the Shichibukai alliance. Even though, Chris' strength has already been recognized by him. So the only possibility is, Chris is doing swordsmanship. This achievement has completely conquered the Hawkeye Mahawk. Gently shook his head and murmured, "Eagle-eyed Mahawk, that is the world's greatest swordsman. Follow his swordsmanship. It would be terrifying if they were comparable. I think it's really unimaginable." Sabo also spread his hands, nodded and said, "A person who is less than 20 years old and 20 years old, and is proficient in fighting technique and swordsmanship at the same time. And he has also developed his own devil fruit to an unimaginable level. I really don't know, Captain Chris how the hell does this happen?" Bartholomew Kuma curled his lips and said indifferently, "Some people are born to be strong. These people, with very little effort, can achieve great things. It's called talent. People with extraordinary talents can often get twice the result with half the effort when they do things." The dragon tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and said lightly, "As far as I know, Chris has always worked very hard on the issue of cultivation. He spends all his time on cultivation, except dealing with important things every day. So it is only natural that he can achieve what he has achieved today. I still say that, it is our luck to become partners with such people." In the eyes of the dragon, there is a faint joy. After contacting Chris today, he just realized how terrifying this young man is. Point is, he's just not yet 20 years old and 20 years old. Powerful his future can be, Long can't even imagine. Perhaps, Chris will reach a level that no one has ever reached. Meanwhile, on the Chris. Koala has come to the training room under the leadership of Chris. The change of scene, in Koala's eyes, seemed like a blink of an eye. She felt a little weird about all of this. Her mind was full of shock. Koala looked at the training room and looked around curiously. Chris said lightly, "Here, it's Chris Pirates. The place where you are now is my training room. Generally, if there is nothing to do, I will practice here. So if you have anything, you can come here to find me." Koala nodded slightly, looking around curiously. The Shichibukai alliance has come to an end everywhere. 350. Welcome to the newcomer. Hancock accepts it happily and will never be angry again. Chris, in the training room. Koala blinked her big, clear eyes, looking up and down. The surroundings. She felt a little bit of novelty about everything in the training room. And at the moment, Hancock and Bonnie are sitting in the training room. Two of them saw Koala coming, with happy smiles on their faces. Hancock looked up and down with a pair of beautiful eyes. Koala, smiling Isho said. You are Koala, right? Sure enough, she is also a great beauty. Bonnie nodded with a smile, and said happily, Hello Koala, I'm Bonnie. I just talked to you on the phone before, but today I finally see you in person. We can see each other from time to time. Bright smile appeared on Koala's face, and she said in surprise, Bonnie, I'm also very happy to see you. It's the first time I've seen you, Mr. Shang's daughter, and it really doesn't look the same. After speaking, Koala's eyes turned to Hancock who was beside him. A hint of surprise in her eyes. She couldn't help but shook her head and asked, Is this one of the Shichibukai under the king, the Empress Boa Hancock? With such a beautiful face, in this world, apart from Princess Shirahoshi of Fishman Island, I am afraid there is only Empress Boa Hancock. Bonnie smiled sweetly, nodded and said, Yes, this is Hancock. Hancock's face is the most beautiful face I have ever seen. A faint smile appeared on Hancock's delicate face. The beauty of a concubine is naturally unparalleled. However, I am honored to be praised by the two beauties in person. Hancock paused for a moment, then continued, Koala, believe me, it is definitely the right choice for your revolutionary army to cooperate with Chris. Perhaps many years from now, today's decision will go down in history. Koala Vivi raised his eyebrows and nodded, I think so too. Chris is the naturally chosen son, and I have no doubts about the prospect of this cooperation. Chris looked indifferent and said softly, Since you have come to the Chris, you are also a member of the Chris Pirates. In addition to the connection with the Revolutionary Army, I also hope that you can live in harmony with other people. On my ship, the rules are very simple, that is, strength decides everything. But these are mainly aimed at the squad leader and the others. For you, these things are basically useless. As long as you stay here in peace and promote the normal cooperation between the Chris Pirates and the Revolutionary Army, that's fine. Chris is concise, and in just a few words, he has finished introducing the Chris Pirates. Koala also nodded quickly and said, Chris, don't worry. Since I am here, it means that I am willing to stand with the Chris Pirates. I will do my best to build a bridge between the Revolutionary Army and the Chris Pirates. I also believe that the strength of the Revolutionary Army will also not let you feel any disappointment. Chris raised his eyebrows without a trace. Was still no expression on his face. Chris said lightly, Okay, that's all I want to explain. Next, let Hancock and the others take you to meet the other people on the boat to get acquainted. These people on the boat are very interesting guys. I think you and them will get along very well. After that, the blood on Chris's chest suddenly grew bigger. He held the blood red and continued to wave it. Seeing this, Hancock smiled Isho, and said generously, Chris has started to practice, we don't want to disturb him here. Koala, let me take you to meet other people. See you later, you should like them very much. Bonnie also stood aside and said with a smile, the members of the Chris Pirates, everyone is very interesting. The most important thing is that they are all very hospitable and never exclude anyone. Bonnie Vivi pondered, thought for a while, and said, at this time, the squad leader and the others should all be practicing. Let's not disturb them for now, I'll take you to see Nami and the others. Having said that, Hancock and Bonnie dragged Koala and quickly walked out of the training room. Koala's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were full of anticipation. She also wanted to meet the rest of the Chris Pirates. Heard about one or two people in Tai Richie's information. Today, I finally had the chance to meet all of them. Few minutes later, Hancock and Bonnie appeared in the living room of the Chris with Koala. At this moment, there is a scene of laughter in the living room. Nami and the others chatted happily with Margaret and the others from the 9 Snake Pirates. Sandersonia glanced and saw the figure of Henku. She said in surprise, Hancock and the others are out. Ask them, what exactly happened to Chris looking for Bonnie just now? This question has always been a big focus. After all, Mrs. Charlie's divination has always been very accurate. She said that there will be a big event this time, and it will not go wrong. Nami is also immediately turning his head. He smiled sweetly and said, I didn't expect Bonnie to go for so long. Bonnie, why did Chris find you just now? Did you have any little secret that you didn't tell us? Nami waved at Bonnie, and her eyes suddenly fell on Koala at the edge. She snorted lightly and said puzzledly, this is. I remember before, the 9 snake pirates. There was no such person. Nami turned her head unconsciously and glanced at Marigold beside her. The latter also shook his head and murmured with the same doubt, I have never seen such a person. Isn't she a member of your Chris Pirates? Besides you and me, there shouldn't be anyone else who can appear on the Chris. At this moment, everyone in the living room was at a loss. Of Margaret and the others were all on Koala. Her identity suddenly became the biggest mystery. Hancock couldn't help shaking his head when he saw everyone's suspicious eyes. Smile appeared on her delicate face. Everyone, stop guessing. Let me introduce to you, the beautiful woman beside me is, a Revolutionary Army cadre, Koala. Having said that, Koala waved at the crowd with a faint smile on his face. Hearing Hancock's introduction, Bakaravivi frowned and murmured, Revolutionary Army. Senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army generally stay at the headquarters and will not come out at will. Koala, how did she suddenly appear on the Chris? This thing, Chris No. Alvida crossed Erlang's legs, lightly grasped the mace in one hand, and said with a smile, nothing that happens on the Chris can escape Chris's eyes. Even if a fly flies into the boat, Chris can do it right away. Sense its location. Betty let out a breath of smoke and said indifferently, Hancock brought Koala here, and he must have been instructed by Chris. I think that the Revolutionary Army suddenly appeared on our ship. There should be some big event. Betty looked at Koala curiously while smoking a cigarette. Bonnie led Koala forward one step at a time, and said with a smile, you guessed right, this is indeed what Chris meant. I want to tell you a great news. Just now, the Chris Pirates and the Revolutionary Army have officially reached a partnership. And Koala is the contact person sent by the Revolutionary Army to be responsible for the liaison between the two sides. From now on, she is also a member of the Chris Pirates. As soon as these words came out, the whole living room suddenly heard a series of surprised voices. Makino Vivi opened her cherry mouth with a bit of surprise in her eyes. Chris Pirates cooperated with the Revolutionary Army. This matter came a little too suddenly. Hancock, is this true? Hancock's eyes rolled, and his red lips slightly opened. This is nature. When Chris was negotiating with the Revolutionary Army, Bonnie and I stood beside him. I can tell you clearly that this cooperation is absolutely true. The two sides have reached a consensus and will continue to work in the same direction in the future. Hearing this, Nami and the others also accepted this fact. Sandersonia couldn't help shaking her head and exclaimed, it's incredible. Chris can actually reach a cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. I still can't believe it. Marigold also nodded and said, the Revolutionary Army has always been very mysterious and never cooperated with anyone. This time they are willing to cooperate with Chris, which is really unexpected. After all, Chris is also a member of the King Shichibukai. The Revolutionary Army dared to take such a big risk, but also cooperate with Chris. This is simply amazing. The Revolutionary Army is recognized as the most powerful anti-world government organization in the world. Their power and mystery are well known. Sandersonia and others felt a little unbelievable when they learned that the Chris Pirates had reached a cooperation with the Revolutionary Army. Margaret took a long breath and sighed. In the final analysis, Chris's strength is strong enough. If Chris does not have this strength, the Revolutionary Army will not be able to reach a cooperation with him. Kikyo clicked his tongue twice, nodded and said, sure enough, in this world, strength determines everything. There is nothing impossible. As long as the strength is strong enough, the impossible can be turned into a possibility. Kirana stood with her sword in hand and said indifferently, although this matter makes people feel very incredible. But in Chris, we've seen so much incredible. He cooperated with the Revolutionary Army, presumably to do something big. Perona quickly flew to Koala from the air and circled around her a few times. She laughed softly. So people in the Revolutionary Army are no different from normal people. I always heard that the Revolutionary Army has 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that it is really a lie. Reiju tucked his hair together and smiled. Isho said, those legends are all because the Revolutionary Army is too powerful. So the outside world slowly made them myths. It's just that I didn't expect that Koala, at such a young age, has become a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army. For Koala, Reiju still has quite a good impression. One hand, she has always been very longing for the Revolutionary Army, and feels that what they do is very noble. Other hand, it is because Koala is very similar to her identity. 2 of them were both liaisons sent by the forces behind them to be responsible. So Reiju has a lot of goodwill towards Koala. Koala looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. The Revolutionary Army is composed of ordinary people. Just like everyone else, we came together because of the same goals. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to reach a cooperation with the Chris Pirates this time. It turns out that the goal of the Chris Pirates is the same as the goal of the Revolutionary Army. It seems that the cooperation between the 2 of us is already doomed. Betty let out a few smoke rings and laughed softly. It should be the wish of many people to overthrow the rule of Tenryubito. We, the Chris Pirates, are just boldly putting this idea into practice. The layout and experience of the Revolutionary Army in this area will be of great help to us. When everyone in the 9 Snake Pirates heard the words, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. Except Sandersonia and Marigold, no one knows this secret of the Chris Pirates. They never dreamed that Chris, the king of Shichibukai. His goal was actually to overthrow Tenryubito's rule and overthrow this world government. Kikyo shook his head and muttered, I didn't expect that the Chris Pirates would have such a shocking secret. Captain Chris's goal is really big enough. The world government under the rule of Tenryubito has long since decayed. If you can really overthrow their rule, it will really benefit the world. Margaret also nodded and said with a smile, as long as we follow Lord Hancock's side and behind Captain Chris. This goal, one day, will surely be achieved. I finally understand now why Mrs. Shiarly's divination is like that. 351. The Shichibukai Alliance. The impact on the sea is extremely terrifying. At this moment, a ripple appeared in Mrs. Shiarly's cold eyes. Everyone's eyes, also invariably, glanced at her. Previous, vague divination result finally had the answer at this time. In the world pattern refers to the cooperation between the Chris Pirates and the Revolutionary Army. To be said that the cooperation of these 2 forces is indeed enough to change the world. Once this news spreads, I am afraid it will cause great turmoil in all parties. Shiarly muttered to herself, no wonder I can't even see the real truth. It turns out that there is so much involvement behind this. This world, I'm afraid it is really going to change completely. Olibu let out a sigh of relief and asked with a little doubt, I still have one thing I don't quite understand. The Chris Pirates cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, what does it have to do with Bonnie? Could it be that Bonnie is also a member of the Revolutionary Army? Saying that, her eyes fell on Bonnie unconsciously. Nami, Margaret and others also looked at Bonnie together. When Hancock saw this, a beautiful smile appeared on his delicate face. She said softly, so you have been entangled in this matter. Actually, more than an hour ago, I didn't understand why Chris was looking for Bonnie. Perona floated in the air and asked impatiently, then why did Chris ask Bonnie to go in? Bonnie, what secrets are there? Others, like Perona, are eager to know the truth. Seeing everyone's eager and expectant gazes, Hancock couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't help sighing in her heart, as expected of a woman. Faced with this kind of gossip, no matter what kind of woman, there is no resistance. Hancock can guarantee that if it were the squad leader and the others, it would not be the current situation. At least, the squad leaders, they won't be so eager to follow behind to ask questions. Hancock Vivi shrugged, shook his head with a smile, and said, "This matter is indeed a bit unbelievable. I think, let the parties tell you the truth of the matter. This matter, after all, is related to Bonnie's life experience. It's up to Bonnie to decide whether to say it or not. And the truth should be told by herself." Hancock glanced at Bonnie and said lightly, "Bonnie, if you don't want to say it, no one will force you. Everyone has their own secrets, and you are no exception. As long as you don't want to reveal this secret, I will help you keep it guarded." Hancock's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of firmness. Bonnie was a little surprised. She didn't expect Hancock to respect herself so much. In this regard, her heart was also warmed by Vivi. Bonnie stroked the hair in front of his forehead and grinned. "Actually, there is no need to hide this secret from everyone now. I kept this secret until now because we belong to the king, Shichibukai. No matter what, we also have an inextricable relationship with the world government. I'm also worried that once this secret is leaked out, it will endanger the safety of that person's life. But now, there is no need to worry about all this." Bonnie looked at the crowd and continued, "Actually, I hid my true identity from everyone before." Hearing this, Sandersonia Vivi frowned and said, "What's the situation? Don't tell me your name is Bonnie." Bonnie shook his head with a smile, and said softly, "My name is indeed Bonnie, and I didn't deceive everyone on this point. It's just, I'm not some kind of merchant's daughter. My father, his name. Every one of you, know it." Marigold pondered and asked, "So, your father is a big pirate. Could it be that your father is one of the 4 emperors? So you have been hiding your identity for fear of causing him any trouble?" Betty took a sip of a cigarette and said lightly, "Since you are already the 4 emperors, how can you be afraid of trouble finding your door? If I guess correctly, Bonnie's father was a revolutionary. And the identity he announced to the public is probably a member of the world government, that's right." Hearing that, Bonnie and Hancock are a little surprised that they are Vivi. Betty's analysis is basically completely correct. Bonnie nodded and continued, "Yes, my father was a revolutionary indeed. Also, his public identity is that of the world government, His Majesty Shichibukai. My father is the tyrant of the second king, the tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma." As soon as these words came out, the whole living room fell into a short period of time. Before this, no one, Ni and Bartholomew Kuma, had ever been linked. Because these two people, no matter how you look at them, don't seem to have anything to do with each other. Nami and the others were all stunned, standing there motionless. After a while, they all opened their mouths in surprise. Nami frowned slightly and said in surprise, "Bonnie, your father is actually Bartholomew Kuma. It's too incredible. I always thought that this guy called a tyrant would have no relatives. It now seems that the name of this tyrant may also have some other hidden secrets in it." During the time they spent with Bonnie, Nami and others had a good understanding of Bonnie's character. As warm as Bonnie to have a murderous father. So Bartholomew Kuma's name as a tyrant must also be misplaced. Reiju rubbed his delicate chin and said in surprise, "So the Bartholomew Kuma we have been looking for is your father. You two, no matter how you look at it, you don't look like a father and daughter." Koala stood aside and laughed softly. "Master Bear and Bonnie have been separated a long time ago. Master Shang has always been dressed like that. Actually, this is also a disguise." Bakura tucked his hair together, and smiled. "Isho, I never imagined that Bartholomew Kuma would be a member of the Revolutionary Army. It's no wonder Bonnie has been keeping this secret. It would be a shame if it leaked out. If the world government knew about this, Bartholomew Kuma would be in danger. Makino rolled his eyes and said softly, "But now, we have reached a cooperative relationship with the Revolutionary Army. So, Bonnie, there's no need to keep hiding this secret. I have to say that Bartholomew Kuma's identity is hidden deep enough. If we didn't know Bonnie, I am afraid we can only know this secret until the world government or the Revolutionary Army is destroyed." Sandersonia nodded and said, "Bartholomew Kuma has always been the most cooperative King Shichibukai in the world government. We didn't understand him very well before, but now we finally understand. It turns out that he wants to use this method to win the trust of the world government, and then obtain more information." Marigold chuckled softly. The Revolutionary Army is really a big hand, and they have placed such a big man in the world government. If they knew the truth, they would probably vomit blood with anger. Karana held her long sword in one hand, sneered, and said, "The idiots of the world government will not know this secret. Starting today, Bartholomew Kuma's true identity will become one of the top secrets in the Revolutionary Army and Chris camp. With people like us guarding this secret, no matter how powerful the world government is, it will be difficult to know this secret." Karana's words were both for Bonnie and for everyone present. Now that such a secret is known, everyone is obliged to protect it. Everyone also looked at each other and nodded firmly. Olibu took a sip of red wine and smiled lightly. "Bartholomew Kuma, this little guy, has become a big man now. I didn't know that before. He was a Revolutionary Army. It's really hidden deep enough." She gave Bonnie a meaningful look, and then said, "Since Bartholomew Kuma is a Revolutionary Army, and Chris has reached a partnership with the Revolutionary Army, then, I think Bartholomew Kuma has joined the Shichibukai alliance led by Chris." Hancock took a pair of long legs, took a few steps forward, and sat down gracefully. Vivi's eyes trembled, and her red lips parted slightly. "This is natural, there is no reason why Bartholomew Kuma should not join the Shichibukai alliance. The establishment of the Shichibukai alliance is a general trend, and Bartholomew Kuma will naturally not go against the trend." Hearing this, Nami had a look of joy on her face, and said a little excitedly, "So, the last king, Shichibukai, has also joined. Chris Shichibukai alliance, has it formally formed successfully?" With a faint smile on Bonnie's face, he said softly, "Yes, the Shichibukai alliance, all members have returned. This organization that is enough to shock the world has finally been successfully formed." Bakura tucked his hair together and smiled softly. "I didn't expect that the Shichibukai alliance was formed so quickly. I still remember when Chris brought it up, we couldn't believe it. But today, this behemoth has quietly completed its formation." Reiju stroked the hair in front of his forehead, nodded and said, "Yeah, it's only less than a year. All the kings Shichibukai have joined in, especially the addition of Hakai Mahak and Bartholomew Kuma, which is really surprising. I thought I would spend a lot of time on the two of them. Unexpectedly, the joining of these two will be so easy." Nami and the others also nodded. They always thought that Mahak and Bartholomew Kuma were eccentric, so it was not easy to communicate. However, the end result was that Mahak, the eagle eye, came to the door himself. And Bartholomew Kuma made it simple, and the problem was solved with just one phone call. Alvida waved his hand and said generously, "If Chris wasn't there, everything wouldn't be so easy. All the additions of Shichibukai, the king, are all for Chris's face. Without him, the so-called Shichibukai alliance would not have been born." Makino rolled his eyes and said with a sweet smile, "The idea of the Shichibukai alliance was originally proposed by Chris. In this world, apart from Chris, I'm afraid there will be no other people who have such a bold idea. Sometimes, vision is really a very important thing." Perona flew in the air and said with a smile, "I don't know anything else, I only know that Chris is very strong. What he wants to do, so far, has not failed. In short, following behind Chris, we can witness many miracles. Koala has also been seated at this moment. She lightly held her delicate face. To be honest, before Chris, I never thought that the Revolutionary Army would cooperate with the pirates. Pirates go to sea, either for fame and fortune, or for money. And the appearance of Chris made our Revolutionary Army reacquainted with pirates. Kikyo's face, Vivi brought a small smile. Look, Captain Chris, this era will definitely change. He will be the leader of this era. Margaret clicked her tongue twice and said, the opening of this era will begin with the official establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance. Although there has been a lot of rumors now, the Shichibukai Alliance has never been announced. Captain Chris, when exactly do you plan to make the Shichibukai Alliance appear in front of the world? Hancock put down the wine glass gently, stared straight ahead, and said softly, it's almost there. As long as the kingdom of Pudora can be successfully captured this time, Chris will have his own country. At that time, the world government will have much less control over him. That's when the Shichibukai Alliance was officially launched. Betty gently spit out a few smoke rings, and said indifferently, everything is under Chris's control. From our departure to the present, everything is going according to Chris's plan. Nothing has ever escaped the control of Chris, and things in the kingdom of Pudora will definitely be the same. We will finally win. Nami glanced out the window casually, and said lightly, Kingdom of Pudora, the Chris pirates have arrived. Are you ready? 352. The kingdom of Pudora has gathered a large number of warriors, even close to the level of the four emperors. The kingdom of Pudora, the royal palace. The palace, the princes, nobles and generals of the Pudora kingdom gathered here. In Nuoda's palace, there is not a single vacant seat at this moment. With heads and faces in the kingdom of Pudora sat here. Taking a closer look, some unfamiliar faces were mixed in among these people. The king of Pudora kingdom sat on the throne with a hint of melancholy in his face. His confidant, Giannis, waited beside him and whispered to him, Your Majesty, everyone is here. Although this number is far less than we expected, everyone who came here is a big-headed person. At this time, people who have no real skills will definitely not dare to come to us and swim in this muddy water. King Uridan's eyes scanned the faces below, and Vivi couldn't help sighing. It's really rare that they are willing to come here. If it wasn't for the strength of the Chris pirates, why would our Pudora kingdom have to spend so much trouble? Giannis also had a slightly helpless look on his face, and said, this is something that can't be helped. Our intelligence was not very accurate before, so our understanding of the Chris pirates was still not deep enough. Now, in a hurry, it is not easy to call these people here. It turned out that as time went by, the Pudora kingdom collected more and more information about the Chris pirates. And through this information, King Uridan and others have a deeper and deeper understanding of the Chris pirates. They gradually discovered that the Chris pirates were not as simple as they thought. Uridan murmured to himself, I never thought that the combat power of the Chris pirates would be so powerful. Those squad leaders have actually defeated Gecko Moria, the Sild Guild, and the others. Their strength should not be underestimated. The most abhorrent thing is that the Queen Boa Hancock and the Eagle-Eyed Mahawk have to step in. The addition of these two kings, Shichibukai, really gave me a headache. According to the latest intelligence, Uridan learned a lot of facts. Whether it's the true strength of the Chris pirates, or the other forces behind the Chris pirates. It made him feel some pressure. So in desperation, King Uridan mobilized all resources and called for assistance from all sides. And their main target is some great pirates who have cooperated with Pudora Kingdom. At this moment, the strange faces that appeared in the palace were all the pirates who were invited to help Pudora Kingdom. The officials of the Pudora Kingdom and the pirates who came to help sat opposite each other. At this moment, the officials in the palace were whispering something. Culture Minister Ricky Davis said with a faint smile. These people dare to come here at this time. Nothing else. Their courage is commendable. Now there are rumors in the outside world that the Chris pirates already possess the strength of the 4 Emperors pirates. Because of this rumor, many of the pirates we invited did not dare to show up. Chancellor of the Exchequer Kobo shook his head and sighed. Pirates are just pirates after all. It doesn't matter what kind of relationship we have with them before, what kind of cooperation we have done. What they think in their hearts is still profit first. Kyle Pope Vivi wrinkled. Just the pirates sitting across from us, the same is true. Do you think that they came here purely out of favor? Education Minister Arenas looked at Kyle Pope curiously and asked, how can we say that there is still something that cannot be done between us and them? But these pirates are willing to take risks to come here and ask for some rewards. It's normal. This, Kyle Pope snorted and said, if you just ask for some remuneration, then it's easy to say. It's only natural that people come to help. However, these guys actually took advantage of the danger, and the lion opened his mouth. In addition to asking for compensation this time, they also took a fancy to many resources in our country. Of the Exchequer, Kyle Pope naturally understands this very well. Grateful and admired for these pirates who came to help. But when he learned about these pirates' conditions, he immediately very disappointed with these people. Ricky Davis pressed, fancy our nation's resources. What do you mean? A lot of our minerals, we will have to share with them in the future. Kyle Pope nodded blankly. It's not just minerals, as long as it's our country's characteristic resources, they want them all. So I said, these guys. Really greedy. After learning about this, Arenas and Ricky Davis were also a little outraged. They thought that these people were willing to come because of their previous friendship. Education Minister Arenas curled his lips and said, almost half of the pirates on the opposite side have received our assistance. If it wasn't for us to help, they would be here again. I didn't expect that when our Puduola kingdom was in crisis, he would take advantage of the dangers of others. Ricky Davis also shrugged helplessly and said, what can be done about people's hearts? If you want to blame, you can only blame the strength of the thief. It is too powerful and completely beyond our expectations. The end result is, cheat these guys. Spoke, a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes. The kingdom of Puduola is martial, and its folk customs are sturdy. At the same time, they also emphasize chivalry. These pirates' current practices obviously do not meet the chivalrous requirements in their hearts. The culture secretary is a little sad at the moment. Just when Ricky Davis and others were angry, there was a cold snort beside them. Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, snorted and said coldly, what's the use of talking about this now? It's not easy for these people to be willing to come here at this time. Do you think that our country's own strength alone can completely resist the attack of the Chris pirates? The vice captain of the battle, Huji, also nodded, and also said coldly, if you have the same combat power as them, you don't need to call them here. If you don't have that kind of strength, don't continue talking about it here. The vice captain Husi's tone was very tough, which directly made Ricky Davis and others speechless. Arenas, Kyle Pope and the others could only curl their lips. Although they are also proficient in the way of battle, their strength is limited after all, and they cannot be compared with these big pirates. They can't refute anything for Huji's anger. Moreover, in the kingdom of Pudora, strength determines the status and the right to speak. Apart from King Uridan, Isaac and Tiger are undoubtedly the two most powerful people in the palace. The two of them spoke, the others stopped talking. King Uridan suddenly stood up and said with a smile, on behalf of all the people of Pudora Kingdom, I welcome the arrival of all captains. Everyone can help at this critical moment, and I am grateful. Having said that, King Uridan drank the wine in his hand to express his feelings. Seeing this, Isaac, Husi and others also got up one after another. The crowd raised their glasses and drank them all. The captains of the major pirate groups on the opposite side were all smiling. The captain of the Silver Bear Pirates, Morant West, laughed and said, "Your Majesty is too polite. If it wasn't for the kingdom of Kudora who gave me a place of refuge for the Silver Bear Pirates, we would have been wiped out by Marine long ago. Now that the Pudola kingdom is in crisis, we, the Silver Bear Pirates, naturally have to do our part." Tobias, the tank pirate captain who also received help from the Pudora kingdom, also nodded. He smiled open-mindedly. "Yes, I have already said that if there is anything in the kingdom of Pudola that needs me, I will definitely come. We tank pirates have not been idle all these years. Just take this opportunity to meet the so-called Chris pirates for a while. I want to see how powerful the Chris pirates, which are said to be comparable to the 4 Emperor pirates, are." Tobias is clearly an unbeliever. He has always scoffed at rumors from the outside world. The more people say how powerful the Chris pirates are, the more he wants to touch. Ricky Davis looked at the two who took the lead and asked, "What are these two guys? It looks like they have a great deal of confidence." Kyle Pope sneered and said with a sneer, "They just talk about it, they are addicted to their mouths." Among the captains of the pirate regiment, the strength of these two belongs to the existence at the bottom. This captain of the Silver Bear Pirates, Morant West, Zone Silver Bear Fruit ability, has a bounty of 230 million to Bailey. Another tank pirate captain, Tobias, Paramesha Cannon Fruit ability, a bounty of 270 million to Bailey. Hearing this, Arenas raised his eyebrows and chuckled. The bounty for these two is not low. As long as the pirates with a bounty of more than 200 million Baileys are not good stocks. At least, our place, apart from Isaac and Husey, is hard to match. Kyle Pop spread the stall and said lightly, "That's right, the strength of these two people is indeed strong. But with the two of them alone, I'm afraid even Chris's fingers can't touch it. Call them here, that is, I hope they can block 1 or 2 captains of the Chris pirates, that's enough." Minister Giannis also came over at this moment and said with a smile, "Although these 2 captains are not weak, they are still slightly inferior compared to the others. Among the people who came today, there are 2 big boss-level characters." Saying that, Giannis pointed to the 2 front seats. "These are the 2 seats closest to King Uridan, and also the honorary seat above the entire hall. Who can sit here are not ordinary people. Sitting here are Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, and Toji, the vice-captain. On the opposite side of them, there are 2 pirates with extraordinary air." Giannis went on to introduce, the one at the front, dressed in a white and green robe, is the famous captain of the Predator Pirates. He's the terrifying great pirate, Middle Camino. Captain Middle Camino is the ancient zone species, cloud-spotted deer fruit ability. The bounty is as high as 540 million 5 Bailey. Ricky Davis and Arenas opened their eyes in shock, and involuntarily looked at Middle Camino a few more times. With a bounty of more than 500 million are the best among the pirates. Even if it is placed in the 4 Emperor Pirates, it is one of the absolute core combat powers. What shocked them even more was that Middle Camino was actually the captain of the Marauder Pirates. Compared with the name of Middle Camino, the name of the Predator Pirates is even louder. The Predator Pirates are famous for their ferocity and brutality in the New World. Vice Captain Hukai groaned and said, "They rob other pirate groups in the New World all the year round, and their methods are extremely ruthless. Almost all the pirate groups they target are wiped out, and it is difficult to be left alive. It is rumored that the Predator Pirates have looted many times, and the pirates of the 4 Emperors Bigumum Pirates. But they have been able to live until now, which shows the strength of the Predator Pirates, which is definitely not ordinary." Hearing this, Arenas and the others also took a deep breath. Who dares to challenge the 4 Emperors Bigumum is indeed a bit formidable. And being able to escape the pursuit of the 4 Emperors Bigumum shows the strength of this Captain Middle Camino. Giannis continued, "The one next to Captain Middle Camino, dressed in black, has a gully-shaped hairstyle. That's the captain of the submarine pirates, Luis Caccio. Hearing the name, Ricky Davis's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at Luis Caccio in shock, and murmured, "That is the legendary Luis Caccio. The guy who played against red-haired Shanks and hawk-eyed Mahawk." Chief Isaac nodded and said solemnly, "That's right, it's him." Before Hawkeye Mahawk became the world's greatest swordsman, this Luis Caccio was his opponent. It is rumored that the red-haired Shanks, the eagle-eyed Mahawk and Luis Caccio are swordsmen. The strongest trio 3. Luis Caccio at his peak is also an existence that can fight against the red-haired Shanks and the eagle-eyed Mahawk. Hearing this secret, everyone was shocked and speechless. Arenas couldn't help frowning and asked, "Why is such a powerful existence not famous in recent years?" 353. The man with the same fame as the redhead and the eagle eye, this is the hero of the Puduola kingdom. For this question, the rest of the people are equally puzzled. The red-haired Shanks is now one of the 4 emperors of the New World. And Hawkeye Mahawk has long been recognized as the world's largest swordsman, joined the King Shichibukai, and dominated one side. It stands to reason that this Luis Caccio is as famous as these two. Well, what he said, he should be a big name in the New World. Even if he didn't grow into a character like the 4 emperors, he should be one of the few great pirates. But the reality is that many people don't even know the existence of the character Luis Caccio. Who know this name have only heard of some of his legends. What Luis Caccio really achieved, however, was not much. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting behind Middle Camino. Isaac curled his lips and said lightly, "The fate of Luis Caccio is not as good as the red-haired Shanks and the eagle-eyed Mahawk." When the 3 of them were equally famous, they were all still young. At that time, the red hair had not yet become the 4th emperor, and Mahawk had not yet won the title of the world's greatest swordsman. And Luis Caccio has become one of the hottest pirates in the New World. Isaac Vivi paused for a while, with a hint of regret in his eyes, and said, "The Luis Caccio back then was definitely the most potential of the 3. He's considered the youngest with the most potential." Ricky Davis Vivi frowned and said, "Then what happened to him later? Now he seems to have been completely unable to keep up with the pace of the red-haired Shanks and the 2 of them." Kyle Pope also nodded and said, "The current bounty of Luis Caccio, I remember it should only be 520 million Bailey. Compared with the red-haired Shanks and the others, such a bounty amount is not a star and a half." Vivi, the vice-captain of the battle, sighed and said softly, "I'm afraid that back then, no one would have thought that Luis Caccio would be reduced to where it is today. Have you not noticed that Luis Caccio is a little different from normal people?" Hearing Fuji's words, Arenas and the others couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. They raised their heads again, looked curiously at Luis Karaki Davis, looked Luis Joe up and down, and said lightly, "Short, why does it look strange? Is Luigi Caccio a long-armed tribe?" Ricky Davis noticed that Joe's arms were much longer than average. But at the same time, these arms seemed to be much thinner. Arenas also asked softly, "Did you notice his hands? His hands have been in his sleeves since he took his seat. And he seems to be wearing a pair of gloves on his hands. Luis Caccio, is he hiding something on purpose?" Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, looked indifferent and explained, "That's right, the reason why he didn't become a character like the red-haired Shanks is because of these arms. As you can see, his arm does have some problems." Isaac shook his head lightly, "Tisk tisk, it can only be said that good fortune makes people." Looking back at that time, Luis Caccio was in the limelight for a while, comparable to Chris today. But just when he was in the limelight, he suddenly disappeared for a while. When he returns to the eyes of the world again, he has lost his arms. Instead, a pair of prosthetic limbs. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Of Arenas and the others were full of shock. Kyle Pop murmured, "This method is a bit too ruthless." Ricky Davis couldn't help but shook his head and said, "The Luis Caccio back then should not be weak. Presumably there were only a handful of people who had the ability to cut off his arms at that time. Vice Captain Hussey groaned, shook his head and said, "This matter has always been an unsolved case. No one knows what happened when Luis Caccio disappeared. There are rumors that Luis Caccio's arms were chopped off by Mahawk, but he has never confirmed it himself. Of speculation about this at the time. But what the truth is, no one knows." Isaac and others also heard the news from others. Expressionless face, Isaac said coldly, "Since then, Luis Caccio's strength has been greatly reduced. Although he keeps remodeling his prosthetics, he still can't reach his peak strength. So now, although he is also offering a bounty as high as 500 million Bailey's big pirate, he should be far more than that." Minister Giannis sighed softly. "Indeed, otherwise, Luis Caccio would not have condescended to come here and help us deal with Chris." 354. Isaac with the power of Admiral, the strongest existence in the Kingdom of Pudora. In the palace of the Kingdom of Pudola, Arenas and others are immersed in the legend of Luis Caccio. They never imagined that such a legendary figure would actually be reduced to this point. Although he is in this hall, he is still one of the best. But he was originally supposed to be on a par with someone like the red-haired Shanks. Ricky Davis couldn't help asking curiously, it stands to reason that such a character's vision should already be very high. Why would he want to come here and help us deal with Chris? Minister Giannis shrugged and shook his head. This is not very clear. This time, the conditions he put forward are not high compared to others. Obviously, Luis Caccio came here for some other purpose. The vice captain of the battle, Huji, pouted and said, "I think he must be very interested in Chris. Chris's achievements today have completely surpassed what he was then. It would be hard not to be interested in such a character as Luis Caccio." At this moment, Luis Caccio, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up. Luis Caccio's sharp eyes swept over the people in the hall. He said coldly, "King Uridan, you don't need to say polite words. Since we are going to deal with the Chris pirates, we should have a detailed understanding of them. You guys should have been investigating the Chris pirates for a long time. Could you give us an introduction?" At the same time, Middle Camino, who was beside Luis Caccio, also chuckled. He said indifferently, "Yes, knowing yourself and your enemy can help you win 100 battles. You can't let us people be so confused and go to the battlefield, isn't it?" As soon as Middle Camino and Luis Caccio spoke, the entire palace immediately much quieter. Two of them are undoubtedly the two strongest pirates in the entire hall. Of them, the other captains could only put away their edge. King Uridan also smiled and said, "This is natural. We have collected a lot of information about the Chris pirates during this time. Next, let our combat captain, Isa, give a detailed introduction." Saying that, King Uridan looked at Agram. The latter also nodded respectfully, and then got up to signal to everyone. Seeing Isaac stand up, the captains of the various pirate regiments immediately become a lot more respectful. Including Middle Camino and Luis Caccio, showed a trace of fear in their eyes. No matter how vicious they were, they had to be obedient in front of Isaac. Even Middle Camino and Luis Caccio did not dare to be too presumptuous. Because everyone knows the horror of Isaac, Morant Westvivi squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "After so many years, this guy still hasn't changed. Just looking at it makes people a little scared." Tobias gently picked up the wine in front of him, and said with a loud laugh, "Captain Isaac, I haven't seen you for many years, but your style is still the same. This introduction to the Chris pirates, I have a job." Captain of the Triumph Pirates, Evil Bradley looked puzzled. He turned his head and asked in a low voice, "This? Captain Isaac, what's going on? I see that everyone is very respectful, and even Middle Camino and the others have become a little cautious." Captain Siakam of the Frozen Pirates raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Don't you even know Captain Isaac? He is the treasure of the Kingdom of Pudola. The reason why no one dares to provoke at will in this country is mostly because of his existence. You know Katakuri from the Four Emperors Big Mom pirate group. Evil Bradley nodded quickly and said, of course I know Katakuri. That's the number 2 figure in the Big Mom pirate group, and the bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey. You and I are not worth mentioning in front of him at all. Elvira Bradley, with a bounty of 250,025 Baileys. Siakam, with a bounty of 260,002 Baileys. These two can be regarded as people with heads and faces, and they are also very invincible on weekdays. But when it comes to Katakuri, the two are cautious about even talking about him. Elvira Bradley asked curiously, what does this Captain Isaac have to do with Katakuri? You're not going to tell me that even Katakuri is no match for Captain Isaac, are you? Siakam chuckled, waved his hand, and said, that's not true. Hearing this, Evil Bradley Vivi breathed a sigh of relief. But Siakam continued, but Captain Isaac's strength is on par with Katakuri. The Big Mom pirate group once tried to attack the kingdom of Kudora, and Katakuri is the leader of the group. However, at that time, he was forcibly stopped by Captain Isaac. 355. The Kingdom of Kudora, the Past Battle. Isaac fights off Katakuri. Abruptly stopped Katakuri. Captain Evil Bradley of the Triumph Pirates was shocked, and he couldn't help opening his mouth. He murmured to himself, what kind of a scene is that? Evil Bradley can't imagine it. In his perception, Katakuri is the top existence in the New World, second only to the Four Emperors. Under the Four Emperors, very few people can become Katakuri's opponents. But today, he saw such a person. The captain of the Frozen Pirates, Siakam, continued, at that time, Katakuri led his brothers and sisters to the kingdom of Kudora. It is said that Captain Isaac stopped everyone by himself, so that they could not go half a step. Finally, Captain Isaac and Katakuri have a fight. Although it seems that the two are evenly matched, Captain Isaac is still slightly better. That's what drove Katakuri and the others back. Evil Bradley couldn't help shaking his head and sighed, I didn't expect that this Captain Isaac was so brave. You have a husband who is in charge, and 10,000 people don't open the momentum. It's really amazing to have such a hero in the kingdom of Kudora. At this moment, beside Evil Bradley, a man in armor suddenly spoke. Said indifferently, although these legends are exaggerated and fabricated. But Captain Isaac led the kingdom of Kudora and stopped Katakuri and others, but it is indeed a fact. I was fortunate enough to witness that incident with my own eyes. So, Captain Isaac's strength has already reached the level of the Emperor's deputy. No one knows what his current strength is. To what extent? In armor is the captain of the cavalry pirates, Tristan. The bounty is as high as 310,003 Baileys, and he is also the captain of the pirates with the third highest bounty. Hearing Tristan's words, Avery and the others looked at Isaac's eyes with a little more admiration. Middle Camino glanced at a few people lightly, and said with a smile, it's the Chris Pirates that has a strong lineup. This war has nothing to do with you or me. Everyone can make a lot of money in this war. To a certain extent, we also need to thank the Chris Pirates. Tobias hehe isho, and said softly, that's natural, otherwise, with the strength of Captain Isaac, where would we need us? We came here this time to clear up some unnecessary troubles for Captain Isaac. Pick up your hands and earn some extra money. Morency, among others, looked at Isho. Of everyone's coming here is nothing more than for the reward of the kingdom of Kudora. Luis Caccio said coldly, if you want to make a profit in this war, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The Chris Pirates are aggressive this time. If you don't have the skills, you have to be careful about losing your life. Evil Bradley Vivi frowned and murmured, you always talk about how powerful the Chris Pirates are. In my opinion, it's not necessarily as powerful as the legends say. As far as I know, among the Chris Pirates, there are only a handful of people who have a bounty of more than 200 million Bailey. You never tell me that there are hidden masters in the Chris pirates. Evil Bradley looked nonchalant, ignoring the squad leaders at all. Middle Camino and Luis Caccio looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Middle Camino looked at Evil Bradley contemptuously, and a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. He sneered and said, "Why do you think Pudora Kingdom came to us? And willing to pay, so expensive. You don't really know the strength of the Pudora Kingdom, do you?" Facing Middle Camino's questioning, Evil Bradley was a little dazed. He is relatively clear about the strength of the Pudora Kingdom. Second only to Elbath, the country of giants, and its overall combat power is naturally second to none. Thinking of this, Evil Bradley couldn't help but suddenly realized. He frowned and said, "That is to say, the overall strength of the Chris pirates is far greater than the Kingdom of Pudora. That's why the Kingdom of Pudora took so much trouble to invite you and me and others to help out. If that's the case, how powerful is the Chris pirates?" Evil Bradley couldn't help looking at the people around him. These, all are big pirates with heads and faces, especially Middle Camino and Luis Caccio. Even these people say there are huge risks in this battle. This can only show that the strength of the Chris pirates makes them not too sure. At this point, Evil Bradley couldn't help but quit. That's it for today, we'll continue to update more tomorrow. Automatically subscribe to another one, please everyone, cry. 356. Chris is a master of swordsmanship, it has been made clear that someone will hold Chris down. The captain of the Triumph Pirates, Evil Bradley, has realized at this moment that he seems to be in a quagmire. When he agreed to the invitation of the Pudora Kingdom, it was entirely based on the other party's generous remuneration. And he is a guy who sees money, so naturally he doesn't think much about it. But now he realizes that he has given himself a hot potato. Tristan, the captain of the cavalry pirates, glanced at him casually, and said coldly, "I want to quit now. I'm afraid it's too late." Tristan pointed at Isaac with his eyes, and said softly, "Do you think Captain Isaac would he let go of those who quit so easily?" It's a bit harsh to say, quitting now is tantamount to escaping. Those who run away and disturb the morale of the army often die miserably on the battlefield. Evil Bradley said helplessly, "But we are not from the Kingdom of Pudora. Do they really want to force us to fight?" Morant West looked at it more openly, and said with a smile, "Captain Evil Bradley, you can stay at ease. The moment you step into the Kingdom of Pudora, in a sense, you are already a member of the Kingdom of Pudora. If you ask to leave at this time, I'm afraid no one will agree." Tobias also said lightly, "And maybe, your departure will become a test for the rest of us. You shouldn't want to become opponents with people like us." In Tobias' tone, Vivi had a hint of smug and menacing. Evil Bradley sighed deeply and said nothing further. He prefers to try to fight against the Chris pirates rather than being an opponent with the guys around him. Because he knew very well who these guys around him were. Among them, except Middle Camino and Luis Caccio. The strength of others may not be able to crush him, but in terms of ruthlessness, each one is stronger than the other. If it falls into their hands, it must be good to eat. Isaac's keen eyes have already noticed this. He looked at these blankly. Captain High did not show much emotion. Isaac didn't say anything polite, and said coldly, "I have collected a lot of information about the Chris pirates here. I believe that all captains have a basic understanding of the Chris pirates in newspapers or other channels. The chief figure of the Chris pirates, Chris, 19 years old, with the ability to reject fruit, has a powerful fighting technique. These basic information, you should know." Middle Camino and the others all nodded. Before they could speak, Isaac continued, "What I'm going to say next is relatively secret information. It is very difficult for you to know this information without a detailed investigation. As soon as you say this, immediately arouse the interest of many pirate captains." One by one they sat up unconsciously, craned their necks and waited for Isaac's introduction. Isaac glanced at the crowd at random, and said lightly, according to reliable information, Chris is in addition to the means that have been exposed. His level of swordsmanship has been hidden very deeply. What I can tell you now is Chris's swordsmanship level has reached a level comparable to that of the Hawkeye Mahawk. There is news that the two of them once competed in swordsmanship on a certain island. And it ended up being a draw. Hearing this, the faces of Middle Camino and the others showed shock. Tobias stunned and said, Chris, this guy is really hidden. He's still a great swordsman. Morenesi shook his head and clicked his tongue twice. The Chris we knew before is already a Marine Admiral level figure. If he really has the level of a great swordsman, I am afraid that his combat power can really be comparable to the four emperors. Camino didn't speak, he just glanced at Luis Caccio without a trace. For this topic, Luis Caccio should be the most sensitive person. Tristan also looked at Luis Caccio, and said softly, I haven't heard for a long time that someone can master swordsmanship. Together, it's on par with the Hawkeye Mahawk. Perhaps, in Chris, there are more secrets that we don't know. Luis Caccio did not show too much excitement, but very calm. He said indifferently, anyway, the matter of dealing with Chris has nothing to do with you and me and others. I think in the Pudola Kingdom, there should always be someone who can deal with the existence of Chris. Our eyes only need to be on the rest of the Chris pirates. Captain Isaac nodded and said, yes, we have already chosen someone to deal with Chris. Tell you all this, just to give you some idea. 357. The Kingdom of Pudora, the fear of Chris. Never underestimate Chris again. The commander-in-chief of the battle glanced at everyone lightly at this moment. He said blankly, after the war starts, I need you to know clearly. Chris, not someone you can deal with. If you want to make a name for yourself in the new world by defeating or seriously injuring Chris, I advise you to get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Even I don't have much confidence in the face of Chris. Isaac used a tone of warning to inform these in advance. Captain of the pirates, don't mess around. Morenesi Vivi spread his hands and pouted, anyway, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Even you, Captain Isaac, are not sure of winning the battle. I will never be so self-aware. Isaac glanced at Morant West at random, and said coldly, what I said is, I'm not very sure I can survive. Isaac's voice was very casual. But this sentence is like a thunderous sound, deafening. All the captains of the pirate group, including Middle Camino and Luis Caccio, are buzzing in their heads. They did not expect that this sentence actually came out of Captain Isaac's mouth. In their minds, Isaac is a synonym for bravery and fearlessness. But Middle Camino and others never imagined that Isaac would be so unconfident at this time. Tristan Vivi frowned and murmured, is this Chris already so powerful? Even Captain Isaac is not sure of surviving from him. Abel Bradley also kept shaking his head and said, this is impossible. Captain Isaac must be joking. Chris is indeed very strong. To say that Captain Isaac can't beat him, I believe. But it's a bit too exaggerated to say that even Captain Isaac is not sure that he will come out alive from his hands. Middle Camino looked dignified, looked up at Isaac, and asked, if that's the case, I don't think it's necessary to fight this battle. If no one can restrain Chris, even if everyone else barely wins, what's the point? Chris alone is enough to wipe out all my people. Tobias also nodded and echoed, knowing that you will lose, there is no point in continuing. Now in the main hall, the strongest fighting force has lost confidence, how can we fight this battle? The rest of the pirate captains were also quite critical of this. Especially Evil Bradley, who has long thought of quitting. At this moment, his face is also full of frustration, and he is ready to withdraw at any time. King Uridan sighed softly when he saw this scene. He murmured to himself, if it weren't for the urgency of time, I would never use you guys. Of contempt flashed in Uridan's eyes. The powerhouses that Pudora Kingdom can contact are not the only ones in the hall. Over the years, the contacts he has accumulated in his hands include many strong men like Middle Camino. It's just that due to the lack of time, the only people they can invite are these people. Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, looked at everyone coldly, and said in a cold tone, "I said, you don't have to worry about dealing with Chris. We have our own way to deal with Chris." Middle Camino and others, immediately. I could hear the displeasure in Isaac's voice. They were also very acquainted and didn't say anything more. Of Kudora, they have come to help with a lot of money. But that doesn't mean that they can be here and make a fortune. With Isaac guarding here, they wouldn't have the chance to run wild. Matter how upset they are, they can't show it. Because here, Isaac can act at any time and kill them. Seeing the atmosphere in the hall, the atmosphere is a little tense and gloomy. The vice captain of the battle, Huzi, quickly eased the atmosphere and laughed loudly. With such a powerful existence as Chris, we don't need to worry about it. Since our kingdom of Kudola dares to fight, we have great confidence. Otherwise, we'll just do it without any trouble. Please come here. All captains are well-known figures in the New World. With you in charge, we will feel a lot more at ease. Minister Giannis also smiled and said, "After all, this is a matter of our Kudola kingdom, a matter of life. How dare you trouble the captains? Please come over, captains, nothing more than help us relieve some pressure." To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the Chris pirates were too powerful, we wouldn't have bothered the captains. Was no emotional change in Luis Caccio from beginning to end. He looked indifferent and asked softly, "You always say that the Chris pirates are too powerful. I want to know where is their strength. There will be 1 or 2 shifts later, guaranteed to be 4.4 hours a day." 358. Behind Chris, the most powerful force, the Shichibukai Alliance. Luis Caccio naturally has a much better mentality than others. He understands very well the truth that when it comes, it is safe. Now that you have chosen to come here to help out, there is no need to worry too much about other things. If you have that time, it is better to know more about the Chris pirates. After all, the newspapers, or the rumors from the outside world, are only a few of them. Isaac stared at Luis Caccio, and then said, "Since we are going to fight the Chris pirates, we must have a comprehensive understanding of him. So for their intelligence gathering, we spent a lot of money. A lot of information. The kingdom of Kudola was bought from various people. Their intelligence system, after all, is not comparable to that of the world government or the Revolutionary Army. So if you want to know the information of the Chris pirates, you can only get it from some underground trading markets." Isaac continued, "It's been less than a year since the Chris pirates went to sea. But they have done a lot of things during this time. Step by step, Chris rose to prominence and eventually became King Shichibukai. These things, all the captains must know clearly." Middle Camino and others nodded their heads. There are too many legends about Chris in the outside world. It is very difficult for them to know these things. Isaac paused and smiled lightly, "But you shouldn't know what I'm going to say next. In less than a year, Chris has drawn a lot of power." Tobias, Hey Isho, took over the conversation and said directly, "The biggest force behind the Chris pirates is currently. It should be the Shichibukai Alliance. It is said that several Shichibukai under the king have joined this Shichibukai Alliance. Once this alliance is truly established, it is estimated that it will shake the current world pattern." Isaac nodded and said softly, "The Shichibukai Alliance is indeed the most important thing Chris currently values. Once His Majesty Shichibukai really comes, even the 4 Emperor Pirates will have a headache. But so far, the success of the Shichibukai Alliance is a distant thing." Middle Camino, who was very interested, asked curiously, "Captain Isaac, but what do you know? How many people are joining the Shichibukai United now?" "Waiting," Isaac replied, and Tiger Kai said directly, "According to the information we have obtained, so far, it can be determined. But there are only 2. One is the Empress Boa Hancock, and the other, Is Mahawk, the world's greatest swordsman? Evil Bradley curled his lips suspiciously, and said, I heard that Chris formed the Shichibukai Alliance. It's not a day or two. With his strength, how could only these two people join? Morintesi also questioned this, saying, according to the rumors I have heard, Chris has dealt with Doflamingo and Jinbei. Could it be that these two refused Chris' invitation? Isaac looked indifferent and said coldly, the information I have so far can only prove that the Empress Hancock and Mahawk have joined. As for the others, there hasn't been much evidence. Regarding this matter, Isaac and others have doubted it more than once. But after many inquiries, they were able to determine only Hancock and Mahawk. Isaac continued, I'm so sure it's all because Hancock and Mahawk will join the fight. The two of them are now on Chris' boat. Words came out, there was an uproar in the entire hall. Not only the captains of the pirates did not know, but even the ministers of the Putuola kingdom did not know. Because this information was just obtained by Isaac earlier today. He only had time to inform King Uridan and the vice-captain of the battle, Toji. Tristan said in surprise, I didn't expect that the two of them were actually involved. It would be a little troublesome if they joined this battle. Tobias smiled strangely and said, will the Empress Boa Hancock come too? I've admired her for a long time. If I can take this opportunity to get her in my pocket, I'd rather give up all other rewards. Middle Camino and the others all looked at Tobias with contempt. This guy is not only cruel and bloodthirsty, but also so addicted to women's sex. Luis Caccio Vivi squinted his eyes and murmured, that guy Mahawk. Is he coming too? Counting the time, it's been a long time. I haven't seen him. Saying that, Luis Caccio unconsciously touched the long knife on his waist. 359. Hawkeye Mahawk, with the strength of the four emperors. Hancock is also strong. The worries of the Pudora kingdom. Luis Caccio couldn't help but think of what happened in those days. To learn kendo with Mahawk with Hawkeye are long gone. After so many years, I heard his name. Luigi Caccio couldn't help it, and wanted to try again. Middle Camino glanced at Luis Caccio and said lightly, why? Are you in love? Now you are no longer the opponent of Hawkeye Mahawk. It's better not to make other ideas. If nothing happened to you, he shouldn't be your opponent, right? Middle Camino and Luis Caccio also had some friendships in private. So for Luis Caccio's thoughts, Middle Camino can still guess some. He couldn't help looking at Luigi Caccio curiously and asked, I'm still curious, what happened to you back then? Who is it that made you what you are now? Luis Caccio chuckled like a self-deprecating laugh, and said, you have asked me this question many times. I don't want to talk about the past anymore. As for the Hawkeye Mahawk, I am just nostalgic. I haven't been over my head yet, so I'm going to challenge him now. Tristan also noticed the whispered conversation between the two, and he sighed softly in his heart. He felt extraordinarily sorry for the fall of Luis Caccio. Other hand, the ministers of the Putuola kingdom did not notice these things. They were still in shock. Frowned worriedly and said, one Chris is enough to give a headache. Why is there another Hawkeye Mahawk? This guy, but really, has the strength comparable to the four emperors. Arenas shrugged helplessly and said, if Mahawk joins the battle, our odds of winning will be reduced by a few points. Now I can only pin my hopes on those guys in the mountains. Kyle Pope disagreed with this and said, what's the panic? Don't forget, we still have the Ace of Issa. Although it is said that the combat effectiveness of the Hawkeye Mahawk is comparable to that of the four emperors. But he is not the four emperors after all, so what do you think, Captain Isaac, is not his opponent? Minister Giannis nodded. Said, in contrast, I am more worried about the Empress Boa Hancock. She has the ability to make people petrify. This kind of large-scale attack will make us very passive. Our greatest reliance is our proudest army. And others are all too familiar with the fighting style of the Empress Boa Hancock. Eagle-eyed Mahawk's sword attack, their army can still find a way to resist it. But for Hancock's beauty, not necessarily. Tank Pirate Captain Tobias said with a smile, "If you are at ease, the Empress Boa Hancock will be handed over to me. I naturally have a way to hold her back, so that she won't have any bad influence on the overall battle situation." When everyone heard the words, they all showed suspicious eyes. This Tobias is powerful, but recently the Empress Boa Hancock has also grown by leaps and bounds. In the past half a year, she has also defeated many guys who offered rewards of hundreds of millions. But since Tobias took the initiative, the others didn't say much. Isaac glanced at him casually, and said blankly, "I have no opinion. But to remind you, the current Empress, Boa Hancock, is not before. Her strength has already been greatly improved." Tobias waved his hand indifferently, and laughed loudly, "Don't worry. I'm not a vegetarian, Tobias. Since such a big beauty came to my door, how could I let her go easily?" Morant West and the others all laughed and shook their heads. They knew very well that once the guy Tobias got serious, it was really not easy to deal with. Even a strong man like Middle Camino would have to shed a layer of skin. Isaac continued, "Whether anyone else has joined the Shichibukai Alliance, we don't need to worry anymore. Now the others did not show up on Chris's boat. If they want to come over in a short period of time, it is estimated that it will be very difficult. And, if our intelligence is wrong and they all show up, we have no other way. We have little chance of winning against the complete Shichibukai Alliance." Isaac's eyes suddenly froze, and he said solemnly, "What I'm worried about now is some other forces. Now that we are besieged by Marine, the number of people we can send out is limited. So I can't accurately judge whether there are other forces in the surrounding seas." With a bit of doubt in his eyes, Luis Caccio said, "Captain Isaac, except the Shichibukai Alliance, are there any other powerful forces behind the Chris pirates?" 360. Elbath going to war. Germa also joins the war. Everyone present could see that Isaac had a lot of concerns in his heart. Definitely not an ordinary force that can make Isaac feel a headache. But even if Middle Camino and the others tried to break their heads, they couldn't figure out who was behind Chris. Tristan quickly pondered what, and murmured, "Before I came to Pudora Kingdom, I received news, the 4 Emperor Pirates haven't done anything. Apart from the 4 Emperor Pirates, who else can make Isaac so nervous?" Evo Bradley Vivi frowned, shook his head and said, "I think it's definitely not the power of a certain pirate group. 1 or 2 small pirate groups are not enough to pose a big threat to the Kingdom of Pudola." Tobias shrugged and said with a smile, "Yes, a pirate group like you and me is really nothing. Even if our pirate groups add up, I'm afraid Pudora Kingdom will not be able to see it at all. If my guess is correct, Captain Isaac is worried about the army of a certain country." Morency pouted and said, "What are you kidding? When did the war between the Chris pirates and the Pudola Kingdom involve other countries? And as far as I know, the only country that has formed an alliance with the Chris pirates is the Kingdom of Alabasta. The Kingdom of Alabasta is far in the first half of the Great Route. How can it be impossible to reach such a far place?" Tristan nodded and said indifferently, "Indeed, Chris shouldn't take so much trouble. And the Kingdom of Alabasta has been occupied by Crocodile for many years. They have just recovered some vitality now. With their military strength, they are far from being able to threaten the Kingdom of Pudora. In the world, the Kingdom of Pudora is definitely a top-notch military force. Of one of their countries is enough to match the military strength of other 45 countries. So in this regard, it is difficult for other countries to match." Middle Camino raised his eyebrows, smiled strangely, and said, "It's not impossible to threaten the country of the Kingdom of Pudora. Like Elbath, the land of giants, and Germa 66 in the north. Besides, there are several other countries with such strength." Luis Caccio echoed, "The military strength of the Kingdom of Pudora is indeed strong, but it is far from being an absolute hegemon. If you really want to talk about the hegemony of the world today, I'm afraid Elbaf, the country of giants, is second to none. However, I never seem to have heard that Chris has any connection with these countries. Luis Caccio pondered, and he himself was a little unsure. Judging from Isaac's reaction, he must be worried about some powerful country. Therefore, in Luis Caccio's heart, there is some doubts. Isaac looked strange, smiled bitterly, and said, I'm afraid I really let you down. The information we got is that the Chris Pirates have a partnership with Elbaf and Germa 66. In other words, there are three forces behind the Chris Pirates that can now be determined. The Kingdom of Alabasta, the Kingdom of Giants Elbaf and Germa 66. As soon as you say this, immediately arouse the shock of the captains of the pirate group. They looked at each other, unable to believe what they were hearing. The news was simply too shocking for them. Because whether it is Elbaf, the country of giants, or Germa 66, they are the most powerful forces in the world. Many pirates, even the Four Emperors pirates, hope to reach an alliance with them. Tristan sighed softly. If that's the case, then trouble. Middle Camino was no longer calm at the moment. He said in surprise, actually. Are they really these two forces? I remember that the Four Emperors Bigumum pirates wanted to ally with Elbaf more than once. But it never worked out. The Chris Pirates. What are they? This matter made Middle Camino very puzzled. He didn't understand what was so special about the Chris Pirates that Elbaf liked so much. Luis Caccio licked his lips, and there was some surprise on his face. Rao is because he is well informed, and still feels a little untrue about this news. Not only Elbaf, Germa 66 is also a big force that the Four Emperor pirates want to cooperate with. I never imagined that the Chris Pirates would have reached an alliance with these two countries at the same time. I now seriously suspect that there are some unspeakable secrets in the hands of the Chris Pirates. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do all this. Pirates, I can reject everything. Chapter 361 to 380. 361. Is the world government going to get involved? The worries of the Pudola Kingdom. 4. Luis Caccio's speculation. Others are also very recognized. After all, in their eyes, no matter how powerful the Chris Pirates are, there is still a big gap between them and the Four Emperors Pirates. And they were able to win over Elbaf and Germa 66, they must have used some unknown means. Tobias swallowed his saliva unconsciously, shook his head and said, since this Chris appeared, it has always subverted my three views. It's been so unexpected every time about him. To be able to pull Elbaf and Germa 66 into his own camp, Chris's ability is really not small. Evil Bradley looked sad and asked, Captain Isaac, what do you mean? Our opponent this time? Including Elbaf and Germa 66 too. Morantesi immediately waved his hand and said, I don't know Elbaf, but Germa 66 shouldn't come. Germa 66 has always been entrenched in North Blue, and there are no special circumstances, generally will not leave there. Their ambition has always been to dominate the entire North Blue, so the possibility of them leaving is very small. Evil Bradley asked directly, now, isn't it a special situation? If you can help the Chris Pirates win this war, Germa 66 will be rewarded very handsomely. Bradley's rhetorical question left Morant West speechless. Germa 66 is a big power. Their thoughts, Isaac, who can be guessed by ordinary people, let out a long sigh and said, so. This is what I worry about. Once Elbaf and Germa 66 are here, our odds of winning this battle are infinitely close to 0%. All the princes and nobles of the Pudola Kingdom, including King Uridan, were very surprised. This is the first time Isaac has been so pessimistic since he became the commander-in-chief of the Pudola Kingdom. King Uridan looked solemn, and said solemnly, if Captain Isaac's guess comes true, it means, God will kill me. I, the Kingdom of Pudora, have never been afraid of any opponent. If God's will is like this, I'll give it a try and go against the sky. Thousands of people in the kingdom of Pudora will take it and make a final struggle. King Uridan were sonorous, revealing his absolute determination. Minister Yanis also nodded and said, if Elbaf and Germa 66 really dare to come, they will see the true power of the kingdom of Pudora. Once our people are all armed, it's going to be pretty scary. The rulers of the kingdom of Puduola have great confidence in their people. Trapped beasts can often break out unexpected power. The vice captain of the battle, Hu Si, waved his hand and said with a smile, everyone, please be safe. This is just Captain Isaac's, a bold guess. At least, until now, we have not found the shadow of these two forces. Even if this worst-case scenario happens, we don't have to, there's no chance. You don't think that the world government will let Chris grow like this? Strange smile appeared on Huoji's face. Ricky Davis suddenly realized, if the Chris pirates really join forces with Elbaf and the others to attack us, the world government must feel some kind of threat. With their usual style, they will definitely suppress the Chris pirates. Arena's Vivi frowned, but this time the Chris pirates attacked us. It was carried out with the support of the world government itself. They shouldn't lend a helping hand to us, otherwise this would be slapping their own face in front of the whole world. Middle Camino suddenly sneered and said disdainfully, you are too overestimating the face of the world government. Over the years, the activities they have done in private are not good looking. In order to maintain their rule, they can do anything. Luis Caccio also said coldly, this time the world government sent Marine Admiral Borsellino to send a signal. They sent troops this time, just to go through the motions. If they are really determined to destroy the Pudola kingdom, they should send a Kainu. In the New World are almost all very clear. Many iron-blooded incidents, the world government has let a Kainu execute it. So as long as a Kainu didn't lead the team, it means that things have changed a lot. Kyle Pope said, since the attitude of the world government to us is also ambiguous, then can we seize this opportunity to cooperate with the world government at the price of joining the world government? 362. The Kingdom of Pudora, with a large population, are all wanted criminals. To be said that Kyle Pope's idea is indeed bold. Actually wanted to cooperate with the world government and turn the Chris pirates into an army. His proposal also aroused everyone's interest. Ricky Davis's eyes lit up and he said, that's a good idea. The reason why the world government is so tossing is because our kingdom of Pudora did not join them. If we become a member country of the world government, if Chris wants to start with us, we will have to see the face of the world government. Arenas also nodded and echoed, if the threat of the Chris pirates is greater than ours, cooperation with the world government will also be more feasible. And there doesn't seem to be much harm in joining a world government. At most, you need to abide by it, the ones they made. Break 5, it's just the rules. Vice captain of the battle, Hu Si, gave them a contemptuous look. Is very disgusted with the world government. The world government means serving Tenryubito. This is unacceptable to Tiger. He scolded coldly, this matter is absolutely impossible. Our kingdom of Puduola has always been a free country. How can you choose to join the world government in order to fight against the Chris pirates? Minister Yanis also shook his head and said, in the kingdom of Pudora, 10% of the population is wanted by the world government. And these people are also a very important force for our Pudora kingdom. If we want to join the world government, they will never agree. If they rise up against it, we may not be able to withstand that kind of blow. Yanis knew very well that 10% of the population were all experts. Their combined strength cannot be underestimated. Isaac, the commander-in-chief of the battle, also frowned tightly and said, "Don't say such a shameful thought in the future. Working with world governments. Absolutely impossible. Even if we lose the decisive battle with the Chris pirates this time, we must not bow to the world government." Can be seen that Isaac has a strong resistance to the world government. Camino and the others did not say a word. After all, this belongs to the internal affairs of Pudora Kingdom. They are not good at expressing opinions. But once the Pudora Kingdom decides to cooperate with the world government, they will leave here as soon as possible. At this moment, everyone's eyes are unconsciously on King Uridan. At this time, he still needs to come out to the town. And King Uridan's face was also very ugly. He said coldly, "Don't mention it again about joining the world government. Not joining the world government is our bottom line." King Uridan glanced at Isaac and said indifferently, "Isaac, you continue. I will also introduce the other situations of the Chris pirates to everyone." Seeing that Uridan was a little unhappy, everyone didn't dare to say anything more. In particular, Kyle Pope's neck was red at the moment, and his head was lowered tightly. Isaac glanced at everyone coldly, and continued, "I just introduced the forces behind the Chris pirates. Don't worry too much, everyone from Elbath and Germa 66, we didn't find out. The possibility of them appearing should not be very large." Everyone knows very well that Isaac's words are only to ease everyone's emotions. After all, there is no real accurate information, and everything can only be guessed. Isaac took a sip of water at will, and then said, "Our main opponent this time is the Chris pirates. The members of the Chris pirates are also our top priority in this battle." S tone suddenly intensified. The captains of the pirate group also unconsciously cheered up. The main purpose of their invitation this time is to deal with the squad leaders of the Chris pirates. That Isaac is going to say next is also very important to them. Louis Cacciovivi narrowed his eyes and said softly, "I don't know who the members of the Chris pirates are. But, I'm interested in the guy named Enel in the Chris pirates. I heard that this guy is the best player under Chris, but I don't know what he is." Hearing this, Isaac said lightly, "This Enel is indeed an object that needs to be focused on. His strength is very powerful, and he should be second only to Chris in the entire Chris pirates. Although he doesn't have too many records, from some battles, it is possible to infer some things." Elvire Bradley asked, "This guy named Enel has beaten some people?" 363. Enel's strength and Crow's strength surprised everyone. Everyone could see that Isaac still values Enel very much. Who can make Isaac look so highly naturally can easily arouse everyone's interest. Isaac responded directly, "Although we don't know much about Enel's record. The only thing I know so far is that he has defeated the president of the Sild Guild, Sild. Also, some time ago, he just beat a guy named Raven while fighting in the town." Hearing this, Tobias Vivi frowned. He murmured, "Fighting the town crow. I think I know there is such a guy. It seems, is a very powerful pirate. His bounty seems to have reached as much as 200 million Bailey." Evo Bradley was a little puzzled, spread out his hands and said, 200 million Bailey's bounty. In that case, the strength of this crow should be similar to ours. If Enel is only stronger than us, it doesn't seem to be so scary. Morant West nodded and said solemnly, "And that the president of the Silder Guild, Silder, is actually not a top expert. As far as I know, Sild's strength may be similar to that of Captain Tristan." Everyone present glanced at Tristan, and there were some different meanings in their eyes. Tristan also curled his lips and said, "If it looks like this Enel's record is not very impressive. If it's just the same strength as me, then the Chris pirates aren't as powerful as they thought." A strange smile on the face of the vice captain of the battle, Toji. He shrugged and said, "Everyone, Captain Isaac's expression just now may not be too accurate. Actually, according to the information we got, Enel's two battles seem to kill each other in seconds. In other words, Enel's personal strength is to completely crush Silden Crow." As soon as these words came out, Evil Bullard immediately silenced, of surprise in their eyes. Defeating and seckling are completely two concepts. Tristan Vivi squinted his eyes and said, If it is an instant kill, the strength of this Enel will be elusive. If you want to kill an opponent like Silt in seconds, at least you need to reach the strength of Captain Middle Camino. Tobias looked solemn and said solemnly, "It seems that this Enel is really a very tricky guy. If you can achieve the strength of Captain Middle Camino, it will be more than enough to be the second leader of the Chris Pirates." Louis Cacchio's eyes suddenly lit up and asked, "Captain Isaac, what's the origin of this Enel? Is he also a devil fruit person?" Isaac shook his head and said, "We haven't gotten any accurate information about Enel's origins. But his background doesn't matter. What matters is Enel's devil fruit ability." Louis Cacchio noticed a trace of fear in Isaac's eyes. Others also noticed this detail, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Elvire Bradley frowned and asked, "What's up, Captain Isaac? Enel's devil fruit ability. Is it tricky? Could it be that this Enel's devil fruit is a very rare mythical?" In their perception, the thorny devil fruit will be largely mythical. Because this kind of devil fruit can often provide the ability person with unexpected gain power. Isaac said with a solemn expression, "It's not a mythical devil fruit. Enel's devil fruit is even scarier than mythical devil fruit." "Wait," Isaac went on, but Tobias interrupted him. With an unbelievable expression on his face, he lost his voice. "Could it be that it's the legendary devil fruit of natural disasters? Does something like Marine Admiral Akainu magma fruit exist?" By Tobias also aroused the shock of others. Everyone knows very well that natural disasters and demons are terrifying. Even just relying on the power of the devil fruit is enough to dominate one side. Nodded heavily under the shocked gazes of everyone. "You guessed right, Enel's devil fruit is the legendary devil fruit of natural disasters. Many people have seen it in Dalai Town. His ability should be the ability of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit." At this time, Middle Camino couldn't sit still. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and said incredulously, "Is it Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit? The power of thunder has quite powerful destructive power. If you want to fight against such a person, you must master the extremely powerful armament." Next chapter ends the plot of the Kingdom of Pudora. This foreshadowing ends here. When the war comes, you also know the situation in this country, so there is no need to describe it too much. 364. The Marine headquarters once again held a meeting to discuss the Chris Pirates. Pudora Kingdom, above the Palace Hall. Middle Camino and the others were all shocked. They never thought that Enel's devil fruit ability would be so abnormal. Of the natural disaster, devil fruit is a top expert with a head and a face. Like Kuzan and Akainu, these are the existences that people like Middle Camino don't dare to provoke. Louis Cacchio also sighed Vivi and said, "I didn't expect that there is such a person in the Chris Pirates. To be able to bring such a guy under his command, this Chris really has some means." Tristan nodded and said lightly, "Now I'm afraid we need to re-evaluate the strength of this Enel. Once he has the blessing of a natural disaster devil fruit, he can't use common sense to save him. If it is conservatively estimated, those of us who are present are truly confident of defeating him. I'm afraid it's only Captain Isaac." Others were silent, expressing their acquiescence. Louis Cacchio and Middle Camino also had to be convinced. They both had self-knowledge. They know they don't have much chance of winning against Enel, who has Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit. Even if he wins by luck in the end, he must pay a huge price. The vice-captain of the battle, Fuji, said with a smile, "Hee. This is not necessarily. I really want to meet this Enel for a while. If there is a chance at that time, I must have a good fight with him. I want to see if this guy has any other means besides relying on Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit. Pussy is brave and good at fighting, and he likes to challenge the strong most. And in his eyes, if Enel is only relying on the power of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble fruit. On the contrary, there is nothing to be afraid of. 2G has a lot of confidence and can defeat Enel of this level. Isaac said indifferently, except for the Chris pirates. Enel, the rest of the squad leaders should not be underestimated. In the information we got, they all have very powerful strength. Furthermore, the squad leaders of the Chris pirates seem to have all magic fruit abilities. In this way, they will inevitably have some. All are devil fruit abilities. This sentence is quite lethal. Pirates in the New World are very aware of how terrifying a team of all devil fruit people is. Otherwise, the four emperors Kaido wouldn't have to work hard to create such a pirate group. Cruel smile appeared on Tobias' face. Were all of them devil fruit users? Hee, as long as they no longer have the devil fruit of natural disaster, I have nothing to fear. My favorite is hunting devil fruit powers. Tobias has a nasty taste, that is, by hunting devil fruit people, to satisfy the satisfaction of ability suppression. Morintesi also patted his chest and said with a smile, we don't care about the top-line combat power of the Chris pirates. However, against their squad leaders, I think we still have a great deal of confidence. I am willing to stay in the Chris pirates as a small squad leader, and I will not be so powerful that it is terrifying. And, they seem to be some little-known little people. If they were asked to deal with someone like Chris, Morency and the others would not even think about it. But as long as someone can restrain Chris and the others, they are not too worried. After all, they are all famous pirates. This bit of self-confidence and strength is still there. Middle Camino said lightly, Captain Isaac can rest assured, except Chris and the rest of Enel. Those of us should be able to handle it. We took so many benefits from your Putuola kingdom, and we didn't come to watch the show. Said that, a coldness flashed across Middle Camino's eyes. The strength of Chris and Enel made him feel a little frustrated. But he has absolute confidence that he can beat the other squad leaders. The same is true for Luis Caccio and Tristan, who unconsciously reveal their strong man demeanor. At this moment, Arenas and the others just reacted. These people sitting across from them are all existences that can run amok in the New World. Their combat power is not as unbearable as imagined. Although it is not a top-level combat power, but below the top, they are the strongest. Marine Headquarters, Marineford Conference Room. Marine Marshal Sengoku is in the first place, and Marine Generals are on both sides. Because of Borsellino and Doberman and others, they all led their troops to the Kingdom of Kudora. There were far fewer Marine Generals in the conference room than usual. Of Sengoku, Akainu and others were all very solemn at the moment. Marine Marshal Sengoku looked dignified and looked at everyone. Everyone, the author has done what he said, and the story of the Kingdom of Kudora has ended. As for this meeting, it is different from the previous meetings. Please read it with peace of mind. Let us subscribe to another one automatically. Now it's 227. I lost one. I am crying. 365. Chris has summoned Shichibukai. The threat is huge and something must be done about it. Marineford, Marine Headquarters Meeting Room. Sengoku looked at everyone with a solemn expression and said, Everyone knows the main content of today's meeting, right? Before, there was a serious mistake in our estimation of the Chris pirates. This has a lot to do with the fact that we failed to obtain detailed and accurate information at the time. Brano couldn't help sweating on Vivi's forehead. He slowly lowered his head, feeling very ashamed. As one of the leaders of the world government's intelligence agencies, he needs to take great responsibility for this intelligence error. Because of this, Plano was severely criticized by Sengoku. Sengoku also gave Brano a cold look, and then continued, Now, the Chris pirates have arrived near Kudora Kingdom. The war between them and the Kingdom of Putuola is about to break out. Once the Chris pirates really win this war, we will have to admit that he is the rightful king. So, we need to reassess whether the world government can control Chris. Shichibukai who cannot be controlled is not a good phenomenon for the world government. Recently, with the update of detailed information about the Chris pirates, Sengoku and others realize that things seem to be out of their control. Sengoku the Buddha said coldly, "Brando, tell everyone about the latest information." Brando quickly stood up. He scolded Isho, and then said, "Everyone, according to our latest information, the danger of the Chris pirates has risen sharply. First of all, it's about the strength of Chris himself. Some time ago, he was on a certain island, competing with Hawkeye Mahawk in swordsmanship. The final result is also surprising. Compared to you, I have heard more or less about Chris's swordsmanship. As on par with the Hawkeye Mahawk. Combining what we know about him before, it's reasonable to think that Chris's personal strength has completely reached the Emperor level." Gumier Vice Admiral drinking a cup of coffee. Calmly, "I heard about this a while ago. I really didn't expect that this Chris was hiding so deeply. If he really reaches the strength of the 4 emperors, the harm to us is still very great." Akainu snorted coldly and said, "I said long ago that it should be before Chris rises. Destroy him completely. To this day, he has grown to such a tricky point. Even if he is still the King Shichibukai, do you think we can really control him?" Akainu sensed something long before Chris defeated Crocodile. Therefore, he has always advocated that Chris should be destroyed by means of thunder. He cannot be allowed to develop all the time, otherwise it will bring some unexpected obstacles to the world government. And now, these worries of his have begun to come true. Maynard Vice Admiral chuckled and said, "The King, Shichibukai, who we really control, was never everything. Apart from Haisha Jinbei and Empress Boa Hancock, we have no real control over everyone else. In the final analysis, it's because we haven't caught their weakness. Jinbei, the sea hero, and Boa Hancock, the Empress, have their own country and people, so they will be afraid of us. But this Chris doesn't seem to care about anything." Shark chopping. Vice Admiral Bastille also participated in this internal marine meeting. The last time he was out on a mission, he failed to participate in the discussion about the Chris pirates. After he knew the final decision, he also questioned that decision. Vice Admiral of Bastille gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Chris is alone, there is only one Chris pirates. The national forces behind him are all countries that are members of the world government. It is impossible for us to move them at will. Moreover, Chris's strength has obviously become a huge threat now. How many of us Marine can suppress him?" All the Marine generals unconsciously looked towards Garp Vice Admiral and Sengoku the Buddha. If it is said that it is the strongest fighting force among the Marines today, depends on these 2 people. Although the strength of Marine 3 Admiral has long been recognized by the outside world. But Marine generals know very well that Garp Vice Admiral and Sengoku the Buddha are still young. Especially Garp Vice Admiral, but Marine hero. He has defeated or all at the level of Rocks and One Piece, King of Pirates Roger. Sensing everyone's eyes, Garp shrugged helplessly. He said with a smile, "Now Chris has indeed become a huge variable. Our perception of his strength is not necessarily the most accurate. This new plot is completely different from the previous analysis. Please rest assured to read down. The author will not repeat the same content. The automatic subscription is still $227. Let's get another one, begging." 366. The Hawkeye Mahawk is exposed, and Marine finally realizes the seriousness of the problem. Garp Vivi squinted his eyes, and in the slightly cloudy eyes, a trace of light flashed. He smiled and said, "Since this Chris came into our sight, he has brought us a steady stream of surprises. Of course, many times, this kind of surprise is actually a kind of fright. But it is undeniable that we have never really known him since we knew him until now." Garp looked at everyone strangely, and then said, "I have studied him for so long, and I just learned that he has the strength comparable to the 4 emperors. But, who can guarantee that what we know now is his full strength?" Garp's point of view was raised, the entire Marine conference room was in an uproar. This is something that no one else has thought about. After all, In their cognition, the four emperors are already considered the highest combat power in this world. They never imagined that there would be an existence beyond the four emperors. What's more, Chris is only a young man under 20 years old. It is impossible for anyone to think in that direction. Dalmatian Vice Admiral said thoughtfully, Chris's personal strength is indeed elusive. However, I think that he has not yet reached the strength level of the four emperors. At best, Chris has just touched the threshold of the four emperors, that's all. Chatan Tokikake Vice Admiral looked at Dalmatian with a half smile, shook his head and said, Dalmatian, why do you make such a judgment? Even if you don't know Chris, don't you know Hawkeye Mahawk? Back then, Mahawk with the eagle eye was as famous as the red-haired Shanks. The strength of the two of them, until now. But they are similar. Dalmatian heard the words. Vivi shrugged and said, if you want to talk about real strength, there is still a big difference between these two people. Hawkeye Mahawk's strength is indeed very strong. I have no objection to saying that he has the strength of the four emperors. However, compared with the real four emperors, his quality is still not enough. That's why I said that Chris has only touched the threshold of the four emperors. Chatan Tokikake was about to continue his rebuttal, but unexpectedly, Vice Admiral suddenly killed him halfway. Gumir frowned tightly and complained, it's not me, it's been so many years. The coffee at the headquarters is still unpleasant to drink. Of the rest of the generals all focused on Gumir for a while. In such a serious meeting, he still had the mind to taste coffee. However, everyone was also full of helplessness, and shook their heads gently. They all know that Gumir is a man who is very obsessed with coffee. No one noticed. Chatan Tokikake made a quick exchange with Gumir's eyes. The latter looked indifferent and said loudly, it doesn't make much sense to talk about Chris' strength now. At least, up to now, he already has a strength comparable to that of the four emperors. No matter what. His quality is good enough, or he is insufficient, and there are very few people who can suppress him. Gumir sees very clearly, no matter. Did Chris reach the true four emperor level? 4. Marine, he is a formidable existence. Even the admirals of the Marine headquarters may not necessarily be able to match him. Kuzan, who had been silent for a long time, finally took off his blindfold at this moment. He curled his lips and chuckled. At least, it's impossible for me to suppress him. I have played against Hawkeye Mahawk, and in his hands, I didn't get anything cheap. So with Chris, it's even more impossible. Kuzan is also very casual and generous, directly admitting this fact. When he said this, the rest of the Marine generals also began to whisper. It was also at this time that everyone realized that Chris was indeed not easy to deal with. Who is known as Marine's highest combat power, has spoken. What is there to doubt about this? Akainu looked gloomy and snorted coldly. It's not a good habit to grow others' ambition and destroy one's own prestige. If you really want to make a move, it's not certain what the facts will be. After all, real battles change rapidly, and anything can happen. It's not uncommon for someone with relatively weak strength to fight back against someone with higher strength. Many Marine generals also nodded heavily, agreeing with Akainu's point of view. They have dealt with different pirates all the year round, and they have also seen many incidents. Of devil fruit, there are often many accidents in the battle between the strong. Sengoku coughed lightly and said lightly, okay, today is not about Chris's personal strength. Brano, you go on. Guys, there will be another update later. Automatic subscription is still 228. I really cried to death, can I have another one? Is it so difficult to break through the 230 custom subscriptions, please everyone. 367. The bear also joins the Shichibukai camp, and all Shichibukai join the alliance. Due to Sengoku's forcible intervention, the discussion about Chris' personal strength was also forced to stop. But everyone knows that Chris's personal strength has become a difficult problem for them to solve. The world government is not afraid of the so-called 4 emperors, but wants to suppress or solve a person with the strength of the 4 emperors. For them, it still takes a lot of work. Seeing that the conference room was finally quiet, Branu continued, Chris's personal strength does pose a threat to us. But what we need to pay more attention to is the forces behind him. Gumir Vice Admiral held a coffee cup and stirred gently. Didn't the forces behind Chris have been analyzed last time? Why do you say that the information from the last time was inaccurate? Brian was annoyed with Isho, and said, the last time the information was really not very accurate. Our latest investigation found that Fishman Island and the Chris pirates have reached a deep level of cooperation. In a sense, the relationship between these two forces seems to have become one. Maynard Vice Admiral murmured, we should have thought about it long ago. The Chris pirates have solved a big problem for Fishman Island, and this kind of cooperation between them is completely predictable. The overall strength of Fishman Island, and their influence at sea, is very strong. The integration and cooperation of these two forces is really quite troublesome. No one will ever deny the strength of Fishman Island. Although humans capture Fishman, they are generally female Fishman, and they have no fighting power. The fighting power of the Fishman warriors has never been underestimated by anyone. The most important thing is that the fighting power of the Fishman in the sea will be greatly doubled. It's going to be a big problem if they, going to deal with Marine. Brano looked at everyone and continued. Also, the most important thing is the Shichibukai Alliance. We recently discovered that the purpose of the Chrissy Alliance does not seem to be simple. In the beginning, we thought he was just going to use Shichibukai to get a lot of resources. However, we gradually discovered that the members of the alliance have an unusual relationship with Chris. Especially the Empress Boa Hancock and Mahawk, who actually appeared on Chris' ship this time. Staff Officer Crane coughed lightly and said, I'm not very surprised that the Empress Boa Hancock will appear there. Because we've reached the conclusion last time, she must be in love with Chris. What surprised me was the appearance of the Hawkeye Mahawk. This guy has never liked to get involved in this kind of war, but this time he actually took the initiative to participate. That sends us a signal, Chris has amazing appeal. Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral laughed softly and said, Chris's personality is really unpredictable. It's just too difficult to have such a deep friendship with someone like Hawkeye. I must have joined the Shichibukai Alliance. The Shichibukai, the other kings, have an unusual relationship with him. Staff Officer Crane tapped his finger on the table, pondered, and said, if I guess correctly, the Shichibukai Alliance has been established. At the last meeting, only Mahawk and Bartholomew Kuma were missing. This time, Hawkeye, is obvious, and he has definitely joined the Shichibukai Alliance. As for Bartholomew, I think he must have joined too. Brando Vivi frowned and sighed. Bartholomew Kuma has disappeared during this time. But he has always been like this, and his whereabouts are uncertain. It is not easy for our people to keep an eye on him. So whether Chris has meted him, we don't know yet. Akainu looked gloomy and said coldly, in my opinion, I agree with the view of Staff Crane. I also think that Bartholomew Kuma must have joined the Shichibukai Alliance. According to Chris' character, he must be able to cut through the mess and completely complete the establishment of the Shichibukai Alliance. This matter will not be delayed until after the Battle of Puduola. The other Marine generals also agreed with this speculation. Although they don't have hard evidence, their gut tells them that this is the truth. Crane's staff continued. Now, the Shichibukai Alliance should have been officially established. And the most important thing is that Chris alone has connected these 7 people together. If everyone who joined the Shichibukai Alliance has a deep friendship with Chris and is willing to be on the same front as him now, this is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing for us. Guys, that's it for today, and continue to update tomorrow morning. These recent chapters are all preparing for the Battle of the Kingdom of Pudora. Soon, The main event is coming soon. Please set up automatic subscription, thank you. 368. Chris's powerful appeal. Akainu's wrath. Staff Officer Crane expressed some thoughts about Chris' threat. Bastille Vice Admiral nodded, and he said solemnly, "In the past, we were able to easily control the King Shichibukai, mainly because they fought each other. Now, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Once these 7 people are united, it will be quite a terrifying force. Conservatively estimated, it should be no less than 4 Emperor pirates." Dalmatian Vice Admiral put his hands on his chest and nodded. The Shichibukai Alliance, this is a brand new power system. The other 6 people were all brought in by Chris alone. So the appeal of Chris in this league is probably beyond our imagination. If Chris leads the Shichibukai Alliance and breaks away from the world government together, this is not impossible. Dalmatian Vice Admiral's remarks, immediately sparked discussion among others. Everyone was quite surprised by this. His Majesty Shichibukai leaves the world government together, which will undoubtedly cause a serious blow to the prestige of the world government. Kuzan's face was indifferent, and he said casually, "It is unlikely that 7 people will escape from the world government together. However, with 5 people, I think it should be very likely." Everyone heard the words. They all cast doubtful glances at Kuzan. Kuzan curled his lips and said casually, "We all know Doflamingo's identity very well. Tenryubido's origin, he has always relied on the world government to develop his own power. So the possibility of him breaking away from the world government, I think, is almost non-existent." And Bartholomew Kuma. Kuzan Vivi pondered and said, "I have never seen this guy in such a long time. Actually, I never knew why Bartholomew Kuma was so concerned about the world government. But based on how he's been doing, although this guy is a bit eccentric. But he also has a high probability, not the world government. As for the others, it's impossible to say." Akainu rarely had an opinion with Kuzan, and nodded unexpectedly. His face was solemn, and he seemed very serious. If Chris wants to leave the world government, someone will definitely follow. Empress Boa Hancock and Hawkeye Mahawk are the 2 people who bear the brunt. There is no need to say much about the former, but the abnormal performance of the latter this time explains everything. Among the Marine generals, most of them are concerned about Hawkeye Mahawk appeared in the Chris Pirates this time. All were quite a surprise. Therefore, his actions were greatly magnified by everyone. Akainu continued, "With the eagle-eyed Mahawk's experience, we cannot fail to see our purpose this time." But he still appeared there without hesitation and helped the Chris pirates to attack the kingdom of Pudora. This shows that once a key decision is made, he will definitely abandon the world government and stand in the camp of Chris. Admiral leaders in the conference room were also chatting constantly. For Akainu's remarks, they all feel quite reasonable. Sengoku looked at the crowd and waved his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. He said, "It seems that everyone has reached a consensus on this matter. The Shichibukai alliance formed by Chris will, to a large extent, pose a certain threat to us." The Crane staff nodded heavily, and she explained, "Although we are all making assumptions, we are all justified. If Chris is really going to stand against the world government, the Shichibukai alliance will definitely play a huge role. And, besides the Shichibukai alliance, other forces behind Chris are also potential threats." Crane's staff officer Vivi frowned and said earnestly, "The Chris pirates and the forces behind them are different from other pirates. The affiliated forces of the 4 Emperor pirates are basically all large and small pirates. And their relationship with many countries is a protective relationship. In other words, they are nothing but a relationship of interest to each other." Brano nodded and echoed, "Indeed, the 4 Emperor pirates have their own protectorate around the world with their powerful strength. These countries hand in corresponding resources every year in exchange for the protection of the 4 Emperor pirates. Such a mode is the most common cooperative mode in the pirate world." Staff Officer Crane continued, the relationship between them is very easy to change. These countries have every opportunity to choose to jump into the protection of other pirate groups. But the Chris pirates are different. The relationship they have with the country behind them is not as simple as the so-called interest relationship. Everyone, today is still 3-4. In addition, after the end of the story of this part, the Battle of Kudora Kingdom will begin, and the excitement is coming. Everyone, hurry up and subscribe automatically, and then another automatic subscription. 369. Chris is too dangerous to leave it alone, it's time to punish him. Marine Headquarters Conference Room, the analysis of Staff Crane continued to flow. She said word by word, the Kingdom of Alabasta was rescued first by Chris. Then Princess Vivi of Alabasta joined the Chris pirates and became their own. Reiju from Germa 66 is now a key member of the Chris pirates. As for Fishman Island, the two sides have also concluded a deep covenant. The current Fishman Island is almost all over the country to support the Chris pirates. Crane Staff Officer Vivi paused for a while, then continued, and the two old guys, Elbaf, Blue Ogre and Red Ghost, in the Land of Giants, are very prestigious. The two of them advocate supporting Chris, and Elbaf will naturally have no doubts. In addition to these three important forces, other forces behind Chris also have this situation. All in all, the forces behind the Chris pirates and themselves are not a relationship of interests, but a community. Garp put away his usual giggling and said solemnly, the current situation is very clear. Chris has been soliciting the participation of major forces since he went to sea. Now, the sphere of influence of the Chris pirates has grown to an unimaginable size. And compared to the four Emperor pirates, the Chris pirates' power is more stable. Once Chris wants to deal with the world government, it will be a major disaster like never before. In Kuzan's eyes, there is also a bit of solemnity. Chris has always been a point that he can't control. We can't guess at all what his next move will be. Such an unpredictable guy is indeed full of danger. A grim look on his face, Akainu said indifferently, if he can successfully take over the Kudora Kingdom and become the new king. If he wants to do anything in the future, it will be difficult for us to restrain him. I think it's time for you to seriously consider whether we should continue. Let the Chris pirates continue to develop like this. Akainu and Kuzan's views were rarely the same in today's meeting. And the marine generals who are hawks and doves in marine have also reached the seriousness of the matter. The threat that can make these two people share the same hatred and talk has indeed reached a certain point. Gunir Vice Admiral took a sip of coffee and said lightly, I think the Chris pirates have completely escaped our control. Continue to let them develop, and we may see the emergence of a new sea emperor. Pirates are still pirates after all, and it's not good for us to keep him bigger. Maynard will also have a heavy face in the end, nodded and said, not to mention the big forces behind the Chris pirates. Just one Chris pirate group can threaten a powerful country like Kudora. You know, these people have only gone to sea for less than a year. If you give them a few more years, I am afraid we marine will never be able to deal with them again. When the time comes, won't they be able to do whatever they want? The amazing growth rate of the Chris pirates made all marine generals feel scared for a while. They almost witnessed the Chris pirates from nothing to the present. The development trend of the Chris pirates has completely exceeded the expectations of the marine headquarters. Branu Vivi sighed and said hesitantly, actually, there is one more thing that everyone may not be aware of. About this matter, it is just a guess of our intelligence department, and there is no real evidence. Sharp chopping. Bastille Vice Admiral heard the words and asked directly, Brano, if there is something, just tell me. Anyway, now things have developed to a very bad point. Even if there is some more bad news, it doesn't matter. A Vice Admiral and the others in Dalmatian were also focused on Brano. Everyone is still quite interested in the guesses of the intelligence department. Because of their many guesses, they were often verified later. Brano looked a little hesitant, and finally said, according to our big data analysis. The composition of the Chris pirates, as well as the major forces behind it, have more or less conflicted with the world government. And from what Chris has always done, we have reason to suspect that Chris is hostile to the world government. In addition, this time we use the Pudola kingdom to consume their strength, which has increased the rift between them. Branu solemnly looked at the generals and said, the current Chris pirates may already be on the opposite side of the world government. The break between the Chris pirates and the world government may be a foregone conclusion. I have something to do today, so the update is a bit late. Tomorrow morning, 2 chapters will be updated to make up for today's content, sorry. 370. Marine Headquarters, discuss how to sanction Chris. Akainu has a firm opinion. Marineford, Marine Meeting Room. All the Marine generals fell into contemplation. Almost all of them agree with this guess of the Intelligence Department. Not to mention Chris's own views on the world government, it's just the action this time. Chris's impression of the world government must have become very bad. Bastille Vice Admiral snorted softly and murmured, this time, what we did is really inappropriate. Using the kingdom of Pudola to suppress and consume the Chris pirates is a complete fool. The consequence of this is to completely push the Chris pirates out of the world government's camp. Even if the Chris pirates choose to be the enemy of the world government in the end, it can only be said that we have suffered from it ourselves. Shark chopping. Bastille Vice Admiral's tone was full of complaints. Last time, he couldn't participate in the discussion about the Chris pirates and couldn't put forward his own opinion. Has always been very concerned about the Chris pirates. As for the Chris pirates, he thinks, either completely recruit peace. Either, wipe it out completely. Vice Admiral of Bastille never thought that the last choice of Marine Headquarters was actually a check and balance. Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral looked strange and said lightly, now let's talk about those. Is useless. It is imperative that we unify our opinions internally. What exactly should be the policy of the Chris pirates? Staff Officer Crane put his fingers on the table and said decisively, if you want me to say, the Chris pirates can't stay. Continuing to keep the Chris pirates will definitely be a big trouble for us in the future. I have a hunch that one day, the Chris pirates will completely become a force against the world government. And this day, it won't be too long. Of experience, and her hunch about these things seems to have no reason, but it has a deep logic. Therefore, her opinion was also received. View. Garp was the first to support. I agree with Crane's idea, since it is. There is no need to hesitate. They can attack the kingdom of Pudora today, and they may attack other countries that join the world government. Joining the world government. But few countries can resist the attack of the Chris pirates. Garp was disgusted by Chris and the Chris pirates, but he was very worried. He didn't know Chris and couldn't judge his true thoughts. From Chris's past actions, he cannot deny that Chris is a very dangerous existence. Akainu's face was cold and he said casually, if you want to deal with the Chris pirates, you must make a decision as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be very troublesome if he had time to gather his allies. Dalmatian Vice Admiral glanced at everyone and said, I don't know what the other people here are thinking. Anyway, if I had to say it, I'd suggest getting rid of Chris. The Chris pirates involve many forces, and the core character of the incident is none other than Chris. As long as we can get rid of Chris, I believe that this alliance with their intricate relationship will collapse suddenly. Without Chris, others will certainly not act rashly. Gunir Vice Admiral shook his head slightly, and said with a disdainful smile, it's easy to say. Want to get rid of Chris, it's that simple thing there. Assassination or something will definitely not work. If we really plan to deal with the Chris pirates, we are bound to start a war. And at that time, it will also be a war that will shock the whole world. Kuzan crossed Erlang's legs and said casually, Marine is an existence that upholds justice, if the Chris pirates do something against justice. It is understandable for Marine to start a war. As for what kind of impact this war will have, neither you nor I can estimate. It's just that the current Chris pirates haven't done anything out of the ordinary yet. The kingdom of Pudora is not under the jurisdiction of the world government, so we really don't care what the Chris pirates do to them. The problem now is, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find a legitimate reason to destroy the Chris pirates. Today, Chris still belongs to King Shichibukai in name. With such a title, it means that his pirate status is legitimate. Marine wants to move him, it will surely arouse the dissatisfaction of the other King Shichibukai. Even if Chris doesn't call on the others, the Shichibukai, the other kings, will act. And this is one of the reasons why Chris must be Shichibukai. Akainu Vivi frowned and murmured, if it's so troublesome. Guys, there are 2 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Ah, why did I lose one automatic subscription? It's 227 now, isn't it? I still want to break through 20. Don't play with me, everyone, I'm crying. 371. Marine headquarters make a decision, must get rid of Chris. The title of King Shichibukai is indeed a big trouble. This also caused the Marine meeting this time to fall into a brief silence. Thinking for a while, Akainu said coldly, if we rashly attack the Chris pirates, it would be tantamount to violating the Shichibukai Treaty. In doing so, it is a disguised push to push the Shichibukai alliance to stand on the opposite side of the world government. So since this matter is so troublesome, we might as well remove Chris directly. Garp looked at Akainu strangely, shook his head and said, kiss Chris out of King Shichibukai. The thing about eliminating Shichibukai, the king, has never happened. You're not telling other people that if we're not happy with them, we can weed them out at any time. Such a practice will also cause a big change in the king's Shichibukai. This, Akainu frowned slightly. This approach is indeed somewhat inappropriate. When everyone was at a loss, staff officer he said, in extraordinary times, we should use extraordinary means. As we are now, we are afraid of wolves in the front and tigers in the back. It is impossible to do anything. If we want to deal with Chris, we have to use thunder. Kill Chris without anyone reacting. In this case, even if the other King Shichibukai complained about it, they would not dare to do anything at will. Staff Officer Crane has a kind-hearted look on weekdays, but when it comes to critical moments, he never shows mercy. When she was young, she was also an existence that terrified the pirates. Maynard Vice Admiral nodded in agreement and said, yes, the Marines in the world add up, but they are quite a terrifying force. For so many years, we are not even afraid of the 4 emperors, let alone a mere Chris pirates. To deal with this kind of pirate, we must show the momentum that our Marines should have. Vice Admiral of Bastille also chuckled and said loudly, we Marine guard the sea and will never be afraid of any pirates. For so many years, a legendary pirate appeared in the sea, but we have not eliminated them one by one in the end. Golden Lion, rocks, even the sea, are just dead at the hands of Marine. Pirates have become more and more rampant in recent years, and they have also moved to shock them. As soon as this statement was made, it was immediately unanimously agreed by the other Marine generals. Everyone agreed that Marine should have an attitude of her own. Otherwise, the pirates will think that Marine is just a decoration. Sengoku looked at the suddenly excited people, and said lightly, it seems that everyone thinks we should do something. And most people also think that we should impose sanctions on the Chris pirates. In that case, Sengoku's eyes suddenly became serious. Moreover, the Marine generals clearly felt that at this moment, a faint killing aura suddenly emerged from Sengoku the Buddha. Garp also squinted his eyes and gave Sengoku a strange look. Sengoku the Buddha pondered and said coldly, I decided to get rid of Chris. Catching up Chris and everyone in the Chris pirates. Can't give them the chance to continue to grow. Hearing this, all the Marine generals, all of Vivi's pupils widened. Many people did not expect that Sengoku made a decision so quickly. After all, eliminating the Chris pirates is not a trivial matter. Staff Officer Crane looked solemn and said, I believe this will be a correct decision. Eliminating the potential threat of a world government will play a big role in the stability of today's world. Garp sighed softly and muttered to himself, is it still going to be done? The world that has been calm for a long time is finally about to usher in a tsunami. Kuzan was leaning on the stool and Vivi looked up at the ceiling. He said casually, Chris, you guys shouldn't have thought that you would be so valued by the world government. Since the people above have made a decision, I am very interested to meet you. Akainu looked indifferent and smiled disdainfully. As long as Chris can be eliminated, the sea will immediately fall into silence. The pirates who are rampant, can immediately realize that Marine is about to start taking action. Sengoku stood up slowly, with a bit of solemnity in his eyes. To get rid of Chris was his decision after careful consideration. This idea only represents his personal opinion and the opinions of these Marine generals in the conference room. As for whether Marine will take action against Chris in the end, all the decision-making power is still in the hands of those few people. Only the Gorosei, 5 elders nodded. This matter can be regarded as the real conclusion. Gentlemen, this is the end of the afternoon update, and the rest of the evening will be updated. Automatic subscription is still 227. There has been no change. Can there be another one? Can't it break through 230 in my lifetime? I am crying. 372. Sengoku goes to Mariajoy to report to Gorosei, 5 elders about Chris. Gorosei, 5 elders make a decision. Sengoku stood up immediately and announced the end of this internal meeting. Then, he hurriedly turned and left the Marine conference room. Seeing the back of Sengoku leaving, the Marine generals also had their own thoughts. Kuzan tilted his head and said to Garp, Teacher Garp, do you think Gorosei, 5 elders would agree? We haven't dealt with a really powerful opponent like the Chris pirates for a long time. The most recent one, I'm afraid it has to be traced back to when you were young, that war. Garp's face was indifferent, and he said with a chuckle, You mean the time when the Rocks pirates were destroyed? Don't say it, the current Chris pirates are really similar to the Rocks pirates back then. The only difference is that there are more strong men under Chris than the Rocks pirates. Garp burst out laughing and said casually, whatever they agree with or not, we'll just follow the orders. Anyway, it's not necessarily a good thing to destroy the Chris pirates. Saying that, Garp left the meeting room with a pack of Sengoku's senbei. Behind him, Staff Crane followed closely. Garp, you actually don't agree with the decision this time. Are you very optimistic about the Chris pirates, or are you worried about them? Garp raised his head and laughed, glanced at Staff Crane and said, I didn't think about it that much. I'm just plain, I don't hate the Chris pirates. Actually, I'd like to know how far Chris has been able to get to where he has been going. Staff Officer Crane shrugged and said, this little guy does have the absolute potential to become One Piece King of Pirates. It's a pity that he emerged too fast, and he has become the focus of the world at such a young age. As the saying goes, if a gun hits the first bird, it will be targeted by the world government. It's only a matter of time. The two were talking and laughing as they drifted away. Kuzan looked at the backs of the two thoughtfully, and muttered to himself, sometimes I really don't understand these two seniors. What you say and what you do are always different. Marine meeting just now, Garp advocated sanctions against the Chris pirates. However, in the conversation between the two just now, the words revealed that they were good to carry, and a touch of helplessness and regret. Akainu suddenly appeared beside Kuzan and said, it is their duty to agree to deal with Chris. And appreciate Chris, their personal emotions. Being able to separate these two emotions at all times is the only thing that can be done. Seniors can do it. Glanced at Akainu oddly and smiled, then it seems you're not old enough. Many of your decisions are based on your personal feelings, or aren't they? As Kuzan spoke, he walked away. Akainu's expression was indifferent, and he did not continue to refute anything. Marine generals in the conference room left one after another. Momosuke Vice Admiral also left the conference room with Tina and others. She frowned slightly and sighed in her heart. I didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Chris's strength is really exposed too much. Momosuke Vice Admiral knows that now is not the time for a complete showdown between Chris and the world government. But since the generals of the Marine headquarters all agreed that Chris was too much of a threat. Then Gorosei, 5 elders, I am afraid there is a high possibility that they will agree with Sengoku's final decision. All we can do now is wait for the final result from the Gorosei, 5 elders. Half an hour later, Holy Land, Mariajoy. Sengoku's figure appeared in a palace in Mariajoy. Palace is spacious and bright, with noble and luxurious decoration, simple and bright style, exuding an elegant atmosphere. A large sofa is placed in the center of the palace. On the white sofa, 5 figures were sitting scattered around. Sengoku stood in front of the 5 figures with a solemn expression. He has already reported his intentions to Gorosei, 5 elders. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders leaned against the sofa, looked at Sengoku indifferently, and said, "Are you here to talk about this? I remember not long ago, you guys just decided to support Chris. You made us promise, if the Chris pirates can conquer the kingdom of Kudora, the world government will recognize Chris as king. Why did you change your mind so quickly?" Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders' tone was indifferent, completely inaudible to his emotions. The last decision about Chris was also made by Gorosei, 5 elders. So having to deal with Chris again so soon makes the Gorosei, 5 elders feel that there is something wrong with Sengoku's ability to do things. Sengoku gritted his teeth, and then said solemnly, the last decision was just to stabilize the Chris pirates. And this time, it is the final result after our discussion. Automatic subscription has finally returned to 228, and there are still 2 more. Which kind Big Brother can contribute another automatic subscription? The author is so grateful and crying. 373. Gorosei, 5 elders, disdain for Chris, mission Sengoku is too much. After this period of intelligence collection, we have basically completely grasped the information of the Chris pirates. The development of the Chris pirates has been able to threaten the world government. Sengoku's face was a little heavy. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders lightly stroked his long knife and said casually, it's just a Chris pirates group, what kind of threat can there be? With all the calculations, they only have less than a year to go to sea. Compared to the 4 emperor pirates, what kind of threat are they? Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders also snorted coldly and said, this Chris is indeed a bit powerful. However, at his current level, it is not enough to pose any threat to the world government. This time, you guys have made a big fuss. The eyes of the 2 Gorosei, 5 elders, the Chris pirates were at best a rising star. They have been in the world government for many years, and they have seen too many new stars. Therefore, for them, they do not think that the Chris pirates will be any threat. Sengoku Vivi frowned, shook his head and said, it's not that we make a fuss, it's all because Chris is growing up too fast. The growth rate of him and the Chris pirates has to make us warn us like this. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders leaned on a cane, raised his eyes and said, then you are. Tell me, what is so special about this Chris pirates? Compared to the so-called 4 emperor pirates, where is their threat? Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders looked at Sengoku with a strange look. Since Sengoku became marine marshal that he paid so much attention to a pirate group. His performance naturally caught the attention of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Gorosei, 5 elders are also very curious, what is so special about the Chris pirates? The white-haired and long-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders also laughed softly, and said casually, we have also paid attention to Chris. He doesn't seem to have anything special except, he is powerful. The development of the Chris pirates is no different from other pirates. Don't tell me, did you find something interesting recently? Sengoku Vivi sighed, nodded and said, indeed, some of the latest information worries me a lot. I'm afraid we all underestimated this. Gorosei, 5 elders raised their eyebrows curiously. They looked at each other, then looked at Sengoku curiously. Sengoku continued. First of all, Chris's personal strength. He has been hiding himself. Actually, he is also a great swordsman himself. A while ago, he had a sword fight with Hawkeye Mahawk. In the end the two drew. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders heard this. Their eyes lit up and laughed. Oh, that's kind of interesting. I only know that Chris' methods are weird, but I didn't expect him to be a hidden great swordsman. In this way, Chris's personal strength has indeed reached the level of the 4 emperors. No wonder you are so nervous this time. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders raised Erlang's legs, leaned on the sofa and said lightly, it seems that we were right to let him be Shichibukai at the beginning. For a long time, the power imbalance between the 4 emperors' pirates and the king Shichibukai. The Shichibukai system under the king, which has been around for quite some time, has not lived up to its name. Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders nodded, and then echoed, now that Chris has joined, the strength of King Shichibukai has also been improved. He and Hawkeye Mahawk are both existences that can rival the 4 emperors. In this way, it also happens to be able to form a check and balance again. Gorosei, 5 elders didn't seem too surprised by Chris's personal strength. Instead, they were a little happy and very satisfied with it. Can be seen that Chris is comparable to the strength of the 4 emperors, and it did not cause any waves in their hearts. The white-haired and long-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders got up, poured a cup of coffee, and said calmly, in this way, Chris is a rare character. He has a vital role in our deployment across the world. If you support him, Whitebeard will not dare to be too presumptuous. Hearing the Gorosei, 5 elders, unanimously very optimistic about Chris. Sengoku frowned and looked very depressed. This reaction of Gorosei, 5 elders was not what he expected. Sengoku suddenly raised his voice and said, I don't think you understand me. The higher Chris' personal strength is, it is not necessarily a good thing for us. On the contrary, he has now become a threat to us. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders held a thick book in his hand, carefully flipping through it. He slowly raised his head and said, Sengoku, you are the Marshal of Marine Headquarters. You should be clear that Chris's strength will not pose any threat to us. Guys, it's already for today, and that's the end of it. Continue to update tomorrow morning. Everyone will automatically subscribe to another one. I really want to break through 230 automatic subscriptions. I am crying. 374. Fishman Island Alliance exposed. The secret of Sky Island was also known by Marine. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders gently closed the book, and Isho said indifferently, the power of the world government is not just those on the surface. If someone despised us because of this, he would have to pay a heavy price. Even if Chris has reached the level of Whitebeard and the others, you don't need to worry too much. We can handle it. Sengoku glared at Vivi and nodded slightly. Becoming the Grand Marshal of Marine Headquarters, he did know more about the secrets of the world government. They really don't need to worry too much about Chris' threats. Sengoku gritted his teeth, then continued, if it was just because Chris's personal strength was too strong, I wouldn't do it either. The threat I'm talking about doesn't just refer to Chris's personal strength. Hearing the anxiety and worry in Sengoku's tone, a faint light flickered in the eyes of the bald Gorosei, 5 elders. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders gently pushed his glasses and said with interest, besides this, what else is there to worry about? The rest of the Chris pirates don't have the talent and strength of a monster like Chris. Sengoku shook his head and said directly, it's not the Chris pirates' own strength, but the other forces they are involved in. In the last report, I mentioned. Behind the Chris pirates, there is the support of Germa 66, the Kingdom of Alabasta and the Kingdom of Giants Elbaf. Of course, it is very likely that it has the support of the Dressrosa royal family. And this time, we have discovered a new force. The mustache Gorosei, 5 elders raised his eyebrows unconsciously and asked, in just over half a month, has Chris attracted a new force again? This guy, the speed of finding allies is fast enough. However, Sengoku directly denied. It's not that we found it recently, but we ignored these things before. We now have every reason to suspect that an alliance has been formed between the Chris Pirates and Fishman Island. The relationship between Fishman Island and Chris is now close to an unimaginable level. He heard the 3 words Fishman Island. Sengoku noted the expression of the old star. He noticed that the expressions of Gorosei, 5 elders had changed slightly. This change was filled with a hint of surprise and astonishment. This also made Sengoku feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Gorosei, 5 elders would care so much about Fishman Island. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders looked at the other 4 and said softly, if Chris really has some sort of deep alliance with Fishman Island, I'm afraid this will be a little troublesome. Do you think he already knew about that? Bald Gorosei, 5 elders flicked the blade with his fingers lightly, and said with bright eyes, this possibility is not ruled out. If it's true, the Chris Pirates and Fishman Island have become one. Then Neptune will definitely tell Chris the secret. Gorosei, 5 elders, with white hair and long beards, took a sip of coffee and said coldly, we've been looking for Poseidon for many years. Count the time, the new Sea King Poseidon, it is time to appear. That guy Neptune may have confirmed the identity of Sea King in advance. The rest of the Gorosei, 5 elders were all frowning. Hearing this, Sengoku also understood something. He had heard some legends about the Sea King a long time ago. However, these things are illusory after all. Even if he is the Marshal of Marine Headquarters, he has never seen it with his own eyes. But seeing the attitude of the Gorosei, 5 elders today, he just realized that these legends turned out to be true. No wonder the Gorosei, 5 elders are so nervous about Fishman Island. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders gritted his teeth fiercely, and said viciously, in this case, this Chris can't be kept. I can't give him this opportunity to master the secret of Sea King. Otherwise, he wouldn't necessarily do anything. Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders also nodded and said expressionlessly, those other forces are also very strong. But compared to Poseidon, the Sea King, it's not worth mentioning. We are not at ease with anyone who walks too close to Fishman Island. Seeing the change in Gorosei, 5 elders' tone, Sengoku hurriedly said, besides Fishman Island, Chris is also involved in another place. According to our investigation, Chris has been to Sky Island. And on his boat, there are also 2 Aboriginal people from Sky Island. Sky Island, which we have never found, was found by him. I don't know what kind of secrets there are in that place. Of the Gorosei, 5 elders became even more gloomy. Guys, the automatic subscription has become 227 again, and another one has dropped, isn't it? Everyone, let's get another automatic subscription. I'm drunk, how can I code words like this? The results are too rubbish, I'm crying. 375. Gorosei, 5 elders mention Robin. Shichibukai Alliance, make the Gorosei, 5 elders aware of the seriousness. Sky Island has always been an ethereal legend. People have only heard of the legend of Sky Island, but have never seen its true face. In today's world, there are only a handful of people who have boarded the Sky Island. Those who are fortunate enough to have been to Sky Island are either the world's top masters, or those who are lucky. Sengoku Vivi pouted and muttered, I heard that there are many secrets on Sky Island. Master the secrets of Sky Island, and you can master a powerful force. We don't know now, does Chris have, master that mysterious power? Bald Gorosei, 5 elders gently wiped the blade and said solemnly, Chris, this little guy, is really unexpected. He actually went to Sky Island and brought 2 natives down. I now seriously suspect that Chris has got the secret on Sky Island. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders also squinted and said lightly, it doesn't matter, even if he gets the secret there, he can't do anything about it. The power on Sky Island is always limited. And those things don't get the whole history, and they don't interpret anything useful. Sengoku heard the words, history. Vivi's body froze for a moment. The corner of his eye Vivi twitched, revealing a surprised look. Sengoku did not expect that the secret hidden in Sky Island is actually related to history. Suddenly, Sengoku thought of something again. He said quickly, when it comes to history, I don't know if you still remember Ohara. Gorosei, 5 elders frowned slightly. The long-haired, white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders said casually, Ohara. Is that the island that has been studying history back then? 10 years ago, wasn't it completely wiped out? Is there any connection between Chris and Ohara Island? Sengoku nodded and replied, Ohara Island was indeed wiped out by Buster Call back then, but back then, they escaped a little girl. This little girl has mastered the method of interpretation. Her name is Nico Robin, and she's also from the world government. And now, Nico Robin has joined Reese's staff. Hearing this, the blonde 5 elders suddenly snorted coldly and said, the remnants of Ohara Island have not been solved yet. This Chris, who knows Nico Robin's identity, has brought her under his command. What the hell is he planning? Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders is indifferent, stirring the coffee in the cup lightly. He smiled faintly and said, I really don't understand, these guys who have made a name for themselves in the sea, why are they so interested in history? The 4 Emperors pirates also have some history. Now Chris should have cracked some history. However, it is basically impossible for him to get the rest of the history from the hands of the other 4 emperors. Those guys are counting on history to become One Piece, King of Pirates. Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders said, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. The eyes of the bald Gorosei, 5 elders, there is a bit of solemnity. He shook his head and said, anyway, Chris, now, has found a way to interpret history. Just to be on the safe side, I don't think it's allowed, he went on. These behaviors he is doing now are very abnormal. I have begun to doubt his true attitude towards world government. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders, eyes were quite sharp, like a sharp sword, and looked at Sengoku. Seeing this, Sengoku said solemnly, last time, we decided to let the Chris pirates compete with the Pudola Kingdom, the Sandpiper and Clam. This decision should have angered Chris. So I think, now Chris has become an uncontrollable factor. That's why we want to get rid of Chris. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders crossed Erlang's legs and said lightly, getting rid of Chris will have a great impact on our overall layout. Chris is a rare and powerful force for us. If it is possible, I still hope can further recruit and Chris. The other Gorosei, 5 elders seem to be dissatisfied with this idea of curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders. But they all suppressed their emotions on the spot. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders glanced at Sengoku and asked casually, do you have any other reason than what you said? If there is, say it together. Sengoku nodded and replied, and the Shichibukai alliance led by Chris. Now we have serious doubts that the Shichibukai alliance has been successfully formed. And this unexpected organization may also be a very big threat to the world government. There will be an update later, please wait a moment, the author is coding. In addition, in fact, the author Jun has opened a new book, and he is also writing about pirates, so I won't say the title. Can you guess which book it is? The book that was opened yesterday. 376. The Gorosei, 5 elders disagree, and a heated debate begins. The long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders said casually, the Shichibukai alliance. Isn't it still the King Shichibukai? It's just changing the soup, not the medicine, what threat can there be? Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders also pouted and said, we already knew about the Shichibukai alliance. And we also know that Doflamingo was the first to join the Shichibukai alliance. However, we agreed that the significance of this organization's existence is not great. In Sengoku's eyes, Vivi flashed a hint of surprise. According to Brano's report, he always believed that the first person to join the Shichibukai alliance was the Empress Boa Hancock. But Sengoku has no doubts about the information on the Gorosei, Five Elders side. Because they have their own unique intelligence-gathering agency, those guys' business abilities are much stronger than those of Brano. Sengoku cleared his throat and said loudly, "The Shichibukai alliance and the King Shichibukai, it seems that there is no difference, but they are actually different. King Shichibukai is a system designed by the world government, and Shichibukai members are responsible for the world government. The members of the Shichibukai alliance, however, are responsible for themselves. So by comparison, each of them must do their best." Sengoku Vivi shrugged and continued, "I have to say, Chris's ideas are still very bold. He used his own method to combine 7 people with different personalities. By making these people a community of interests, this alliance becomes infinite cohesion." Sengoku's face was a little weird. He shook his head lightly and said, "The current Shichibukai alliance is not loose. Once Chris wants to turn against the world government, almost everyone else in this alliance will turn their guns. And that's what worries us." Sengoku's tone was a little cautious. Shichibukai system under the king itself was born out of the proposal of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Now such a comparison is undoubtedly telling them that this system is unreasonable. The Shichibukai alliance, being more advanced, simply didn't react much to the Gorosei, 5 elders. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders gently pushed his eyes and said lightly, "Okay, we all understand what you said. You go out first, the 5 of us need to have a good discussion." Several other Gorosei, 5 elders, do not watch Sengoku, but do their own thing. Seeing this, Sengoku could only helplessly nodded. He then turned around and left the hall, walked outside the halls, and quietly waited for the final decision of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Sengoku left. The bald Gorosei, 5 elders spoke first. "I agree with Sengoku and their demands to get rid of Chris. This person is now a huge threat to us. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will definitely cause us a lot of trouble in the future." Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders also squinted and said solemnly, "If he's just powerful, I don't think it's anything. But he's entangled with Fishman Island and O'Hara Island, and I don't think this guy can stay. It is quite possible that he has already known some secrets of the world government." Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders shook his head and retorted, "It is far from easy to know the secrets of the world government. What Chris has learned now is nothing more than a scratch. The reason why we didn't send people to take back these straight around the world, isn't that because they don't have much value." The eyes of the Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders, there was a bit of pride. The 5 of them know very well that the real useful history is scattered in the hands of some powerful people. And these powerhouses, the possibility that they are willing to share history is almost 0%. So the Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders are not very worried about this. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders also raised Erlang's legs, and said leisurely, "Right. Don't be so nervous. A mere remnant of O'Hara, she doesn't know anything. The things she and Chris can read together are only limited. So, the current Chris can't pose any threat to us." He casually picked up a cup of coffee, took a sip, and said, "I still have that opinion, and I'll try to win over Chris. If Chris is available to us, that would be a huge plus for us. With his existence, it is enough to deter those 4 emperors, so that they dare not act rashly." Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders are very optimistic about Chris. He thinks that Chris must be at the level of the 4 emperors. He felt that it was a pity to get rid of Chris hastily. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders frowned and didn't seem to agree. The last update today, tomorrow morning, continued to update. Counting, today also changed 3 to 4, enough. Don't forget to subscribe automatically. Everyone, let's go. 377. Gorosei, 5 elders quarrel fiercely, once again adopt the minority to the majority. This point of view of the curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders has been raised for the second time. The blonde Gorosei, 5 elders paled at Vivi the first time he made this point. Just that since Sengoku is here, he doesn't want to argue with the curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders back then. Now that Sengoku is gone, he finally says, "You always make everything too simple. Do you think the current Chris is something we can win over?" Recognize the reality, now Chris has come to the opposite side of the world government. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders spoke sharply, with a bit of ferocity in his eyes. He continued, "It's not like you didn't hear what Sengoku said, the last decision made is lose the chance to win him over. And Chris is strong now, and the forces behind him are strong enough. What shall we do to win him over?" Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders pondered for a moment, then said, "After all, Chris is just a pirate. Pirates go out to sea for the sake of fame. We offended him last time, and this time we can make up for it. Didn't he want to be king?" Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders waved their hands and said boldly, "There are a large number of countries that are not members of the world government near the sea where the kingdom of Pudora is located. We can attack these places together and give them to Chris. Also, it is also possible to transfer the nearby world government member countries to Chris. Anyway, those small countries over there are just small characters." Words. The curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders have clearly arranged the fate of these countries. It can be seen how big the real rights of the Gorosei, 5 elders are on weekdays. The curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders continued, "We will give him an entire sea area and make him the greatest king in the world. I don't think Chris won't be tempted by such a temptation." Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders frowned slightly and said, "Although this handwriting is indeed a bit bigger, it is not impossible to do it. In exchange for a piece of the sea for Chris' loyalty, I think it's worth it." Now it's clear that the curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders word who Gorosei, 5 elders, has taken a stand. Both of them tended to win over Chris. Because in this way, the world government can completely contain the 4 emperor pirates. Unless they join forces, all it takes is one Chris to keep them at bay. The glasses of the bald Gorosei, 5 elders, a faint light shone. While wiping the blade, he said, "Loyal. These 2 words are too extravagant for pirates. The reason why the Shichibukai system of the king has been reduced to this stage is because these guys are not loyal enough. They joined King Shichibukai just because they could get rid of Marine's pursuit. These 7 people, when needed, basically won't do their best." Bald Gorosei, 5 elders tilted his head and sneered, "So, I hope to use these sites to buy Chris's loyalty. It's a bit delusional. And doing so would be very damaging to the reputation of world governments." Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders nodded solemnly, and said, "To win Chris, you will definitely pay a great price. And even if we get lucky, we can't fully guarantee that Chris is sincere. The essence of a pirate is treacherous. If he pretends to surrender, but secretly still intends to oppose the world government, it is also entirely possible." Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders snorted softly and said, "When do we need to be so timid? Can't we control a Chris by our means? Obviously, we have the capital to kill Chris. However, I think killing Chris is a last resort. In this situation, Chris's threat to us is far from the step to get rid of him." Gorosei, 5 elders, tone became very tough, and his attitude was very clear. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders also looked ashen, and said solemnly, "Why don't you do this, recruit Chris first? Once he really refuses strictly, or finds something wrong with him after recruiting security, he can still be removed. I still think it's a bit too pity to get rid of Chris and the Chris pirates so easily. After all, it is very rare for the world government to recruit someone as powerful as Chris." Bald Gorosei, 5 elders slowly sheathed the long sword and muttered, "Why don't you understand? Chris's actions have already shown his attitude. Clearly he was deliberately opposed to the world government. The real purpose of his formation of the Shichibukai Alliance was to win over other people. The alliance forces he chose are also targeted. Gentlemen, it will be updated in the morning, and then it will be later. Not much more to say. Continue to write new books. If the new book is on the shelves another day, I may tell you the title of the book and slip away. The author's new book, Fungus Pirate, travels into Marco, a must-see. Gentlemen, the title of the new book is The Beginning of the War, I Am the Pirate Marco. Pseudonym, I'm Little Brother. If you are too lazy to type, search for Marco. 3 words. You can also find the author's new book. The new book has written 40,000 words, enough for everyone to read. I didn't want to talk to everyone, but since a new book has been opened, let's talk about it. This book is wonderful, everyone should go and read it. Guaranteed you will like it. See the underlined version small. 378. Gorosei 5 elders disagree too much, consider reporting to Lord I.M. Bald Gorosei 5 elders looked gloomy and said coldly, whether it is the kingdom of Alabasta, or the kingdom of giants Elbath, or Fish-Man Island, the common point of these forces is that they are dissatisfied with the world government. Before Crocodile, the kingdom of Alabasta has been full of complaints against the world government. Elbath, the land of giants, they have always ignored the world government. As for Fish-Man Island, the grievances between the world government and them are even more entangled. Bald-headed Gorosei 5 elders talked eloquently and carefully analyzed the attitudes of these forces towards the world government. He wanted to let several other people see clearly the meaning behind Chris's choice. Bald Gorosei 5 elders murmured, now, you should understand. From the beginning, Chris's purpose was probably not that simple. Blonde Gorosei 5 elders said with a look of indifference, although we don't have much evidence right now. But I have a hunch, Chris, from the beginning, was for the world government. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to great lengths to win over these forces. And most importantly, he's trying to master Poseidon and history. These things are even more threatening than his powerful personal strength. Bearded Gorosei 5 elders, who had been silent for a while, also stroked his own beard. He pondered and said lightly, I agree with the two of you on this matter. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible than to win over someone who can't be controlled. Chris is an uncontrollable factor, and the future will bring us a lot of unexpected things. It might be good for us, but it could also be big trouble for us. The long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei 5 elders put their hands on their chests and said solemnly, my suggestion, get rid of Chris. The curly-haired Gorosei 5 elders, complexion became somewhat ugly. Until now, the reasons given by the blonde Gorosei 5 elders and the others have never convinced him. He still hopes that he can keep Chris, and he can use it later. Curly-haired Gorosei 5 elders looked gloomy and said solemnly, even though what you said is not without reason. But I still insist, I can't. On the one hand, I think he is useful to our strategic layout. On the other hand, he is now a world figure, and more likely the strongest existence among the Shichibukai under the king. Getting rid of him rashly will inevitably cause some unnecessary turmoil. He raised his head and glanced at the other three, and said indifferently, all in all, the gains outweigh the losses. Mustache Gorosei 5 elders also let out a long sigh, shook his head and said, you can't just look at what's in front of you when doing big things. Chris has a certain threat, but I think it's still within control. There's no need at all, just deal with him now. The two Gorosei 5 elders remained stubborn and had no intention of backing down. Gorosei 5 elders with long hair and white beard saw this and said helplessly, since there are serious differences between the 5 of us on this matter, I suggest that this matter be reported to Lord I.M. As soon as you say this, immediately. The other 444 Gorosei 5 elders. They frowned at the same time, looking at the long-haired, white-bearded Gorosei 5 elders. And the long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei 5 elders said to themselves, Master Yimu will definitely have the most correct judgment on this matter. At that time, we just need to do things according to his instructions, and all problems will be solved. Mustache Gorosei, 5 elders spread out his hands and said indifferently, I have no opinion. Anyway, the 5 of us have discussed it for so long, and we haven't come to a conclusion yet. It's also a good way to let Lord Yimu decide. However, the curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders immediately sternly refused. I don't think this is necessary. This matter is not a big deal, and there is no need to trouble Mr. Yim at all. The 5 of us can decide for ourselves. Bald-headed Gorosei, 5 elders also pushed his eyes and laughed softly. I am afraid that such a small matter will be laughed at by Lord Yimu. 5 of us old guys actually got into trouble on the body of a little guy. Anyway, I don't think it's necessary to report it to Lord Yim. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders also nodded, and said with a blank face, Lord Yimu has been busy with other things during this time. And what he cares about has always been a family. He's not interested in things like Chris. So we still don't bother him. The long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders shrugged and said with a smile, if that's the case, then it's up to the 5 of us. What decides this matter? The final direction. He looked around and looked into the eyes of several other people. This time, we still follow the usual practice. Vote to decide. Final result. That, everyone, the author has opened a new book. I hope everyone can go and read it. Thank you everyone. There are 2 more updates in the evening. I hope everyone will support the new book in the past. This book will be updated hard. 379. Gorosei, 5 elders finally make a decision, kill Chris. Between Gorosei, 5 elders, there are times when disagreements arise. And whenever a few of them are unable to convince each other, the Gorosei, 5 elders will choose and vote to resolve the issue. The voting rules are also very simple. The minority obeys the majority, and the one with the most votes wins. The long-haired, white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders asked, vote, y'all agree? The rest of the people also nodded without any objection. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders said lightly, anyway, the 2 of us still think that we should get rid of Chris. And the 2 of them don't think Chris should be eliminated. It's 2 votes to 2 now, so the final decision, it's still up to you. Said that, the eyes of the 4 Gorosei, 5 elders were all on the long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders. Has remained silent since the beginning. Only at the end did I express my opinion. So his attitude is always swinging. Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders looked at the long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders with hopeful eyes. He very much hopes that the long-haired, white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders will eventually change their stance. The long-haired, white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders pouted and chuckled. I didn't expect that the final decision this time will be in my hands. Since that's the case, I'll stick to my previous position. I also think that Chris is not very useful to us, but a big threat to us. It's also a good thing for us to get rid of Chris as soon as possible. A faint smile appeared on the faces of the blonde Gorosei, 5 elders and the bald Gorosei, 5 elders. The other 2 Gorosei, 5 elders were a little disappointed. Especially the curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders. I am still a little unhappy about this final decision. He was more willing to accept the result than to go to Lord Yim to make a ruling. Because he is very clear, Lord Yimu kills decisively. When it comes to problems like Chris, he has always tended to eliminate them completely. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders said indifferently, the minority obeys the majority, our final decision, get rid of Chris. This matter is also urgent and delayed. Saying that, the blonde Gorosei, 5 elders stood up and dialed 1. Bumble, bumble, bumble. Outside the palace, a phone bug in Sengoku's arms suddenly rang. Sengoku took it out and saw that it was a phone bug for Gorosei, 5 elders. He knew immediately that the Gorosei, 5 elders had made the final decision. Sengoku, come in. Sure enough, there was an indifferent voice from the phone bug. Few minutes later, Sengoku walked slowly into the palace of the Gorosei, 5 elders from the outside. Blonde Gorosei, 5 elders crossed Erlang's legs and said directly, "The 5 of us have already discussed about Chris. Our final decision is, agree to your demands and get rid of Chris." Hearing the decision, Sengoku couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in Vivi's heart. He has been worried that the Gorosei, 5 elders will eventually dismiss their claims out of various considerations. Now the Gorosei, 5 elders have agreed to get rid of Chris, which is undoubtedly the outcome Sengoku would most like to hear. Sengoku said with a little joy, "I understand, I will arrange the related matters immediately. Strive to get rid of Chris and the Chris pirates before the Pudola Kingdom event ends." Having said that, Sengoku turned around and was about to leave. Bald Gorosei, 5 elders held the long sword in one hand and exhorted, "Sengoku, this matter must be fast. If you need any help, just speak up. We can provide all the power you need at any time." Sengoku's moving body Vivi froze for a moment, then turned around and said, "Understood." After speaking, he left the palace with great strides. Watching the back of Sengoku leave, the long-haired and white-bearded Gorosei, 5 elders murmured, "This sea is finally going to be lively. Will the demise of Chris cause a big change in the world?" Curly-haired Gorosei, 5 elders gently opened a book and said casually, "No matter what, the kingdom of Pudora will become the eye of the storm. Look, there will be more powers that will appear in the kingdom of Pudola." Of the Gorosei, 5 elders had a faint smile. They are very much looking forward to the changes that are about to take place in the world. About 40 minutes later, Sengoku returned to Marineford. Right now, in Sengoku's office. Garp and Staff Crane, both sitting across from Sengoku. Garp took Sengoku's senbei and chewed it in large gulps. The Crane staff looked kindly and asked with a smile, "How is it? What is the attitude of Gorosei, 5 elders? They agree or not, get rid of Chris." With a faint smile on Sengoku's face, he said, "Everything went well. Gorosei, 5 elders, after discussion, unanimously decided to get rid of Chris. And they also promised me that they could give us any help as long as we needed it. Guys, this is the second update, and a chapter will be updated later. Have you read the new book? The author is coding, and the new book will be updated with a chapter later. Everyone, hurry up and read the new book. It's super nice, hehe." 380. Sengoku wants Kizaru to help kill Chris, it's a headache. Marineford, Sengoku office. While chewing the senbei, Garp said casually, "I knew it would be like this. The Gorosei, 5 elders will never give in to beings that threaten world government rule. It's just a pity that this young man, Chris, has become a victim of politics before he can show his strength." Staff officer he also clicked his tongue twice and sighed, "I am also very optimistic about this young man Chris, who dares to think and act. I'm even looking forward to him being the new One Piece King of Pirates. It's a pity that the positions are different, and we can't let him continue to grow up." Garp and Staff Crane have been paying attention to Chris, and they have seen a lot of different things from Chris. They have read countless people, and of course they understand that people like Chris have the ability to change the world. However, as Marine generals, they must stand on the side of the world government and consider the issue. Sengoku, like the two of them, also felt a little pity. He sighed softly, "If Chris was doing his own Shichibukai well, I don't think I would. If you want to blame this guy, you won't stop for a moment. I have to be a king, and I have to form the Shichibukai alliance. This is obviously a plot." When Chris joined King Shichibukai, Sengoku also looked forward to him very much. He believes that as long as Chris plays by the rules, he will surely become a great figure in this world that cannot be ignored. And as Marshal of Marine, he is also happy to see it. But now all that has changed. Staff Officer Crane smiled lightly and said, "Since Chris chose such a path, he should bear the consequences himself. No matter what kind of plans he has, everything will end. Sengoku also nodded and said lightly, now, the Gorosei, 5 elders should have secretly summoned the people from the agency. They have also realized that Chris is a threat to the world government. If it is dispatched, there will be more of this. Garp looked disdainful and said with a sneer, institutions have always been arrogant. It's okay for them to engage in assassination, but to deal with pirates of this level, let's forget it. The most they can do is to do some intelligence work. It's impossible to count on them to kill Chris. Sengoku shrugged and said casually, I didn't expect them either. It's just that once Zero is dispatched, it represents the determination of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Only when the Gorosei, 5 elders have made up their minds, can I have a bottom line in my heart. The crane staff adjusted his justice cloak and said with a smile, I don't think the Gorosei, 5 elders will backtrack on such a major matter. They must have made this decision very carefully. Crane Staff Officer Vivi paused, then continued, speaking of which, how are you going to deal with Chris? His strength is terrifyingly powerful. Sengoku chuckled lightly, raised his eyebrows and said, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, this sentence is applicable at any time. Chris's personal strength is indeed strong, but as long as there are enough strong enemies against him, he is also unstoppable. Now, isn't he deep in the quagmire of Kudola Kingdom? Saying that, a strange smile appeared on Sengoku's face. Garp frowned slightly, and asked strangely, you mean, to cooperate with the Kingdom of Kudora? In this case, the Kingdom of Kudola will be protected. Sengoku casually spread his hands and said indifferently, the Kingdom of Kudora was originally just a small character. Also, I didn't say I really wanted to cooperate with them, I just cooperated with them to deal with Chris, that's all. After the matter is over, the Kingdom of Kudola cannot continue to exist in this world. Sengoku spoke, there was a murderous intent in his eyes. Crane Staff suggested, the current Kudora Kingdom is probably also stretched thin. Branu mentioned that they were recruiting from the outside world and invited some pirates to help out. If we join forces with them to deal with Chris, we have to help them secretly. Sengoku nodded and said solemnly, I will report this matter to the Gorosei, 5 elders. Let them send Zero to deal with these things, they're best at such shady tasks. Over the years, the big pirates they can control are not 1 or 2. Sengoku suddenly sighed softly and said helplessly, now there is a new problem. This time we sent Borsellino, and it was just a superficial statement. So send out a guy who won't help. It's good now, when it's time to hire someone, will that guy take it seriously? The last update, I will do what I say, today 3 to 4. New book has just been updated, please go and see it, and vote for the author, please. Pirates I Can Reject Everything Chapter 381 to 400. 381. Abolish Chris Shichibukai and kill him. At this moment, Sengoku felt a very headache. The last Marine meeting, they decided to let the Chris pirates go on a crusade against the Kingdom of Kudora. And in order to reassure the Chris pirates, they sent a team of 1 Marine to help out. Nominally, it is to help out, but in reality, this Marine's mission is just to supervise. They weren't ready for a real fight. Even the main generals sent out were all swingers. Borsellino. Sengoku shrugged helplessly and sighed, Borsellino, don't need to say anything more. When he performs tasks, he is usually lazy and unwilling to contribute. Similar to this time, he will not take it seriously. Borsellino's paddling skills are well known among the high-level Marines. Although he is an admiral of the Marine headquarters, the number of times he has really played a role is also very few. Only when Borsellino is interested in tasks, or is forced into desperation, will he show his due strength. Garp chewed the senbei and laughed, Borsellino is still the same. Has the highest talent, but also has the most lazy personality. And this time it's to deal with Chris. According to his personality, he will definitely not agree. Even if we hand over the task to him, I'm afraid he's just doing nothing. Staff Officer Crane pouted and said helplessly, but the kingdom of Kudora is too far away from Marineford, it will take at least 20 days in the past. I'm afraid it's too late to send out other people now. When Akainu and Kuzan pass by, I'm afraid Chris has already won the kingdom of Kudora. The three of them, Sengoku, were in trouble at the moment. The only one who can count on the front line is Borsalino. Onagumo Vice Admiral and others, although the strength is good, but still not enough to watch. If you want to deal with the existence of Chris level, you must at least be at the level of Borsalino. Sengoku Vivi sighed and said, as of now, we have no other way. We must have some helplessness in his eyes for the previous wrong decision. No matter what, Bono's strength is reliable. He's definitely someone who can plug in front of Chris. So no matter what, I'll find a way to get him to help. Sengoku is ready at this point, no matter what. No matter what the price is, Borsalino has to be persuaded. Garp also nodded and chuckled. The kingdom of Kudora must have found and dealt with Chris. If I guess right, either Akoku or Isaac. The only one who can help them in their battle is Borsalino. But this guy is used to being lazy. It's not easy to convince him. Staff Officer Crane also smiled strangely and said, Sengoku, this time you're probably going to have to pay a big price. It's not that easy to buy Borsalino. Staff Crane and Garp both seem to be gloating about misfortune. They know Borsalino very well and want this guy to help, they have to. Bribe. And this chip, definitely not 3 melons and 2 dates can be passed away. Sengoku also kept shaking his head. He murmured, if you want to deal with Chris, you must pay a great price. Otherwise, when he really grows up, it will be difficult to deal with him. I can make more concessions for the sake of the world government. Besides, any action this time has the Gorosei, 5 elders behind it, so I'm not afraid of anything. Seeing that Sengoku suddenly became rich and powerful, Garp and Staff Crane could not help but pouted and tisk. Staff Officer Crane suddenly sighed. Since the implementation of the Shichibukai system under the king, this is the first time this has happened. Although Chris is young, he has become the first King Shichibukai ever to be deposed. His name will definitely be recorded in the annals of history in the future. Garp chewed on the senbei and said, indeed, I'm going to be killed at such a young age. It's a bit of a pity. Chris was born, and Garp and others believed that he would change the world. Pity that now, they are going to kill Chris with their own hands. Sengoku's face returned to indifferent, and he said casually, Chris must also pay for his choice. All his choices are threatening the world government. Getting rid of him is also a matter of last resort. Although Sengoku 3 people feel a little regret about Chris. But at this point, they have no choice. Sengoku picked up the phone bug on the table and let out a light breath. Let me find a way to convince this guy, Borsalino. Gentlemen, there are 3 watch in the morning. This is the first update, and there are 2 more later. Then, the author Fungus will write a new book. The author's new book has more than 5,700 words. You can go and read it, it's absolutely wonderful. 382. Kizaru expresses great pressure, refuses to capture Chris, and asks Sengoku to ask for wisdom. Sengoku took a deep breath and slowly dialed the phone bug. Near Kudora Kingdom, Marine main battleship. Bumble. Borsalino's office, the voice of a phone bug rang suddenly. Marine had come to this place as early as a week ago. Of Kuduola without acting rashly. And Borsalino was just 2 days ago when he reunited with the Marine team. For the past 2 days, they have been waiting for the arrival of the Chris pirates. Borsalino stays in his office during boring time. The phone bug broke the boring time of these days. Borsalino raised his eyebrows slightly, and muttered to himself, who will be calling at this time? He walked leisurely to the table and picked up the phone bug. "Here is Borsellino, any advice?" Hearing this slightly lazy voice, the three of Sengoku 3 smiled involuntarily. This state of Borsellino, as they had expected before. Sengoku cleared his throat and said lightly, "Borsellino, I'm Sengoku. How is the situation on your side, is there any change?" Borsellino heard Sengoku's voice. He suddenly came to his senses. He couldn't help but shuddered, a doubt secretly raised in his heart. Borsellino said suspiciously, "What's the situation? Do I still need the marshal to be so concerned about this matter on my side? In the 2 days I came here, nothing happened. Now the Chris pirates have appeared, but they have been standing still. And they haven't sent anyone to contact us, so I don't know what they're planning." Despite his doubts, Borsellino reported the situation to Sengoku one by one. After speaking, he tentatively asked, "Marshal Sengoku, you suddenly called, not just for this matter, right? Is there any new problem in the headquarters? Something goes wrong, there must be a demon." Borsellino has always had some sense of smell in these things. Sengoku is also a direct gate of opening. "Yes, I called you because I have new instructions. Regarding the Chris pirates, the headquarters has made a new decision." Hearing this, Borsellino suddenly said excitedly, "I don't need me here anymore. We can withdraw from the vicinity of Kudora Kingdom right now." Hearing Borsellino's urgent tone, Sengoku's mind was suddenly full of black lines. In chief of the dignified front line was thinking about retreating. He also realized that it would be extremely difficult to convince Borsellino. Sengoku immediately, coldly, "Borsellino, you stay there for me and don't leave half a step. Listen to me, boy. The latest decision from the headquarters, get rid of Chris. Your new task now is, secretly cooperate with the Kingdom of Kudora to kill Chris. And be sure to catch the rest of the Chris pirates." Hearing Sengoku's order, Borsellino was immediately stunned. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if his ears were hallucinating. Borsellino said in surprise, "What did you say? Get rid of Chris? You are all crazy." Borsellino couldn't help but complain. About a month since the last decision. To deal with Chris are a bit too big. And Borsellino has also known about it at this time. Chris is also a great swordsman. He never thought that the Marine headquarters would actually want to get rid of Chris. Sengoku looked solemn and snorted, "This is a decision after internal discussions. This matter was finally finalized after our careful consideration. And about this decision, the Gorosei 5 elders personally nodded, you don't have to have any doubts." For Borsellino's surprise, Sengoku had expected it. He can also very well understand Borsellino's mood at the moment. After all, before he set off, he was in the mood for a vacation. Sengoku continued with a calm expression, "The Gorosei 5 elders have given orders to get rid of Chris at all costs. Now is a great opportunity. You have to find a way to unite the Kingdom of Kudora and deal with Chris together, be sure to get rid of him." Borsellino's heart at this moment is indescribable. He slowly calmed down his mood and tried to accept such a reality. Then, Borsellino replied indifferently, "I'm sorry, Marshal Sengoku. I think this task, I don't have the ability to complete it. Chris is extremely powerful, and I can't deal with him. And cooperating with Kudora Kingdom is not something I am good at. Please ask Gao Ming. Gentlemen, this is the second update, and there will be another update later. Gentlemen, how much support is there for the new book? You have all read the new book in the past. Please vote for the flowers, the new book needs to be taken care of." 383. Sengoku has no choice but to pay Kizaru a salary. The salary is in place, and the battle is not abandoned. At this time, Borsellino did not show the slightest politeness. "Since you treat me like this, don't blame me for arguing with you." Borsellino justly refused Sengoku's order, and his attitude was also quite clear. And all of this had long been expected by the three of Sengoku. Sengoku gave Garp a helpless look and shook his head slightly. He turned and said coldly, "Borsalino, I know this matter is indeed a little difficult for you. But now the time is pressing, and you are the only one who can do this. This is an order, you must execute it." Sengoku's words are both understanding and irresistible. But Borsalino doesn't like this at all. He also said firmly, "I don't care what orders I order or not, I always do things according to my ability. I really can't do anything about this. And I know my own strength. Compared to Akainu and Kuzan, I am still a little worse. To be on the safe side, I suggest you send the two of them here." Borsalino is just a hog meat, not afraid of anything at all. He knew Sengoku too well to know that Sengoku would not treat him well. On the other side of the phone, Sengoku also had a headache. He sighed softly and patiently persuaded, "Borsalino, you have to trust our judgment. There is no one better than you in this matter. If you don't want to come forward to deal with the people of Kudora Kingdom, I can let Onagumo and them go. Or it's okay to let people from the agency go there. Just deal with Chris." Sengoku persuaded with good words, but Borsalino didn't seem to let go. He clicked his tongue twice and shied away. "We were very clear about Chris' ability during the last meeting. His repulsion fruit is born to restrain my light fruit, so I'm really not suitable for this task." Hearing this, Garp and Staff Crane couldn't help coming. Garp smiled and said, "Borsalino, you can even think of that. You're humiliating your Zephyr." At Garp's level, the so-called devil fruit suppression can actually be ignored. The mutual growth and mutual restraint between devil fruits also depends on individual strength. Borsalino's development of light fruit has long reached an astonishing level. So what he said about restraint is simply a far-fetched reason. Borsalino leaned on the stool, pursed his lips and said, "Mr. Garp, I'm telling the truth. For some special devil fruits, this restraint will indeed always exist. Chris' repulsion fruit is indeed a very special existence, isn't it?" Staff officer he smiled and shook his head and said, "Borsalino, this matter is indeed a bit difficult for you. However, there is naturally an existence in Kudora Kingdom who can deal with Chris, you just need to help from the side. Don't worry, you won't be in any danger." In the tone of the staff officer Crane, there was a bit of helplessness, and at the same time, they also wanted to laugh very much. For Borsalino these lame reasons, the three of them are powerless to complain. Borsalino still didn't let go, and said softly, "Senior Crane, you are also aware of Chris' strength. How can he be dealt with by ordinary people? The kingdom of Kudora is just one Akoku and Isaac. Whether the two of them can deal with Chris, let's talk about it. I'm not going to detour anymore, I'm really afraid of death. If you want to get rid of Chris, I can't just help you. If I don't do everything I can, I'm afraid I won't be able to save my life." At this time, Borsalino is also the gate of opening. Anyway, everyone knows it well, and he doesn't need to express it euphemistically. Sengoku coughed lightly and said, "Borsalino, if you are willing to complete this mission, I can assure you that I will reward you with 8 billion Baileys. Besides that, I can give you a year off. During the vacation period, as long as you don't want to, I won't send you any tasks." Borsalino raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that Sengoku, the Iron Rooster, would offer himself such a generous offer. 8 billion Baileys, that was a considerable amount. Although the world government is not short of money at all, but to spend 8 billion Baileys, it is considered to be bleeding. But Borsalino is still hesitant. This is really not a question of money. You should know very well how dangerous this is. Chris's personal strength is definitely the existence of the 4 emperors. Fight against him, and if you are not careful, you will be killed. Sengoku's expression remained unchanged, and he said directly, 10 billion Baileys, 2 years of vacation. Everyone Kizaru has also participated in the battle, and the battle in the kingdom of Kudora will be very exciting. Subscribe automatically, the author will speed up the code, and start the battle. There are also new book tickets, everyone will vote in the past, please. 384. Kizaru has a salary in place, readily accepts the task, and promises to go all out to win Chris. 10 billion Baileys, 2 years of vacation. Sengoku said this, his face was indifferent, seemingly calm as water. In fact, he was already gnashing his teeth in his heart, accumulating anger. Marine Headquarters has the largest financial support from the world government. It can be said that Marine is the richest institution in the whole world government system. These 10 billion Baileys are indeed not a big deal for the Marine Headquarters. But for Sengoku, it was the first of its kind. He has never been so generous, giving such a big reward for a task. Wanting to face the Gorosei, 5 elders, questioning later, Sengoku couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Borsellino, this is the best condition I can offer. You don't have to go any further. Sengoku's tone, a threat gradually emerged. The other side of the phone bug, Borsellino's eyes widened in surprise, and he couldn't believe his ears. He didn't expect that Sengoku would be so willing this time. It can be seen that he is very determined to get rid of Chris. Borsellino also pursed his lips and said with a reluctant tone, "Hey. I really didn't expect that, Marshal Sengoku, you would be so concerned about this matter. My immediate boss takes it so seriously, and I can't let it go anymore." Speaking, Borsellino suddenly said seriously, "General Marshal Sengoku, don't worry, I will do my best to complete this matter. Even if I fight this old life, I will take Chris down." Sengoku 3 heard the words and looked at each other. Was a hint of helplessness in the eyes of the 3 people. Deal with this guy Borsellino, he still has to use his ultimate move. Sengoku's voice was low, and he replied, "You just understand. This mission is crucial for Marine Headquarters and for the world government. I hope you can take it seriously and be sure to take down Chris and the Chris pirates in one fell swoop." Sengoku Vivi paused for a while, then continued, "I agree to your conditions, you can rest assured. When you come back, I will definitely honor." Borsellino's face was filled with joy, and he clicked his tongue and said, "General Marshal Sengoku, don't worry. First a Marine Admiral, but I have a name. People outside always think that Marine Admiral's strength is actually average. This time, I will let those people know what the true strength of Marine Admiral is." Of Borsellino's mouth raised a confident smile. This sentence also made Sengoku feel very at ease. He knew very well how powerful Borsellino was when he got serious. Marine 3 Admiral is known as Marine's highest combat power, and this sentence is not just a legend. Sengoku nodded lightly, just hummed, and hung up. Staff Officer Crane tapped the table lightly with his fingers, and said, "Borsellino, he really doesn't see a rabbit and doesn't throw an eagle." After hearing such a generous reward, I immediately became serious. Speaking of which, this Philistine's mouth doesn't look like it was taught by Zephyr. Staff Officer Crane turned his attention to Garp, who was beside him. Coincidentally, Sengoku stared at Garp with an odd smile. Garp couldn't help frowning slightly when the 2 of them looked at him with strange eyes. He pouted and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I in your heart, just such a Philistine person? To tell the truth, this guy's bargaining look is exactly the same as when you were young. Marshal Sengoku." Garp looked at Sengoku maliciously and shook his head with a smile. Seeing this, Sengoku also spread his hands in embarrassment. He really couldn't refute anything about this testimony. Sengoku shrugged and said helplessly, "Borsellino, this guy has always been this lazy. Since Zephyr took a back seat, Borsellino seems to be a different person and doesn't care much about anything. Akainu has always been eager to become the next Marine Grand Marshal. But he doesn't seem to be interested in power or official position. This is why, Sengoku and the others have nothing to do with Borsalino. They really can't imagine what this guy wants. Staff officer, he curled his lips and said, I don't know what's the use of him asking for so much money. In my impression, he doesn't seem to be a guy who likes money either. Garp picked up a senbei and laughed loudly. I don't think he cares about this 10 billion Baileys. It's from Sengoku, 2 years off. Actually, Borsalino is very smart. The automatic subscription is now 231, and finally exceeded 230. The author is very happy, so happy. So I added another chapter to express my thoughts. There will be 2 shifts tomorrow morning, so today will be the first. The new book. Please vote in the past. Thank you Philo for reminding you. 3 things about reading. 385. In this battle, Mahawk is a variable. Chris is more dangerous than rocks. Hearing Garp compliment Borsalino, Sengoku both expressed doubts. Looking at the puzzled expressions of these 2 people, Garp said lightly, Borsalino is trying to get more benefits for himself. After doing this, he can rest at ease, and he doesn't need to be involved in any of the next things. No matter what. Will the plan to clear Chris this time succeed in the end? In the next few years, the world will not think that it is as peaceful as it is today. Garp's deep eyes seemed to see a glimpse of the future. He saw very clearly that the decision of the world government to remove Chris this time would have a great impact. And now above the sea, it is already turbulent. Bad, it's just a fuse. Sengoku's eyes gradually became more serious. He said in a deep voice, a year ago, I would never have thought of it. The change in the pattern of this world is actually related to a young man who is under the age of 20. Quote. The appearance of Chris is indeed an important factor in the change of the world. Sengoku couldn't help feeling a little emotional when he recalled when Chris was just emerging. At that time, none of them thought that this young man would be the person who was the most troublesome to them now. Staff Officer Crane glanced down at the information in his hand. It was about the Chris Pirates, the latest information. She flipped through a few pages at random and sighed. In just 1 year, the Chris Pirates are already talented people. Geez. These newcomers under his hands, any one of them is a rare genius. Now he reminds me of a person back then. Garp raised his eyebrows and laughed softly. What you're trying to say is, rocks. To be honest, I also often wonder if Chris and the rocks are alone. The paths the 2 of them took are too similar. It's just, Chris is much stronger than the rocks at the time. As the person who destroyed the rocks pirates, the name rocks means a lot to Garp. This opponent is also the most important one in Garp's life. He has to admit that the current Chris is much better than the rocks. Crane Staff Officer Vivi nodded and murmured, Borsalino is now, just like your character back then. Only now, it seems that he can't find someone to replace Roger. The destruction of the Rocks Pirates was caused by the collaboration of Garp and the Roger Pirates. Now the world government is once again preparing to destroy a similar pirate group. But the miracle of that year, I am afraid it is difficult to achieve. Sengoku's expression gradually returned to normal. He said casually, fortunately, the other members of the Chris Pirates are relatively immature. The Pudora Kingdom should be able to come up with a lineup that can compete with each other. And the agency has already begun to act. Marine and the Kingdom of Puduola join forces. This is not something that anyone can resist. I think Akoku, Isaac, and Borsalino will be able to get rid of Chris together. Garp and Staff Officer Crane nodded in agreement. Garp and the others still know the strength of the 3 of them. Akoku, Isaac and Borsalino. Once these 3 people are able to join forces, even the 4 Emperor-level characters must be handled with care. Crane's Staff Officer Vivi sighed and muttered to himself, now. Hope, no accident will happen. The only thing I'm worried about is, Hawkeye Mahawk is totally involved. If he chooses to stand against the world government, the matter is dangerous. It means that we have one more opponent, the fourth Emperor-level opponent. Do we need to ask the agency to remind Mahak and let him understand our plan in advance? Sengoku touched the lamp on the desk, and said casually, when Borsellino appears across from them, Mahak should understand. At that time, he also had to make a choice. Sengoku suddenly chuckled and said lightly, if Mahak insists on helping Chris, there is no way out. Then we'll have to clean up with Mahak. Garp chewed the senbei and noticed the murderous intent in Sengoku's eyes. As Sengoku's partner for many years, Garp is rarely seen, and Sengoku has this performance. Sengoku is still smiling. Anyway. Now Chris Shichibukai alliance has been successfully formed. And the Empress Boa Hancock, who can be absolutely sure, has become the most loyal person in the Chris camp. Taking advantage of this opportunity, let's try it out. What kind of reaction will the other Shichibukai kings react? Your Majesty, Shichibukai, it's time to put things right. This is the first one, and there is another one in the morning. Vote for the new book in the past, don't forget it, please. Automatically subscribe to another one, and the author will work harder to code. 386. Finally arrived in the kingdom of Pudora, and the battle is ready to begin. Shichibukai system under the king has been practiced for many years, and these 7 people also occupy their respective positions. Over time, various problems have also appeared in the Shichibukai of the king. Crocodile, who was previously replaced by Chris, occupied the kingdom of Alabasta for a long time, and seriously violated the laws of the world government. In addition, the world government has naturally noticed some of the problems of other people. Just that due to the influence of Shichibukai, the king, Sengoku and the others have never acted rashly. This time, it happened to be a perfect opportunity. Sengoku can finally take this opportunity to make a comprehensive rectification of the King Shichibukai. Even if you don't abolish these Shichibukai, you can beat them. So whether or not Chris can be removed this time is also a very critical thing for Sengoku. Garp, on the other hand, Vivi frowned, shook his head and said, I think you should be more cautious about this matter. After all, these people from Shichibukai, the king, have an extraordinary influence in the entire world. If it's not handled properly, it's likely to cause more unnecessary trouble. Staff Officer Crane also nodded and persuaded, our goal now is Chris and the Chris Pirates. As long as I can handle this matter, I think it's fine. As for Hakai Mahak and the others, if they also oppose the world government together, it will not be too late to find a way to deal with them later. Sengoku's expression was very indifferent, and he said casually, anyway. Among the Shichibukai under the king, there are only Mahak and Boa Hancock. To deal with the 2 of them, our current combat power should still be enough. Depending on the situation, others shouldn't come here. As long as they get rid of Chris, they will naturally pack up their little minds. Sengoku believes that as long as Borsellino can get rid of Chris, others will follow suit. No matter what. The so-called Shichibukai alliance has been formed. When Chris dies, everything will be over. The rest of the people will never turn against the world government for the sake of a dead person. In the new world, the Chris has been staying here for 2 days near the kingdom of Puduola, and there is no action yet. The past 2 days, the members of Krishai have been practicing seriously. Chris training room, Chris, as always, is practicing meticulously. Since the last time he competed with the Hakai Mahak, he has spent a long time focusing on swordsmanship. Practice. To thoroughly understand the insights he had gained in that battle. In the rest area on the side of the training room, Hancock and the others sat gracefully on the side, admiring Chris's practice. Bonnie gently stirred the drink in the glass with a straw, and said with a smile, Chris's swordsmanship seems to be getting better and better. Although I haven't seen him really do it, but after looking at it in the past 2 days, I always feel that it is a little different. In Bonnie's heart, there is an indescribable feeling. She only vaguely felt that Chris's swordsmanship in the process of cultivation. With a slight change. Olivu's eyes were burning, and he nodded. Indeed, I feel it too. Compared with 2 days ago, there is something more in Chris's eyes. The strongest swordsman they ever seen is Mahawk. So I can't say what kind of state Chris is in now. Hearing this, Hancock couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. With a faint smile on her brows, she smiled and said, "This shows Chris's swordsmanship. In these 2 days, I got a promotion. The war is coming, which is really great news for us." Nami's face also showed 2 small dimples, Chris's swordsmanship. But it can kill thousands of troops. Now that he has been promoted again, when the battle starts, our pressure will be much less. The battle with the kingdom of Pudora is just around the corner, and the improvement in the strength of the main general is undoubtedly the best news. This subtle change of Chris also brought great self-confidence to Hancock and others. Perona was not flying in the air at this time, but sat quietly on the sofa. Enjoying the sunshine, she asked softly, "We've been here for 2 days and we haven't done anything. Chris, how the hell did he plan? When will we officially start war with the kingdom of Puduola?" Baccarat gathered up his dark red hair and said softly, "It's not like he didn't do anything. On the one hand, we are recharged, and on the other hand, we are also exploring the depths of the kingdom of Puduola. Since it's a big war, it's natural to know ourselves and the enemy, so we can do it all at once." In Reju's delicate eyes, Vivi smiled. "In the past 2 days, our spies have been returning one after another. If there are no problems, the battle will begin soon. Everyone, let's subscribe for another one. Now it's 231. Let's see if we can break through 232 today. Thank you everyone. The plot writers should speed up as much as possible. Everyone, please support. Have you read the new books? Filu reminds you. 3 things about reading. 387. A sudden call. The Shichibukai Alliance is about to arrive on the battlefield. The current Chris pirates are all recharging their batteries. No matter what. Whether it was the squad leader or Nami and the others, they were all waiting for Chris's order. To the upcoming battle. And at this moment, it's not just the squad leaders who are working hard to improve themselves. Even the girls who basically don't participate in battles on weekdays started their own cultivation at this time. Everyone knows very well that attacking the kingdom of Pudora is the business of the entire Chris pirates. When you really get to the battlefield, you can't just let the squad leader and the others stand in front. Nami and the others will definitely be involved in the battle at that time. Therefore, not one of them is willing to hold back. Nami looked at Alvida who was cultivating, and said softly, "Alvida is already working hard, and she has been cultivating very hard these 2 days. It seems that after the war starts, we will see Alvida in battle form." Baccarat smiled Isho, and said generously, "Alvida's slippery fruit is actually more inclined to defensive counterattacks. In contrast, I'm still more looking forward to Makino's fighting form. Her mythical devil fruit, the attack power is very terrifying." Everyone's eyes were also looking at Makino in the corner. She is now trying to familiarize herself with her abilities, and is constantly trying to develop new powers. Looking at the fantastic sights emanating from Makino's body, Nami and the others couldn't help but exclaim. Perona's eyes lit up and she said with a smile, "This mythical devil fruit looks really colorful. Makino's battle will definitely be great." Hancock's beautiful eyes, Vivi had a ripple, and said softly, "Now everyone's energy is very strong. Even Kaya, she has already started her own cultivation. I'm really looking forward to this war more and more." Everyone looked curiously at Kaya who was cultivating, and sighed from time to time. Bonnie clicked his tongue twice and said, "The strength of everyone on board really opened my eyes. Mythical, Logia, this is a rare devil fruit. In the end, when we got to Chris's boat, it turned out to be a bunch of people. Margaret nodded and smiled. It's still because Chris is so powerful, he can always get all kinds of devil fruits. Rare breeds that we think are rare, it seems to be very simple things to him. Even Kaya, who is not good at fighting, has the soil fruit of Logia, which is really enviable. Marigold stuck out his tongue and smiled faintly. Anyway, according to my observation, Captain Chris's people almost have a devil fruit in their hands. Look at it, this time the war with Kudora Kingdom will be very interesting. Everyone can already predict the scene of this war at that time. It must be a big competition for devil fruit ability users. There are too many devil fruit ability users in the Chris Pirates, and their styles are different. If it really fights, it will give the people of Kudora Kingdom a headache. Bumble, 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 bumble. Just as Hancock and the others were laughing, the voice of a phone bug rang suddenly. Looking at the sound, it came from the phone bug beside Chris. Anyone who can call Chris directly is a big man. Hancock's beautiful face, there was a hint of doubt. At this time, I don't know who it will be. Could it be Marine, who took the initiative to contact us? Nami raised her eyebrows slightly and said noncommittally, it's not impossible. It's been almost 2 days since we came here. In the past 2 days, no matter what. Whether it's from the Kudora Kingdom or Marine, they must have discovered us. Baccarat took over the conversation and said generously, Marine sent Borsellino to lead the team just to cooperate and supervise us. We haven't contacted them all the time, so Marine is probably in a hurry. Hancock shook his head slightly and smiled lightly. You don't know Borsellino, he won't be in a hurry. This guy is used to being lazy and doesn't care if we contact him or not. Anyway, they won't be deeply involved in the battle when they come, so I hope we don't contact them. Dealt with Marine for such a long time, Hancock still knows a few important generals of Marine's headquarters very well. Borsellino she knew would never be so concerned. Kikyo said with a smile, if it's not Marine, then it's probably our reinforcements. It's no wonder that Chris has been keeping his troops on hold for the past few days. Did he contact the reinforcements a long time ago? Baccarat and Hancock looked puzzled. They haven't received any news. It's still 3 in the morning and 2 in the evening. In addition, the new book will be written in 90,000 words today, and everyone will vote for the new book in the past, and the author bows to thank you, please everyone. 388. Jinbei is calling and will be on time to join the battle. Moria will also be in battle. Chris, in the training room. Chris put away the blood red in his hand and picked up the phone bug beside him. I'm Chris. After picking up the phone, Chris just said this in a cold tone. There was a very familiar voice over the phone. Chris, I'm Jinbei. I heard that you have arrived near the kingdom of Kudora. Have you already started the fight? Hearing Jinbei's voice, Chris's face was obviously a little more gentle. He chuckled lightly and said, so it's you. We are indeed near the kingdom of Kudora, but we haven't fought yet. We need to repair for 2 days, and by the way, find out the situation here in Kudora Kingdom. I would never fight an uncertain battle. Chris's tone was full of confidence. Has a perfect plan for everything he does. Jinbei, Isho, said, that's great. I'm already on my way to Kudora Kingdom, and I should be able to arrive tomorrow without any accident. You must wait for me. In such a big war, I must come to help you out. Hearing this, Chris couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He did not expect that Jinbei had come to this sea area without a sound. Was a pleasant surprise for Chris. He couldn't help laughing and said, I didn't expect that, Boss Jinbei, you have already come here. Don't worry, I'll be waiting for you. I'll send someone over immediately to pick you up. For Jinbei's assistance, Chris didn't have any shirk. Anyway, he's already here, and with a little more strength at this time, it can make everyone feel a little more relaxed. Jinbei also happily replied, no problem, we will keep in touch at any time. See you tomorrow. After all, the two hung up the phone. Just after putting down the phone, Chris was about to take the blood red from his neck. The phone worm suddenly rang again, and Chris couldn't help raising his eyebrows, thinking, is there anything else Jinbei hasn't explained? He shrugged and answered the phone bug again. This time, the voice came from the other end of the phone first. Chris, it's me, Moria. When the familiar voice came, Chris felt Vivi's surprise. He and Gecko Moria hadn't communicated for a long time, and after leaving the Devil's Triangle, he hadn't contacted Gecko Moria. This time, Gecko Moria suddenly contacted him, which surprised Chris. He asked lightly, I'm Chris, what's the matter with you, Moria? I didn't expect you to call me at this time. Gecko Moria said with a smile, I just heard that you have entered the sea area under the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Kudora. So I thought of calling you as soon as possible to ask about the specific situation over there. Looks like you haven't fought yet. Chris's expression returned to normal, and he replied casually, indeed, we haven't started a war yet. Jinbei will come to me tomorrow, so I am now waiting for their arrival. Hearing Jinbei's name, Gecko Moria said in surprise, is the boss Jinbei also gone? It's such a coincidence, I think I will also arrive in the Kingdom of Kudora tomorrow. Hearing this, Chris couldn't help Vivi frown. He has some doubts now, this is what Jinbei negotiated with Gecko Moria. These two guys actually came here at the same time. Gecko Moria smiled and said, Chris, I've already left the Devil's Triangle. Thank you for pulling me into your Shichibukai alliance and making me realize that I can't stand still. So in order to thank you, I work day and night, thinking about going, the Kingdom of Kudora, at full speed. Thinking of being able to help a little in this war. The visit of the Chris pirates makes Gecko Moria, who lives in the Devil's Triangle, realize that the outside world is changing with each passing day. He was able to regain his courage and come to the new world again. All because of Chris' help. So this time, he chose without hesitation to help Chris. Gecko Moria paused, then continued to ask, Chris, when are you going to go to war with the Kingdom of Kudora? If I go tomorrow, it shouldn't delay anything. Chris Vivi thought for a while, and then said lightly, it was originally scheduled for tomorrow. But now, I've decided to postpone it for another day. The current situation made Chris temporarily change his mind. Hawkeye Mahawk and Queen Boa Hancock are already on Chris' ship. At this time tomorrow, Jinbei and Gecko Moria should have arrived at this place. Chris himself, there are already 5 Shichibukai under the 55th king. If that's the case, everyone, this is the second update, there will be another update later, 3 updates today. In the next time, all new books will be written. Everyone remember to vote for new books in the past. Don't forget, please everyone. 389. Chris calls Doflamingo and asks him to come and fight. Chris believes that since there are already 5 Shichibukai under the king, appearing at this place. Better to take this opportunity to gather all the Shichibukai under the king. On the one hand, you can help yourself, and it will be easier to attack the Kingdom of Kudora. Other hand, they can also plan things carefully after the battle is over. After all, this is also a rare opportunity. It is also time for the Shichibukai Alliance to take this opportunity to formally cooperate in front of the whole world. After Gecko Moria heard the specific time, he agreed. That's good, don't worry, at this time tomorrow, I'll be there on time. You remember to send someone out to pick me up. I heard there are people from Marine around here too. In this situation, I don't want to have too much contact with Marine yet. Gecko Moria has not accepted Marine's quest for a long time. That he has joined the Shichibukai Alliance, the relationship with Marine is even more delicate. Because he knows very well that Marine's current attitude towards Chris is not very normal. Chris also said lightly, don't worry, I will arrange everything. After speaking, the two of them also hung up the phone. After the call, Chris lit a cigarette. He then called Doflamingo. Underscore. Dressrosa, King's Heights. The cadres of the Don Quixote family gather here. Doflamingo looked lazy, leaning casually on the sofa. He smiled and looked at the person standing in front of him. The man wore a plaid coat, a pair of sunglasses, and had well-developed temples on either side of his cheeks. This is the Don Quixote family, one of the most relied. His position in Marine is also quite high. And his true identity is the undercover agent sent by Togo to the Marine headquarters. Today, it happened to be when he returned to Dressrosa to debrief. Doflamingo smiled and asked, "Long time no see, Virgo. How is it? What's going on with Marine recently?" Virgo found a place to sit at random, and said with Erlang's legs crossed, "During this time, there is no other action except send a team to the kingdom of Kudora. However, I know that today the Marine headquarters held a secret meeting. But I don't know exactly what it is. Since the Marine 5 base was out of town and Virgo was an expat, he was not allowed to attend the meeting. So Virgo missed the 2 high-level meetings of the Marine headquarters one after another. But after the meeting, he can always find a way to get the specific content of the meeting." He casually lit a cigarette and exhaled the smoke. "But don't worry, I have already contacted other people. In these 2 days, I can get the specific content of this meeting." Doflamingo lol isho, swish. "Old guy from Sengoku, I guess he's suspicious of you. In the future, try to be more careful." Virgo nodded and smiled disdainfully. "He's just suspicious, I won't let him get the hang of it. And he thought that he deliberately moved me away from the center, so I won't get what we want." How naive. Torapal, "Hey Isho," said slowly, "we have already mastered a lot of the real secrets of Marine. As long as they don't get in our way, it's none of our business what they want to do." Diamandi showed his big white teeth and smiled. "Our underground business has been going well since this time. Everything is going well. Marine and they didn't trouble us either. Their eyes seem to be attracted by the things on the Kudola Kingdom side." Gladius raised his eyebrows and said, "In recent days, there have been more and more businesses from the underground world. While Marine is slack, we can seize the opportunity and have a big fight." With the news that the Chris pirates and the Kingdom of Kudora are about to go to war, it gradually spread throughout the world. The demand for arms in various countries has also increased significantly. These people are sensitive to anticipating that unexpected big things will happen in the future. So be prepared in advance. Pika said in a shrill voice. Not only the demand for arms, but all kinds of things in the underground world, the demand has increased. This is also due to the Revolutionary Army. They go on expeditions everywhere, forcing the regimes of those countries to hoard arms. The Don Quixote family is very happy about these changes in the underground world. This means that they can make huge profits from it. Everyone, it's already 3 in the morning, so that's it. The author has gone to write a new book. Everyone remember to vote for the new book. Don't forget, hee. 390. Don Quixote family, discuss the Chris pirates. A look of schadenfreude. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Doflamingo gently adjusted his glasses and asked, "Is there any news from Kaido recently? He's not still killing himself, is he?" Torapal sucked his nose and said with a smile, "Oh ho ho ho. Kaido seems to have stopped a lot these days. There is no news about where he went to commit suicide. I guess he must be unable to find a new suicide site." As soon as you say this, immediately. It caused a roar of laughter from other cadres. That Kaido likes to commit suicide everywhere has long been a joke in the Don Quixote family. Torapal smiled and then continued, "The orders from Kaido are also increasing. Our factory is now officially on the right track. As long as we can provide Kaido with a steady stream of artificial devil fruits, our family will have nothing to worry about. Anyone who wants to move us has to pass Kaido." The artificial devil fruit factory has now been established, although it is only in the early stage, but it has been able to produce some things. With the order of artificial devil fruit, the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates have also reached a close relationship. The existence of Kaido is also an important reason why the Don Quixote family can run amok in the underground world. Virgo let out a few smoke rings and said casually, "Young master, the situation at sea is so chaotic now. Shouldn't we take this opportunity to win some more territory? I learned from this side that there are already problems in some countries. With the advantage inside Marine, Virgo can easily learn a lot of secrets." During this time, he also knew that there were internal disputes in several resource-rich countries. And this is a good opportunity for the Don Quixote family to take advantage of this opportunity. Diamante also clicked his tongue and said, "Now the eyes of the whole world are focused on the kingdom of Kudora. And with the rise of Chris, there's bound to be a huge change in the situation at the sea. If we can seize the opportunity, with our own strength, we can have a place in the sea in the future." Although the Don Quixote family is also a big force. But compared to the four Emperor's pirates, their inferiority is not a star. Therefore, the cadres all hoped that they could take a big step forward by taking advantage of this big change in the situation at sea. However, this proposal was directly rejected by Doflamingo. He shook his head firmly and said solemnly, "At this time, it's better to do our business quietly and quietly." On the surface, everyone's eyes are on the kingdom of Kudola. But the world government must be secretly guarding it. What we can think of, they will naturally think of it. As soon as we hit a new country, they immediately notice it. I don't want to provoke anything right now. Torapal nodded and said in agreement, "Young master is right, we can't fall into the trap of the world government. Recently, the Revolutionary Army has made frequent moves, and the world government must be secretly dealing with them. We go out to make trouble at this time, and it is likely to cause unnecessary trouble." Gladius crossed Erlang's legs and said coldly, "It's been so long, why haven't I received the news of a war? It stands to reason that the Chris pirates should have arrived in the kingdom of Kudora long ago." Sugar put a one grape in his mouth, and said lightly, "This is a large-scale war after all, and both sides need to be foolproof. Didn't the young master also tell us that Chris is a very difficult guy to deal with? He must also be secretly planning something." Senor Peak took a pacifier and said, "I don't really understand what's worth paying attention to in this war. The Chris pirates and Marine joined forces, and the final result is already obvious. You don't think that the strength of the Kudola kingdom is enough to resist the attacks of these two major forces at the same time?" Disdainful smile appeared on Senor Peak's face. He is very certain that this is a war without any suspense. But Buffalo shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. This time Marine sent Admiral Borsellino, and he certainly won't be too involved. In the final analysis, it is still the battle between the Chris pirates and the Kudola kingdom. Marine is probably just a role to clean up the mess." Dellinger twisted his hat and said casually, "I agree with Buffalo. The result of this war is not necessarily the victory of the Chris pirates. As far as I know, the kingdom of Kudola has paid for itself. This is the first update, and there will be 2 more to come. In addition, the new book is about to exceed 110,000 words. If you have time, you can go and read it and vote for the new book. Thank you." 391. Chris called and Dover answered the phone. Dellinger was wearing a pair of high heels, Erlang's legs were raised. He smiled casually. "I received news 2 days ago that Middle Camino and Luis Caccio have both gone to the kingdom of Kudora. The cavalry pirates, the tank pirates, etc. are also going with them. The momentum is huge. In order to deal with the invasion of the Chris pirates, the kingdom of Kudora took out its own wealth to fight. This." Doflamingo Vivi frowned and said, "Middle Camino and Luigi Caccio. They also went to join in the fun. These guys really don't even want their lives for so little benefit." Doflamingo has dealt with the Chris pirates so many times, and knows the horror of this pirate group. He knew very well that strengths like Middle Camino and Luis Caccio might not be able to make waves. Mahabe laughed loudly and said, "Young master, you seem to be very optimistic about the kingdom of Puduola. I think, the joining of the pirate group is simply more powerful, Each of their pirate groups is a very powerful existence in the New World. If we work together, we might be able to defeat the Chris pirates." Doflamingo curled his lips and sneered, "If the Chris pirates are so easily defeated, I won't suffer from them. They are far less simple than outsiders imagine. Apart from Chris and Enel, the others are not minor characters either. People from the outside world are basically just afraid of Chris's strength. Because Chris's strength has indeed reached the level of the 4 emperors. However, this leads to others, who only know of Chris' existence. Ignore the rest of the Chris pirates." Violet's beautiful eyes Vivi trembled, and she chuckled, "The Chris pirates must be the final winner. Don't forget, Hawkeye Mahawk and the 9 snake pirates all went to Pudora Kingdom together. To deal with these 3 people at the same time, even the 4 emperors may not be completely sure." In Violet's heart, Carrie is an unbeatable legend. The help of Hawkeye Mahawk and Empress Boa Hancock, and there's no reason to fail. Sugar bit the grapes and said casually, "The 3 Shichibukai under the 3rd king joined forces, it's really not a casual talk. And with Chris Hayes' appeal, there should be others. If the rest of the Shichibukai alliance join in, the kingdom of Pudora will really fall into despair." Gladius touched his spiky head and said lightly, "If you say that, the situation will be serious. The Chris pirates have a very close relationship with Germa 66, Elbath, the land of giants. If these 2 major forces join the war, then there is really no suspense. And this war will definitely go down in history." Jorah pouted and murmured, "If these things really happen, then some will see." Faced with such a strong appeal of Chris, the world government will definitely not sit still. Maybe the Chris pirates attacked the kingdom of Pudora with the front and the back, and Marine was caught off guard by the back foot. Hearing this, everyone was shocked by Vivi. They believe that Jorah's analysis is not without merit. If Chris's power is too strong, there is no reason for the world government to continue to support him. Doflamingo is also Vivi squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. "A gun shoots the first bird, this principle will not change. So, what we have to do now is to stabilize the business at hand. As for the expansion of the site, there is no rush at this time." Doflamingo's expression has obviously changed. He suddenly began to look forward to the day when the Chris pirates were suppressed by the world government. At that time, he didn't mind stepping on it. Virgo said with an indifferent expression, "Then we'll just wait and see what happens. No matter what. In this world changed, our Don Quixote family will always be the one that stands tall." Virgo's eyes were full of disdain for everything. The other cadres also showed such expressions at this moment. They have great confidence in Doflamingo. It's not just because Doflamingo has a background in Tenryubito. More importantly, most of these cadres joined the Don Quixote family because of one thing. All of them, without exception, saw the aura of kingship in Doflamingo. Bulu bulu, bulu bulu, bulu bulu. While everyone in the Don Quixote family was chatting and laughing, the voice of a phone worm suddenly rang. Torapal Vivi frowned and said, "Who would it be?" "There is one more update later, and 3 updates are guaranteed today. There is also an update for the new book in the evening, and I am working hard to code it. Everyone remember to vote in the past. Thank you everyone." 392. Chris orders Doflamingo to make sure he goes to war. Dover is furious. When they heard the voice of the phone bug, the officials of the Don Quixote family were all curious. Calling at this time, there must be something important. Torapal murmured, "We will be contacted now, it should be from Kaido's side." Did they want to take this opportunity to do something? However, Torapal noticed that Vivi's expression changed somewhat. Doflamingo's expression, from the light cloud and wind just now, suddenly became a little nervous. And worry in his eyes. This made Torapal frown, and he was also muttering in his heart. Doflamingo knew very well in his heart that the phone bug would be called at this time. There was only one person, Chris. I've been having a bad feeling for the past 2 days. Now, this hunch is about to come true. Doflamingo Vivi sighed, then directly picked up the phone bug. After answering the phone, it was exactly what Doflamingo thought. An indifferent voice came over the phone. Doflamingo, it's me. This familiar voice, besides Chris, who else can? Doflamingo frowned and said softly, Chris, call me at this time, what's the matter? Aren't you supposed to be at war with Pudora Kingdom now? Chris looked indifferent and said casually, we're ready to fight right away. Now, I need you to come over here. At this time the day after tomorrow, the war officially begins, and then you must appear. Chris's tone was cold and tough, with a hint of irresistibility. When Doflamingo heard this, his face suddenly changed, very ugly. What he was most worried about finally happened. Chris still spoke up and let him participate in the war. However, what made him even more unexpected was Carrie's directness. Moreover, his tone and attitude were completely an orderly gesture. This made Doflamingo a little sullen. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, Reese, this matter has nothing to do with me. This is your own business, the Chris Pirates. I have no reason to appear in Pudora Kingdom. Moreover, the business of our Don Quixote family has been very prosperous recently. As the head of the family, it is impossible for me to leave Dressrosa. Can be seen that Doflamingo is really very angry this time. His tone was also extremely strong, and he was firmly opposed to Chris's request. The last time he escaped from Chris, he had been avoiding Chris, intentionally or not. This time, his sudden attitude was so strong, which showed the resistance in his heart. However, Chris completely ignored these, and said coldly, I ask you, you must appear. Did you understand? Doflamingo's face was ashen, Vivi twitched at the corner of his mouth, and said, Chris, I said, I won't get involved in this matter. I also have very important things here, and I can't live without it. Doflamingo insisted on his attitude and sternly refused. Although his heart was indeed a little flustered, he would not show it at all. After all, in front of so many family officials, Doflamingo will never give in to Chris. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed. Looking at Doflamingo's expression, the officials of the Don Quixote family were also curious. They talked in low voices. Sugar shoved a purple grape into his mouth, pouted and said, This Chris, what the hell are you doing? To make the young master so angry. In Violet's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of joy, and he said softly, It seems that the young master has rejected his request. Ever since the last defeat, the young master has always been very jealous of Chris. Today is unexpectedly uncharacteristic, with such a tough attitude. Torapal snorted coldly and said unhappily, before the young master, he didn't want to cause trouble. Do you really think that the young master is really afraid of that? Chris. If it's really going to be a firefight, it's not enough to see what Chris has accumulated over the year. He expressed some dissatisfaction with Violet's attitude. Pika said with a shrill voice, However, the young master is really tough this time. I just don't know what Chris said to make the young master so angry. Of light flashed in Virgo's eyes. Chris is now in the quagmire of war. He called at this time, presumably to seek our help. It's not unreasonable for the young master to reject him sternly. At this time, we may go to the muddy waters. Guys, this is the last update. It has been updated 3 to 4 today. The new book asks for support, but it seems that not many people read the new book, so sad. NT help it, I will continue to write a new book in a few days, open another one, and cry. 393. Chris strongly orders Doflamingo. Dover was furious, and blue veins burst out on his forehead. The officials of the Don Quixote family were all whispering and discussing. Violet folded her hair casually and said softly, now we have joined the Shichibukai Alliance. Of the Shichibukai Alliance is to help each other. If we retreat at this time, I am afraid we will be rejected by everyone. A cold smile on Violet's face. Only one purpose in her heart, that is, let Doflamingo go to help Chris. Violet knew that when Chris called at this time, there was no other reason other than looking for help. However, her own strength is limited, so she can't help much. So I can only slap on the side and let Doflamingo do my part for him. Diamante spread his hands and said casually, they were rejected by them. So what? For so many years, our Don Quixote family has relied on ourselves. Isn't it still very good now? Jorah also nodded and said disdainfully, look at the entire Shichibukai, who is better than us? The big deal is not to cooperate with them. Anyway, after this war, the Chris pirates still don't know if they can continue to exist. Torapal Vivi pondered and murmured, anyway, the Chris pirates have a pretty good chance of winning. Unless there is an accident, the ultimate winner must be the Chris pirates. It's not a wise choice to offend Chris at this time. Gladius wore a mask, crossed his hands on his chest, and said coldly, it is also very uncomfortable to be targeted by the other 6. The best thing to do now is to find a suitable reason and politely reject Chris. Virgo pushed his sunglasses and said softly, it is naturally the best choice to not be involved. I just don't know if the young master can reject Chris. Everyone was whispering, constantly exchanging their thoughts. At the same time, everyone's attitude towards Chris is somewhat uncertain. If Chris's attitude is very tough, it will be very difficult to refuse. Doflamingo's face was ashen, and he said coldly, Chris, I won't go to Pudora Kingdom. Now the business of our Don Quixote family is tight. How did you let me leave? Doflamingo once again stressed that he has something to do. Can't walk away. His implication, no, you Chris pirates have something important to do. However, Chris didn't care about these at all. He still said indifferently, at this time the day after tomorrow, we are going to start a war. If you don't come, at your own risk. After speaking, Chris hung up the phone directly. Don't give Doflamingo any chance to speak. Looking at the phone bug with his eyes closed, Doflamingo's forehead burst with blue veins. His eyes were filled with angry flames. How could he not hear it? Chris is now threatening himself blatantly. Doflamingo felt the humiliation of being ignored by others. It made him unacceptable. Asshole. It's just arrogant. Doflamingo cursed and overturned a table in front of him. Chris, this bastard, do you really think that he is a green onion? Maid, why is he so bossy to others? Doflamingo kept cursing, while wreaking havoc in the hall. For a while, in the neat hall, glass fragments scattered all over the floor. Many tables and sofas were thrown into pieces. Seen that Doflamingo is really furious and can only vent his emotions in this way. To say anything when they saw this. They rarely see Doflamingo like this in internal meetings. Torapal looked gloomy and said angrily, young master, we are not to be slaughtered by others. Since Chris is so rude, there is no need for us to continue to entangle with him. Diamante also had a cold look on his face, and said, yes, our Don Quixote family is so powerful, there is no reason to be afraid of him. It's a big deal to tear up your face with Chris and quit this so-called Shichibukai alliance. Let those few people become a joke. Without your presence, young master, why would you be so embarrassed to call yourself the Shichibukai alliance? Virgo pushed his sunglasses and said lightly, now the Chris pirates are in a quagmire, obviously they want to pull us into the water. Their future is uncertain now, and we can't get involved. Even if you don't go out to Pudora Kingdom, what can Chris do to you? Buffalo narrowed his eyes and said viciously, in the end, it's still a question of whether they can survive the Chris pirates. We have more than one choice. Gentlemen, 3 to 4 in the morning, I promise to let you watch enough. In addition, the new book is on the shelves today, please come and support it. Just subscribe to the chapter on the shelf. One more subscription is enough, please everyone, please raise your hands. 394. Dover is so angry that he wants to fight Chris. Strange expression appeared on Buffalo's face. Everyone heard the sound and looked over, with a bit of curiosity and doubt in their eyes. Buffalo sneered, his eyes full of pride, and said, "We can choose to help Chris. Then we can naturally choose to help the kingdom of Putuola." As soon as this statement came out, the rest of the cadres were also surprised by Vivi. They had never thought of this idea before. Buffalo also smiled and continued, "Nowadays, the kingdom of Putuola has also gathered a lot of helpers. If you add people like us, the odds of winning against the Chris pirates are still very high. In addition to the influence of the young master on the world government, and a little lobbying, it is possible for Marine to turn his guns and point at the Chris pirates. As long as we can get the consent of the world government, is it still a problem to get rid of the Chris pirates?" Buffalo's laughter gradually became arrogant, and the whole person was full of smugness. For his proposal, there is no doubt that the entire Don Quixote family has aroused huge repercussions. Especially when they saw Doflamingo being humiliated, all the cadres seemed a little angry. Hearing such a proposal, they naturally chose to support it. Gladius was expressionless and said coldly, "Go to war with the Chris pirates and make them worse. With our influence, that guy Chris will definitely regret treating the young master like this." Pika's face was also not good looking, and his anger could be heard in his shrill voice. "It is indeed the best choice to fight the Chris pirates now. At the moment, we are not the only ones who dislike the Chris pirates. As long as we declare war on him, I believe there will be more people willing to unite with us." Seeing the gradually restless cadres, Violet's purple eyes twitched slightly. With a cold smile on her beautiful face, she said lightly, "Buffalo's proposal is indeed a little bolder. However, this is not an unrealized opportunity." Violet glanced at Doflamingo and changed the topic. "This Chris has always been arrogant and domineering, and never put the young master in his eyes. Today, he dares to command the young master and let the young master go to the war. The day after tomorrow, he dares to let the young master bow his head to him." Violet's tone suddenly became lower. "Isn't the purpose of Chris forming the Shichibukai alliance very obvious? He just wants to unite the King Shichibukai first, and then, step by step, make others his vassals. The reason why Chris has this attitude towards the young master is that he thinks the young master is a soft persimmon." Violet kept an eye on Doflamingo's expression. A few words in her words also deeply hurt Doflamingo. Violet noticed that Doflamingo's face was even more gloomy, as if water could drip. She just hopes to stimulate Doflamingo, ostensibly to make Doflamingo turn against Chris. In fact, Violet is wanting to see if Doflamingo has the guts. Violet's words are extremely provocative. After listening to her words, the other cadres were even more indignant. Senor Peak bit his pacifier fiercely and said, "Go to war. We must fight. We can't let Chris lead us by the nose. We are the Don Quixote family." Was also a cruel smile on Derringer's face, and he said, "Didn't Chris want the young master to go to Pudora Kingdom? Then we Don Quixote family, let's go together. We have to pretend to be with them in front of Chris, and find an opportunity to fight them directly. Isn't Chris great? We swarmed up, can't we still kill that guy?" On the surface, Dellinger looks harmless to humans and animals, but in fact he is very dark inside. This kind of sneak attack trick, which he likes very much. The rest of the cadres also nodded, eager to split Chris in half immediately. Torapal glanced at the crowd, then turned to Doflamingo. He sucked his nose and said respectfully, "Young master, everyone thinks that fighting the Chris pirates is the best choice. Rather than let Chris keep suppressing him like this, and be led by the nose all the time. We might as well unite Kudora Kingdom and Marine and take the opportunity to completely destroy him. It shouldn't be difficult for us to do these things. Virgo's expression was indifferent, and he said softly, the kingdom of Kudora must have wished for our union. As for Marine, it's up to the young master. Young master, what do you think about everyone's proposal? Guys, Doflamingo likes to pretend too much, so let him lose face and see how he drags on. There will be an update later. Everyone will go over to support the new book. Please give me a subscription. 395. Dover goes to Kudora Kingdom. Don Quixote Cadres, disappointed in Dover. Dressrosa, King's Heights. The palace, Doflamingo looked coldly at the cadres around him. Torapal and others are eagerly awaiting the decision of Doflamingo. They all hope very much that Doflamingo will fight back and fight Chris. However, what everyone did not expect was that Doflamingo actually scolded directly. He pointed at Buffalo and others, and scolded coldly, I told you already, don't trouble Chris. Now you actually let me fight him, do you have any problems in your mind? Or, you all want me to die soon, and then you can take the throne. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, and he continued, you haven't seen Chris, and you don't know how scary he is. Chris pirates, it's not as simple as you think. Even if you join forces with the Kingdom of Kudora and call in the Marines, you may not be able to beat the Chris pirates. Hearing this, all Vivi frowned, expressing their incomprehension. Gladius murmured, Chris pirates, are they really that powerful? Our three forces are united, except the real four Emperor pirates, who else dares to challenge us? It's less than a year since the Chris pirates went out to sea. Did they really have the strength of the four Emperor pirates? Others are also skeptical. Because of the four Emperor's pirates, they were able to stand on one side and deter other pirates. It's not just because of their captain, who has an unparalleled strength that outsiders can't match. More importantly, the size and members of the four Emperor pirates are also top elite soldiers. Among the four Emperor pirates, there is a very small percentage of those who offer a bounty of less than 100 million Bailey. Conceivable how terrifying their overall strength is. Torapal said with a suspicious look, Dover, you are only fighting against Chris and Enel. Even though these two are powerful, they are just as powerful as the others. I don't believe that other people under Chris's command are as tough as Enel. The face under Pika's mask, there was a few words. Dover, those of us are not weak. Even if the rest of the Chris pirates are not easy, they won't be stronger than us. We are all carefully selected by you. The cadres of the Don Quixote family are very proud, they never feel that they are any weaker than others. Doflamingo Vivi sighed and said, if you had seen the Chris pirates with your own eyes, you wouldn't have said that. And, if you've seen Chris, you wouldn't say that. Chris's strength makes me not dare to raise any idea of resistance. I'm not his opponent at all, so I'm not qualified to be his enemy, do you understand? Violet noticed the helplessness and unwillingness in Doflamingo's eyes. But he had to admit that he definitely didn't dare to be an enemy of Chris. Because Doflamingo knew that he would definitely be the one who lost. Without waiting for what other people said, Doflamingo continued, don't say anything like that just now. Chris is not something we can offend. After all, Doflamingo dare not have any delay. He immediately got up and adjusted his clothes, and then hurried towards Kudora Kingdom. Soon, over Dressrosa, a pink figure quickly passed by. Is not far from the kingdom of Kudora. But even so, with the speed of Doflamingo, it needs to be uninterrupted to arrive on time. Seeing the figure of Doflamingo leaving in a hurry, the cadres felt a little disappointed in their hearts. Diamante has always dared to speak out, and said directly, why do I feel that Dover has changed so much recently? In the past, he was not even afraid of the world government, and even dared to sway in front of the Gorosei, 5 elders. Why now, so afraid of a Chris? Pika's eyes also had complex colors, and said, Since the last time I suffered a loss in front of the Chris pirates, Dover has become like this. Last time we just said a few words to Chris, and he scolded us all. It seems that the shadow Chris left him is still very big. Gladius kept shaking his head, unable to hide his disappointment, and said, "This is no longer the young master I know. The young master I know acts recklessly, looks down on the world, and doesn't take anything seriously at all. Now he always feels that he lacks the tyrannical spirit he once had. Whatever you do, it's not so free and easy. If this continues, there is no hope for the future of our Don Quixote family." Guys, this is the update for now. Next, the author will write a new book. The new book is on the shelves today. If you have time, you can subscribe to a chapter. Kaido is going to beat Marco. It is absolutely wonderful, not to be missed. 396. Violet adores Chris to the extreme. The most shameless Shichibukai, Dover. The members of the Don Quixote family are very disappointed by the weakness shown by Doflamingo. Even Toripal, who supported Doflamingo with one hand, couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. He sighed and murmured, "Falling at the hands of Chris seems to have polished Dover's self-confidence. If Chris is not removed, Dover is afraid that he will be controlled by Chris for the rest of his life. Everyone, get ready, I'm afraid we will become vassals of the Chris pirates." Toripal's eyes were full of disappointment. He could never have imagined that Doflamingo, whom he had chosen with his own hands, would turn into what he is now. There was a faint smile on the corner of Violet's mouth. Looking at the cadres in the hall, she couldn't help feeling very emotional. Dressrosa has been occupied by Doflamingo for a long time, and the former Doflamingo is simply wanton. Violet has always believed that Doflamingo is a fearless gangster. Afraid of the world government and Tenryubito, who will he be afraid of until Chris appears? Violet can't help but sigh in his heart. We are not mistaken, Chris is getting stronger and stronger. Already. Even if you don't show up in person, you can put Doflamingo in awe. Thinking of this, Violet's face couldn't help showing a trace of disdain and ridicule. She thought to herself, now this Doflamingo is really like a dog that Chris keeps. Chris told him to go east, he never dared to go west. The mighty Doflamingo, this bastard, is finally where he is today. Looked at Doflamingo's leaving figure with disdain. Doflamingo, you can't think of yourself, you have today too. It's not a good feeling to be led by the nose like a dog by Chris. At this moment, Violet, her mood is also extremely complicated. But at the same time, she felt extremely fast. Violet couldn't be happier to see Doflamingo being killed by Chris, and the royal family and citizens of Dressrosa were also oppressed by the Don Quixote family for a long time. Also suffered humiliation and suffering. Now, Violet seems to see her own hope. She had been waiting for the moment when Chris rescued Dressrosa from the dire straits. Violet was sure, as long as the time came. A wave of Chris's hand, Dressrosa can be completely rescued. Pudora Kingdom C, Chris. Chris hung up the phone casually, and his expression did not change in the slightest. As if hanging up Doflamingo's phone like this, it wasn't a big deal for him. Seeing Chris' performance like this, Hancock and others couldn't help but feel admiration. Bonnie clicked his tongue twice and praised, "Doflamingo, one of Shichibukai's dignified king, does Chris treat him like this? What a surprise." Margaret nodded and sighed. In this world, it really still speaks with strength. There is no absolute strength. Even if he is as strong as Doflamingo, he would not dare to do anything in front of Chris. Chris dares to scold Doflamingo like this, which is a manifestation of strength in itself. Marigold glanced at Chris with burning eyes, and smiled. With Chris's strength, there is really no need to worry about anything. However, if outsiders know about it, I'm afraid their eyes will fall out of shock. After all, that's Doflamingo, Shichibukai, a legendary pirate. These members of the 9 Snake Pirates are all surprised by Chris' attitude towards Doflamingo. In their eyes, Doflamingo itself is an existence that cannot be provoked. Even though Empress Boa Hancock is also Shichibukai, there is still a gap between them. They knew very well in their hearts that Doflamingo was able to run amok for many years, not just because of his Tenryubito background. What's more important is his top-notch strength. Even among the King Shichibukai, he is one of the best. Compared to the members of the 9 Snake Pirates, Nami and the others were relatively flat. Reiju's beautiful eyes Vivi rolled, and Isho said with a smile, Doflamingo is in front of Chris, but the atmosphere doesn't dare to come out. I'm afraid he doesn't even have the courage to fight Chris now. Perona is flying around in the air at the moment, grinning, Haley ha 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 ha. Last time Doflamingo, didn't you just run away? This guy is just stubborn. I bet, he must be rushing here now. Guys, Marco's book is out now. Blackbeard is coming, Marco is going to fight against Blackbeard. Everyone, come and have a look. Subscribe the author for a chapter. Just one chapter is enough, please everyone. Bo and thank Philu for reminding you. 3 things to read. 397. Chris calls Baldigo to let the bear participate in the Battle of the Pudola Kingdom. To be said that Perona's calculation is still very accurate. Over a certain sea area in the New World, a pink figure moved quickly. It was Perona's mouth, the dick Doflamingo. On Nami's delicate face, 2 cute little dimples appeared, smiling like a flower. He deserves it too. As far as Doflamingo's virtue, I don't blame Chris for never giving him a good look. Chris will never be soft-hearted in the face of people who are weaker than himself. Everyone knows Chris very well, and his decisiveness is what Doflamingo fears. Nami and the others couldn't help but admired Chris' domineering spirit. Chris has picked up the phone again. He called Bartholomew Kuma directly. Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, the core cadres of the Revolutionary Army were meeting in the conference room. Long sat in the first place with his eyes closed, quietly listening to the reports of the others. Axelu, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, raised her red lips slightly, and reported, in the past few days, we have successively won 3 countries. They are East Blue, S-Link Country, Zerut Country, and Freebie Country. Although they are not powerful countries, their strategic position in East Blue is still quite important. With a faint smile on Ashilo's face, she said, after winning these 3 countries, it will be of great significance to our entire East Blue layout. As the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, Ashil is quite satisfied with the result of this assault. According to the previous plan of the Revolutionary Army, it will take at least a year to win these 3 countries. The most important reason is that these 3 countries are geographically very special. They are located between the East Blue countries, the interconnected traffic fortresses. It is precisely because of this that if the Revolutionary Army attacks these 3 places, it is bound to be targeted by other countries. Amazuna gently shook the red wine glass in her hand and exclaimed, "This blitz is really beautiful." Not only was the East Blue countries caught off guard, but the world government probably didn't expect it. Bonichio pouted and said, "Not only the government, but even our Southern Army didn't respond. After attacking these 3 countries, our Revolutionary Army is equivalent to mastering the traffic connection of East Blue. This is definitely our biggest victory this year." Tairichi Urdio smiled and said, "I was also shocked when Ashilo showed me her plan. I didn't expect her to be so courageous. What I didn't expect was that it only took her 2 days to complete a plan with a success rate of less than 50%. It's done." Tairichi Urdio, he made no secret of his admiration for Ashil. Long also said at the moment, Axelu did a good job this time. Now, the situation of the Revolutionary Army on East Blue's side has completely opened up. The rest of you, don't be left too much by Ashilo. Said that, Long also inadvertently beat Bonicio and the others. Bagnako sneered at Isho and said casually, "Thanks to Tokris, the world situation is in a delicate situation right now. There have been civil unrest in many countries on the South Blue side. Our people have quietly sneaked into these countries, just waiting for the day when their people fully awaken. Unlike the Ashiros, Benijo does not like the direct use of force. He is very good at awakening the oppressed people in his own unique way. By sending his own men, by infiltrating the mind, Bagnio can take a country almost effortlessly. He relies largely on the strength of the native inhabitants of that country. Bartholomew Kuma raised his eyebrows when he heard Reese's name. His face, he said lightly, it's been almost 3 days since Koala passed. There doesn't seem to be any movement on Chris's side. This battle of the world's attention is really anxious to wait. Tairichi Urdio nodded and said with a smile, Koala sent back news yesterday, she is very adaptable there. Now she's fully integrated into the Chris Pirates. And she said that in the past few days, the Chris Pirates have been listening to the information of Kudora Kingdom. It can be seen that Chris attaches great importance to this war. The dragon crossed his fingers, put it on the table, and asked casually, does Koala say, when is Chris going to fight? If it continues like this, I'm afraid there will be some accidents. Dragon values the Chris Pirates very much. After all, this is a very important ally of the Revolutionary Army. He didn't want any accident to happen to the Chris Pirates. Everyone, today this book will be updated 45 times, and the update is guaranteed to be powerful. The new book Marco, the Blackbeard has already hit. The end of the battle is about to start. The wonderful thing is not to be missed. Everyone, please go and subscribe to the author, please. 398. Shichibukai is all in place. Chris is going to show his muscles to the world. Wait, Tairichi Urdio spoke, and Haku took over. Koala said it should be within a day or two. Now their intelligence gathering is almost complete. As soon as Chris gives an order, they can launch a general attack. Haku took over the job of Koala, and it was very quick to get started. And the contact work between Koala and this side is also mainly responsible for Haku. Hearing this, Long Vivi nodded and felt a little more at ease. Sabo squeezed his hat and said with a smile, to be honest, I was waiting very impatiently for this war. I especially want to see the true strength of the Chris Pirates. I heard that the captains of the Chris Pirates have various abilities. It's a pity that I can't come to the scene in person. I can only read the reports in the newspapers. Sob Vivi sighed, feeling a little pity. Amazuna smiled and said, you can contact Chris and tell him that you want to be involved in this war. I don't think Chris would object. That way, you can observe their battles up close. Sabo shrugged and pouted, I really want to go to this fight. Unfortunately, if Chris doesn't speak, I'm embarrassed to ask Ying. After all, Chris himself said last time that he doesn't need help just yet. If necessary, he will take the initiative to contact us. I'm waiting for this call, but the flowers are all thanks. Sabo's expression couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and it was obvious that he really wanted to participate. At this moment, the voice of a phone bug suddenly rang. Bumble, 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 bumble. Everyone followed the sound and found that the sound was coming from Bartholomew Kuma's arms. Azilu's eyes twitched slightly, and there was a gleam in her eyes. At this time, who will contact Mr. Shang? Marine still said, Chris. Of course, Ashilo's heart is more inclined to Chris. Under the expectation of everyone, Bartholomew Kuma directly took out the phone bug and answered it successfully. There, it's me, Carrie. A familiar voice came from among the phone bugs. After Sabo and others heard it, they were all overjoyed. Bartholomew Kuma's face, Vivi's expression changed. He still said lightly, Chris, what's the matter? It's your side, do you need any help? Chris was indifferent to Isho and said softly, yes, I do have something on my side, I want to trouble you. I need you to leave immediately and come to Kudora Kingdom. Hearing this, Long Vivi squinted his eyes and hurriedly asked, "Chris, what happened? Did something happen to you over there?" Long was a little nervous, and he really didn't want to hear any bad news. Chris shook his head and said indifferently, "No surprise. It's just that I temporarily changed my mind. I hope that in this battle of Kudora Kingdom, the King Shichibukai can all appear. Jinbei and Mori are coming soon, and Doflamingo should be on the way too. So, now the bear is left alone." Hearing these things, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were very surprised. Tairichi Urdio looked at everyone's doubtful eyes, spread his hands and said, "I really don't know anything. I have not received this information about Jinbei and Moria. I was also very surprised by their sudden appearance. Everyone didn't quite think that Chris wanted to gather all the King Shichibukai together." Chris continued with a blank expression, "Taking advantage of this opportunity, I want all the Shichibukai to appear in this place. The Shichibukai Alliance needs to appear in front of the world on such a stage. In this way, we can perfectly show the world the strength and cohesion of our Shichibukai Alliance. It means a lot to us." Bartholomew Kuma nodded and said softly, "The unity within the Shichibukai Alliance really needs to be shown to outsiders. When the 7 of us appear together in front of the whole world, everyone will be afraid of the Shichibukai Alliance. King Shichibukai's biggest problem is, the 7 of them don't have cohesion with each other. They are only fighting alone, and they do not have a very strong deterrent. At the very least, the powerful pirates in the New World will not take King Shichibukai in their eyes. But the united King Shichibukai, none of the forces dared to despise him. Even Whitebeard and the others must be taken seriously." Chris said indifferently, "Bear, I need you to appear in Kudora Kingdom at this time the day after tomorrow. Gentlemen, there are still 2 or 3 changes later, at least 5 changes today. The new book Marco, have you all read it? And this book, the automatic subscription has always been 234. Can you have another one, please, everyone? 399. Tyrant Bear agreed, and Chris amazed the world. Chris was expressionless and said indifferently, "I have already set the time for the official war to be the day after tomorrow. So, you just need to get here on time before the war starts. At this time the day after tomorrow, all the people from the Shichibukai Alliance will also be here." Bartholomew Kuma also nodded casually and said, "Your plan is indeed quite amazing. His Majesty Shichibukai gathered in the Kingdom of Kudora, which in itself is a breaking news. It's just that the 7 of us will fight there. Even if we don't fight, it will be enough to shock the people of Kudora Kingdom. The prestige of the King Shichibukai is still very powerful. 7 people appear together, which is something that has never happened before." Chris raised his eyebrows and said casually, "Actually, I didn't have to ask you to come here. I want you to take action. Calling all of you here is nothing more than a show. As you said, as long as the 7 of us appear in front of the public together, the deterrent effect will be extraordinary. At least, from the momentum, it is enough to suppress those people in the Kingdom of Kudola." Chris Vivi paused, then continued, "My request to you guys is, it doesn't matter if you do anything or not. I just need you to show up, and that's enough. To deal with these people from the Kudora Kingdom, Chris pirates, is enough." Chris's plan is very simple, that is, the 7 people of King Shichibukai will appear in front of the world in a combined form. One hand, this is a great time for the Shichibukai Alliance to officially face the public. Other hand, this is enough to announce to the outside world that he is Chris's strong appeal. There is no doubt that Chris hopes to use this opportunity to show his muscles to the world. Not only his own personal strength, but more importantly, his own appeal and the forces behind terror. Chris never planned to use the power of King Shichibukai to help himself take down the Kingdom of Kudora. Still has very strong confidence in his Chris pirates. What's more, this is also the most important training opportunity for the Chris pirates. Bartholomew Kuma's eyes did not show any emotional fluctuations. I understand, Chris. Don't worry, at this time the day after tomorrow, I will definitely be on the Reese. Bartholomew Kuma suddenly fell silent, then said, besides, since I'm gone, I won't stand idly by. After the battle, I will follow your command throughout. As long as there is a need for me, I will definitely do my best. Bartholomew Kuma naturally understands that the Chris pirates are powerful and are not afraid of the Kudola kingdom at all. He could probably guess that Chris was planning to use this war to give his men a chance to fight. So Bartholomew Kuma did not say that he would definitely help. Just saying that if Chris needs anything, he can do it at any time. After all, he can't take other people's chances. Chris also understood Bartholomew Kuma's thoughts and said directly, let's leave these things until after the war. If necessary, of course I won't be polite to you. Chris's attitude towards Bartholomew Kuma is not to be too mild. It's a stark contrast to the attitude towards Doflamingo. The dragon tapped the table with his finger and said indifferently, Chris, the situation of the Revolutionary Army in East Blue has been opened. It won't take long. I believe that the layout of the Revolutionary Army in East Blue will be fully implemented. If you have any ideas, you can contact us at any time. Hearing this, Chris couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Chris was still a little surprised by the actions of the Revolutionary Army. He did not expect that the Revolutionary Army would open the East Blue situation so quickly. Be very beneficial for their future cooperation layout. He said casually, I don't have any ideas for now, just follow your own plan. My energy now is to focus on the war against the Kingdom of Kudola. When the war here is over, I will think about it carefully. Axelu's red lips slightly opened, and she said with a sweet smile, Captain Chris, we are all looking forward to this war very much. This war will be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to what the squad leaders of the Chris pirates will do. Benijo was also very excited and said happily, I'm more curious about Chris's layout. When I think about it, Chris will definitely be destroyed. Generally, he will directly take the kingdom of Kudora. Especially the move of Shichibukai, the king, makes one's blood rush to think about it. When have we seen the situation where these 7 people fit together? If nothing else, at this time the day after tomorrow, the whole world will be shocked. Be another update in the afternoon, everyone will wait. I wanted to start a war, but after thinking about it, Chris will show his strength to the world through this battle, so I wrote the story of the Shichibukai Alliance. I hope everyone understands. 400. Sabo's admiration for Chris. Looking forward to Chris, playing the loudest battle. Sabo pouted and said hesitantly, I'm so looking forward to Chris's shot. I've only heard a few things in the newspapers or in the rumors, but these are definitely not as exciting as the ones I saw in person. He summoned up his courage and asked, Chris, can I follow Lord Bear to the kingdom of Kudola? I really want to be there, to watch this wonderful war. Chris shook his head and directly refused. You better stay at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. This time is not the time for you to appear. The news of the cooperation between our two parties cannot be leaked yet. As the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, once you appear in my camp, it will inevitably cause some unnecessary suspicion and trouble. Sabo's personal identity is too special. He is equivalent to the spokesperson of the Revolutionary Army, and every move represents the thoughts of the Revolutionary Army. As long as he appears, it means that the Revolutionary Army is doing something. Chris knew very well that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at the war with Kudora Kingdom. In addition to the major pirate forces, there are also many national organizations, as well as the close attention of the world government. Chris does not intend to let the outside world know about the relationship between the Revolutionary Army and the Chris pirates. Sabo's expression couldn't help but feel a little lonely for Chris's ruthless rejection. But Sabo understands very well Chris's concerns. Now their cooperation is a highly confidential matter, and it really shouldn't be revealed too early. Otherwise, it is bound to be severely targeted by the world government. If it is not done well, it may lead to a war ahead of time. Just as Sabo sighed softly, Chris said, if you want to watch the War of the Chris Pirates, there will be opportunities in the future. It doesn't have to be in a hurry. And the strength of my squad leaders will improve step by step. The next time there is another war, it will be even more exciting. Hearing this, Sabo's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt that what Chris said was not without reason. As the so-called good Neil is not afraid of being late, miss this one. There will be a next time. Tai Richie smiled and said, Captain Chris, then we will wait for the newspaper to publish the news of your success. Captain Chris, you must show us a wonderful battle. In this way, it won't live up to the expectations of those of us. Amazuna took a sip of red wine and laughed softly. I'm afraid, Kudora Kingdom can't produce anyone who can match Chris. If there is no suitable opponent, Captain Chris may not even shoot. Now we are looking forward to the fact that Kudora Kingdom can find a guy who can be seen by Chris. Chris looked indifferent and said casually, according to what I have learned, there should be such people. I just don't know if the intelligence and the real situation are true. Chris is very interested in Captain Isaac in the Kingdom of Kudora, and Akoku, a member of the Rocks Pirates. These two people should be regarded as the two most powerful people in the Putuola Kingdom that he knows. Just don't know if the strength of these two people can really make people shine. Chris chatted a few more times with everyone before hanging up. He also needs to quickly arrange a few people to meet Jinbei and Moria's arrival. After hanging up the phone, the discussion of Chris in the Revolutionary Army conference room still did not stop. Long crossed his hands on his chest and said lightly, Chris's ambitions are still very big. This time he temporarily summoned all the King Shichibukai, just to announce one thing to the world. He wants to tell the world that the Shichibukai alliance has been formally established. And his Chris pirates have officially become the top pirates. With King Shichibukai standing on the platform for him, Chris's shot will definitely be fired. With a smile on Ashilo's delicate face, she said, after this battle, no one dares to despise the Chris pirates again. With the Shichibukai alliance as the support, it is undoubtedly the greatest deterrent. The Chris pirates, perhaps the pirates who will soon become the fifth emperor of the sea. The others also nodded, not doubting the matter at all. They all believed that the reputation of the Chris pirates would be greatly improved by this incident. Sabo adjusted his hat and showed a sunny smile. The stronger the Chris pirates, the better for us. If the Chris pirates can really keep pace with the four emperors' pirates, their influence will reach an unimaginable level. At that time, if they want to take the lead in opposing the rule of the world government, there must be more pirates willing to follow them. With the addition of these forces, it is even more powerful. Gentlemen, there are 2 more in the morning, and there will be another one later. Also, the Shichibukai alliance ends here. Next, speed up the plot and start the battle earlier. Automatically subscribe to 234. Let's get another one, everyone.